After being reincarnated in this world, our OP protagonist Chanma unlocked this invincible system, allowing him to summon any weapon and deal infinite passive damage to his opponents. At the Magic Academy, even his teachers are scared of his OP ability. Guys, that was the intro. And now, let's begin. The scene opens in a classroom where the protagonist, Chanma, half asleep in his seat, slowly opens his eyes, observing the bustling activities of other students around him. He looks completely dazed when he suddenly rises with a shock, seemingly having no idea where he even is right now. Feeling a piercing pain in his head, he clutches it with his hand, groaning softly from the ache. Memories start flooding into his mind, and he learns that he is on a planet called Blue Star, which is not much different from Earth. However, Blue Star's fate changed 100 years ago when a cataclysmic event befell it. Millions and millions of monsters suddenly emerged and caused rampages, resulting in massive human casualties. Fortunately, this event also granted humans unique and unparalleled talents, like superpowers. Any humans who could pass the awakening trial and change their profession received the strength and power needed to stand against the ruthless monsters. For 100 years, the entire world has been tirelessly working to cultivate awakened individuals, with those who awaken becoming the elites of society. Upon learning all this, Chanma finds it to be quite similar to the game he used to play on Earth called Genesis. He realizes he must have crossed over to this world, the very world of the game he is familiar with. Back on Earth, he had defeated all the players in Genesis and was just a step away from being the top player of all time. However, due to skill cooldowns and damage limits, he was unable to handle the constant summoning of minions by the final boss. Because of that, he ended up being overwhelmed and lost, despite being so close to achieving his goal. Back then, after this loss, Chanma had been so furious that he slammed his keyboard in rage. Now, in the present, while Chanma is fully absorbed in these memories, he feels a hand touch his back and is startled. Turning around, he sees his friend Li Hong, who asks if he is daydreaming again. Recognizing Li Hong, his friend from Earth, Chanma happily asks if he crossed over too, but Li Hong seems confused. Moreover, Li Hong assumes Chanma must be nervous about the awakening trial and looks anxious himself. Letting go of Li Hong, Chanma realizes this isn't the same Li Hong, but a version from his past life, familiar yet different in many ways. Nervously, Li Hong grabs Mo's shoulders, fearing he'll fail the awakening talent assessment and disappoint his dad. Back in the game Genesis, players could trigger talents simply by touching an awakening stone in the novice realm. Li Hong whispers into Mo's ear, asking if he can help during the awakening, prompting Chanma to ask how. Smiling, Li Hong says he wants to awaken a good talent to please his dad and asks Chanma for advice, noting he's always in the top 3. Chanma isn't sure, as playing a game and living it are very different, making him doubt if his Genesis experience will apply here. Seeing Chanma deep in thought, Li Hong asks if he is trying to figure out any suggestions. Standing up, Chanma pats Li Hong's back, assuring him not to worry, and says he will go to the secret realm first to think of a solution. As Chanma leaves, Li Hong excitedly shouts after him, offering to treat him to meals for a whole year if he helps. The training outie is crowded with people walking in and out of a portal set at the other end of the hall. As Chanma approaches the entrance, he hears people discussing strategies for dealing with monsters. Standing before the portal, Chanma notes that this must be the entrance. Deciding to find out what the world looks like when the game and reality are fused, he casually walks forward into the portal. For a moment, all he can see is bright white light, and feeling its intensity, he shields his eyes. The next moment, he finds himself in a village, astonished as it's a perfect replica of the newbie village from Genesis. Right then, the system detects Chanma and starts binding with him, with the synchronization progress reaching 100% within seconds. Chanma is surprised to see the system appear as it completes the binding, allowing him to transform his active skills into passive ones. Upon learning this, Chanma is shocked, knowing how broken and powerful this feature can be. In Genesis, 99% of skills were active with cooldown limits, making it impossible to trigger them infinitely, often revealing vulnerabilities during battles. However, passive skills are always active without cooldown, and as levels increase, their triggering possibilities rise infinitely. In his previous life, Chanma failed to become a god due to skill cooldowns, but now, with this transformation system, everything will be different. The system displays skill windows and asks Chanma to select a skill to transform. Chanma clicks on Wave Slash, causing a sword to materialize in his hand. The skill can release a multi-hit damage wave when slashed. A moment later, the system notifies him that Wave Slash has transformed into a passive skill with a 30% chance to trigger during attacks. Testing the skill, he swings the sword in various movements, noting that the attack method and damage have improved. Suddenly, a massive minotaur wielding an axe appears behind Chanma. Turning to face it, Chanma notes that it's level 3. The minotaur lunges at Chanma, raising its axe to crush him. Reacting swiftly, Chanma swings his sword, releasing a powerful energy slash that bursts toward the Minotaur. A massive explosion ensues, but as the dust settles, the Minotaur appears unscathed. The Minotaur charges again, swinging its axe at Chanma, forcing him to dodge and block with his sword. While Chanma is distracted for a split second, the Minotaur swings the axe down at him, forcing him to block it with his sword. The sheer force of the axe shatters Chanma's sword. Just as the axe closes in, the system triggers the wave slash passive, granting Chanma invincibility for 0.2 seconds. Seizing the chance, Chanma steps closer, clutching his broken sword engulfed in dark energy. He swings it upwards, using the empowered wave slash skill to launch multiple powerful slashes at the Minotaur. The Minotaur is struck with immense force, sustaining heavy wounds and losing most of its teeth. Chanma watches as the Minotaur crashes to the ground, creating a small explosion. Approaching its fallen form, Chanma confirms that it's dead. Feeling pleased with his transformed skill, Chanma notes it resolves the cooldown issues he faced before and introduces a new damage system. With this newfound ability, Chanma declares he will make up for past regrets and ascend to godhood for real this time. Sensing something behind him, Chanma quickly glances over his shoulder and thrusts his broken sword back, piercing a large mantis-like monster. With a quick movement, Chanma turns around and forcefully pulls the sword out, causing the monster to bleed a slimy liquid. After defeating this final monster, Chanma stands amidst the countless corpses of monsters he has slain, scattered all around him. He has spent several hours training here and has finally regained familiarity with the combat experience from his previous life. At that moment, the system prompts him to select his second transformed passive skill, adding to his arsenal. After a brief moment of thought, Chanma decides on Weapon Switch, a cooldown skill, since his first skill already boosts his attack power. The Weapon Switch skill is transformed into a passive ability, permanently reducing the cooldown for switching weapons by 30%. Checking his inventory, Chanma notices several novice weapons and realizes his new passive skill will enable fast weapon transitions during combat. His status window reveals that he is currently level 1 and now has 2 passive skills and 500 combat power. With a confident grin, Chanma notes that resolving the cooldown issue for weapon switching will make early stage battles significantly easier. Satisfied with his progress, Chanma walks toward the portal, preparing for the assessment the next day. The next day arrives, and the students gather in the examination hall, ready for the assessment to commence. Standing among the students, Chanma overhears two discussing how many healing potions they've brought for the assessment. Li Hong arrives shortly after, holding a map for the day's assessment, which he proudly states he acquired using his dad's money. Taking the map from Li Hong, Chanma tells him to lower his voice, warning that others might overhear and realize he's cheating with his dad's help. As Chanma opens the map, Li Hong mentions that Professor Liu chose the realm, and its difficulty might be exceptionally high. Chanma recognizes the Flame Fisher realm as a novice map, noting that it contains monsters ranging from level 3 to level 10. Turning to Li Hong, Chanma asks about the highest level elite monster he can handle alone, and Li Hong responds that level 5 is his limit. Hearing this, Chanma realizes Li Hong's weakness and concludes that they will need to rely on some sort of backdoor strategy for him. At that moment, Mao Feng, a student, approaches with his 2 lackeys and mocks Li Hong for planning to use his father's money to pass the assessment. Frustrated, Li Hong rolls up his sleeves in anger and warns Mao Feng to watch what he says. Chanma quickly grabs Li Hong's arm, stopping him from lunging at Mao Feng and escalating the situation. With an amused grin, Mao Feng mocks Li Hong, remarking that Chanma must be sensible for restraining him, as he's clearly a sore loser. Without hesitation, Chanma kicks Mao Feng's leg, causing him to lose balance and fall awkwardly to the ground. Standing over Mao Feng, Chanma firmly tells him to back off and stay out of their business. Furious, Mao Feng scrambles to his feet and asks Chanma if he's tired of living, raising a clenched fist in anger. Chanma easily catches Mao Feng's punch with his bare hand, leaving Mao Feng stunned by his overwhelming strength. Releasing Mao Feng's hand, Chanma proposes a bet, suggesting that Li Hong's assessment results will surpass Mao Feng's. Hearing such a bold claim, Mao Feng and his lackeys burst into laughter, finding the idea utterly ridiculous. Still laughing, Mao Feng confidently accepts the challenge, declaring that the loser will have to run 10 laps around the playground naked. With equal confidence, Chanma agrees to the condition without hesitation, showing no fear. The surrounding students overhear the bet and express surprise that Li Hong, an average student, is being compared to Mao Feng, a top performer. Even Li Hong seems doubtful about the bet and tries to convince Chanma to reconsider, but Chanma reassures him not to worry. Feeling hopeless, Li Hong drops to his knees and scratches his head, doubting there's any way he can win. Chanma pulls Li Hong to his feet and whispers a plan into his ear, instructing him to trust him completely. After hearing the plan, Li Hong feels reassured and begins cheering excitedly excitedly, as though he has already won. Xinglei, the director, clears his throat and announces that the assessment is officially beginning, and he instructs the students to enter the teleportation portal one by one. Before entering, Li Hong flexes his muscles and confidently tells Qianma that he will perform well. Stepping through the teleportation portal, Qianma materializes in the Flame Fisher realm, a sinister-looking area filled with lava. Observing his surroundings, Qianma feels a strange familiarity and remarks that it's been a long time since he last played a beginner's dungeon. Suddenly, sensing movement, he turns to find level 2 monsters staring at him, their sharp arm blades gleaming menacingly. Without warning, the monsters lunge toward Qianma, aiming to pierce him with their razor-sharp blades. Reacting swiftly, Qianma leaps backward, landing a few feet away from the incoming monsters. To his dismay, 3 more monsters appear behind him, cutting off his escape route. Surrounded on all sides, Qianma watches as the monsters close in, preparing to attack. Opening his inventory, Qianma pulls out a novice sword, readying himself for the imminent battle. Despite his confidence, Qianma feels a tinge of anxiety about taking on so many monsters at once as they inch closer. At that moment, the system detects a massive amount of operational experience within Qianma and begins converting it into instinctive body movements. After the system completes the conversion, Qianma feels an immediate change in his body. Now mere feet away, the monsters lunge at Qianma with their sharp weapons raised high, ready to strike him down. With a powerful leap, Qianma propels himself upward and clings to the cave's rocky surface like a spider. Tilting his head downward, Qianma uses the momentum to push off the cliff and dive back toward the ground. He lands forcefully on top of one of the monsters, crushing its face under the weight of his feet. As the monster crashes to the ground, Qianma swiftly lands on his feet. Feeling empowered, Qianma raises his sword, gripping it tightly, and prepares to face the rest of the monsters head-on. With a sly grin on his face, he taunts the monsters, daring them to attack him. Enraged by his provocation, the monsters charge at Qianma, their weapons slicing through the air in a furious assault. As one monster swings its blade at him, Qianma performs a precise backflip, effortlessly dodging the attack by mere inches. Deciding to use strategy, Qianma dashes across the battlefield, moving like a blur, with the sole intention of luring the monsters into a single line. Once positioned, Qianma comes to a sudden halt just outside their reach, observing the now perfectly arranged monsters before him. With his plan in place, Qianma charges straight at the line of monsters and executes a powerful slide tackle, sending them all airborne. Spinning rapidly on the spot, Qianma activates the save/slash skill, swinging his sword upward in a wide arc and striking every monster in midair. At the perfect moment, Qianma's passive skill activates, allowing him to chain together even stronger slashes that cut through the monsters effortlessly. The monsters crash to the ground like broken dolls, their bodies shattering on impact. Amidst the carnage, Qianma's experience bar fills, and he levels up to 3, gaining a total of 8 free attribute points to allocate as he pleases. He then leaps high off the ground and ventures deeper into the realm, searching for more monsters to slay. Meanwhile, back at the college in the hall, a name starts rising rapidly on the leaderboard, drawing the attention of everyone present. The name is none other than Qianma, and he is level 3, while all others are level 1, leaving the spectators shocked and impressed. Even Xinglei takes particular interest in Qianma, eager to see what other surprises he will demonstrate. Qianma continues striding across the uneven terrain when he suddenly notices something alarming in the distance. Reacting quickly, he lands swiftly and takes cover behind a large boulder, peeking cautiously over it. From his vantage point, he sees a pair of shadow mages, accompanied by equally sinister-looking dogs. Qianma recalls a special bug in the game related to these mages and hopes that by exploiting it, he won't have to fight them directly. Drawing a grappling hook gun from his inventory, he aims it upward and fires, the hook catching onto a stone high above. He pulls himself off the ground and lands lightly on a large cliff-like structure where he can see the 3 mages below. Next, he pulls out a small flying dart and shoots it down, aiming for the head of one of the mages in the middle. The dart strikes the mage in the head, lodging itself firmly in place, causing all 3 mages to stop and turn toward Qianma. Qianma deliberately makes himself visible to the mages, and they enter combat mode. Pointing their staffs at him, the mages begin channeling their shadow arrow skill, preparing to shoot him down. Qianma quickly dashes behind the boulder, momentarily out of the mage's line of sight. With their target gone, the mages cease their spell and return to their default state, exiting combat mode. Seeing this, Qianma feels a sense of relief, confirming that his calculations were correct, that the shadow mages cannot attack if their target is out of their field of view. Waiting for the mages to remain distracted, Qianma pulls out half a dozen darts and throws them, taking out all the dogs in one swift move. With a grin on his face, Qianma watches as the mages, instead of attacking him, use their skill field to summon the dogs he just took out. This unexpected turn of events confirms that Chanma's plan is working as intended. The bug occurs because, with no target to lock onto and after switching from Shadow Arrow to the summon skill, the mage's logic becomes scrambled, causing them to endlessly summon hounds until their mana is depleted. This glitch could summon an enormous number of hounds, so Chanma decides to wait, planning to slay the mages once there's enough hounds. While the hounds are being summoned, Chanma lies down on his back, deciding to take a power nap to pass the time. 8 hours pass, and back at the college, the leaderboard has been updated, showing that the highest level student is now level 9. Students notice that a girl named Jingjing has successfully switched her profession to firearm master and reached level 10 first. Following her, a guy named Sun Ku also changes his profession to swordsman. As more and more students begin changing their professions, Zhang Lei wonders what Chanma is up to. Looking at the leaderboard, he sees Chanma is currently at the bottom, which completely shocks him. Even the students there begin laughing, suggesting that Chanma must have been lucky earlier to be the first to reach level 3. With only 4 more hours left in the secret realm, Zhang Lei worries that Chanma might not even make it to level 6. Suddenly, a man standing behind Zhang Lei points at the leaderboard, shouting that the last place position has changed. Startled, Zhang Lei looks at the leaderboard and sees Chanma's name rapidly climbing up the ranks. Witnessing such a rapid level increase, Zhang Lei is completely stunned. To understand what caused Chanma's meteoric rise in the leaderboard, let's rewind a minute to when Chanma finally woke up from his nap. After waking up, Chanma looks down and sees that approximately 400 hounds have been summoned in the time he was resting. To farm them efficiently, he withdraws a Gatling gun from his inventory, aiming it downward at the mages, and begins shooting them down. The shadow mages, still caught in the loop of summoning hounds, do not fight back and instead take the damage, eventually exploding into flames. With the demise of the 3 shadow mages, all the hounds they had summoned are also wiped out. This results in Chanma receiving a significant burst of experience, causing him to level up rapidly. Not only does Chanma level up, but all of his skills, including his passive abilities, also level up. Pleased to see his passive skills improving, Chanma wonders if a passive skill with a 100% trigger rate will eventually appear at higher levels. Back to the present, Chanma rises to the top of the leaderboard at level 13, while the highest level before was only 10. Seeing this, the onlookers are completely baffled, unable to believe that someone could level up by 10 levels in just a minute. Xiao Erlong, one of Chanma's homeroom teachers, looks on proudly and shouts that Chanma is his student. Meanwhile, the director, Zhang Lei, is completely silent, casting a dark look at Erlong, making him nervous. Zhang Lei then begins scolding Erlong for not reporting that he had such an extraordinary student like Chanma. He points out that Chanma's talents might be the greatest the college has ever seen since its establishment. Meanwhile, back in the realm, the system congratulates Chanma for reaching level 13. The system then offers Chanma the choice to select any one of the 8 different professions displayed on the screen. However, Chanma is not interested in any of them, and his eyes instead focus on the Vagrant class, a special class that doesn't undergo a profession change. A Vagrant can use any equipment and is unaffected by class restrictions, allowing the combination of various equipment attributes to be fully utilized. However, its weakness lies in its insufficient lethality. With many basic skills and no profession, they will eventually be useless in later stages. But since Chanma has a powerful passive system, the Vagrant class's flaws will be mitigated, so he makes up his mind and selects the Vagrant class. The system notifies Chanma that, since he has never assigned his stat points, it will automatically bind the Vagrant class's hidden subclass, Spellbinder. The binding process begins and reaches 100% completion in mere seconds, and immediately, Chanma feels a surge of power coursing through him. The leaderboard screen announces that Chanma has reached first place with level 13 and has changed to the Vagrant profession. Seeing such a seemingly useless class chosen, Zhang Lei shouts at Erlong, asking if something is wrong with Chanma. Shaking in disappointment, Erlong says that Chanma has always excelled in the Berserk profession when asked before. Rubbing his eyes in utter displeasure, Zhang Lei points out that choosing the Vagrant class is like giving up on one's future. The people in the crowd are also unconvinced that Chanma chose the Vagrant class and wonder if there's a reason behind his decision. The Vagrant class's biggest advantage is its ability to use skills and equipment from any profession, making it quite useful in the early stages. However, at higher levels, the skills remain basic, unable to deal enough damage to stronger opponents, causing the user to fall behind. Having had such high hopes for Chanma, the others are now disappointed, with some even feeling sorry for him. Meanwhile, Chanma is smiling and says the Vagrant class is perfect for him, as his passive skill exchange system will compensate for the lack of damage output. Staring at his stat window, he wonders what the Spellbinder class is. To find out, he clicks on it, and a detailed description of the Spellbinder class pops up. Upon reading it, Chanma learns that he can't actively learn skills, but must attack instance dungeon bosses to gain skills. He notes that this will be perfect for him, as he knows the circumstances of each and every instance dungeon by heart. Using the stat points he has, he allocates them to strength in order to increase his damage output. With this, he ventures deeper into the realm and encounters two monsters in his path. Before they can even notice him, he dashes past them, slicing them up with a single swing of his sword. Impressed with his current attack speed, movement, and critical hit rate, Chanma notes that using stat points really gives him an advantage. Right then, one of the defeated monsters drops a special item, a book of demons. Picking up the shabby-looking old book, Chanma flips through its pages and discovers that it's an item that can unlock hidden missions. Meanwhile, back at the college, the official countdown for the examination's end has already begun. With little time left, the students have started to approach the final boss's area, as defeating it will mark the end of this round's final challenge. The boss is named Zalan, and after defeating it, the students must touch the awakening stone behind it to officially pass the examination. One of the students, looking heavily bruised and exhausted, comes face to face with Zalan. Clutching his sword tightly in his hand, the student charges forward, his target fixed on Zalan. Zalan's major skill is called Sacrifice, which applies continuous damage to a singular target and releases a curse to lower the attacker's base stats at the same time. The student lunges at Zalan, his sword pointed forward, aimed directly at Zalan. But before he can even touch Zalan, one of Zalan's guards reaches out and grabs the student around his middle with a bare hand. The student is then slammed to the ground with powerful force, causing him to whimper in pain, his whole body trembling. The student tries to get back up, but is startled when he sees Zalan release a curse at him. Just as the student's base stats are lowered by the curse, one of the guards swings its massive axe down, intending to strike the student and finish him off. Back at the examination hall, half a dozen examinees have already been defeated and forced out of the realm. The student from earlier is also thrown out of the portal, as he was defeated by Zalan's guards. The spectators recognize the student who was just expelled as one of the top 50 of his year, making it clear that the realm this time must be exceptionally tough. Meanwhile, Chanma finally arrives at Zalan's lair, breathing heavily and looking a little tired. He walks forward and stands a few feet away from Zalan and its two guards. Zalan uses its sacrifice skill while simultaneously commanding its two guards to attack Chanma. Chanma stands still, rooted to his spot as the two guards lunge at him, swinging their massive axes down toward him. In a flash, Chanma disappears from his spot and reappears right behind the two monsters, taking them by surprise. As the monsters turn their heads, before they can even react, Chanma lunges at them and lands two separate kicks on them. As the two monsters are slammed to the ground and explode, Chanma casually lands on his knees, looking like a true badass. With the guards down, only Zalan remains, so Chanma instantly dashes forward to finish him off. Zalan raises its staff and continues using the sacrifice skill, but Chanma ignores it and closes in on Zalan, aiming for its midsection. With a powerful thrust of his leg, Chanma kicks Zalan, sending him flying high into the air, causing the staff to fall from his hand. Chanma then withdraws the gun from his inventory, aims it up at Zalan, and fires a few rounds of bullets. The bullets strike Zalan, causing him to roar in a deafening rage. But soon, the cartridge runs empty, and Chanma is unable to continue using the gun. Zalan, having taken enough damage, falls to the ground, crashing onto his head with a loud explosion. Suddenly, the two guards from earlier charge toward Chanma from behind. Using the weapon switching skill, Chanma withdraws a spear and swings it at the monster's legs, slicing them apart. Chanma grins at the power of his weapon as the two monsters fall, crashing to the ground. With this, Chanma turns back to Zalan and approaches him, dragging his spear along with him. Once closer to Zalan, Chanma raises his spear and plunges it deep into Zalan's chest. Following a powerful swooshing noise, two students, Jingjing and Sun Ku, emerge from the portal after clearing the examination. Sun Ku turns around and is startled to see that the name at the top of the leaderboard is not his, but Li Hong's. Seeing this, Jingjing is also baffled and shocked that she lost to someone like Li Hong, whom she considers a loser. The guys around Jingjing assure her that first place will still be hers, pointing out that Li Hong is only level 7. Sun Ku comments that Li Hong must have cheated, and Jingjing agrees, saying she would be surprised if Li Hong didn't cheat. Meanwhile, Li Hong has been summoned to the dean's office, accused of cheating, and Li Hong, trembling, insists he didn't cheat. Lu Yanmin, the dean of the college, looks furious and tells Li Hong to speak the truth about how he passed the examination by himself. His eyes twitching with rage, Yanmin warns Li Hong that he will be expelled from the college if he doesn't reveal who helped him cheat. Hearing this, Li Hong starts sweating in fear and finally cracks, falling to his knees and admitting that Qianma helped him. Before they entered the realm, Qianma had told Li Hong how to take a secret path that would lead him directly behind the main boss. Hearing this, Yan Min is slightly surprised and asks if Qianma might be an actual genius at their college. Turning to Zhang Lei, Yan Min inquires about Qianma's examination results, and Zhang Lei reports that Qianma reached level 13 but still hasn't returned from the realm. Zhang Lei hands over a tablet containing a detailed report of Qianma's examination. Looking at the report, Yan Min's eyes widen in shock, and with a smile, he exclaims that Qianma's future is truly limitless. Meanwhile, back at the examination hall, more students exit the realm right after Jingjing and Sun Ku. The spectators note that the level 13 Qianma still hasn't come out, with only 15 minutes left until the examination ends. Inside the realm, Qianma is about to touch the awakening stone after defeating the final boss, but decides to complete the hidden mission first. So far, he has gathered the book, burning obsidian, withered wood, translucent crystal, broken sword, and finally, the hound's skull. He begins combining all of these items, forming a circle, and suddenly, dark chains fly out from the ground, bellowing upwards into the sky. A dark and booming voice calls out, asking who dares disturb its slumber. Expecting this, Qianma watches with interest as the great boss, Taman, stands before him. Noticing Qianma, Taman summons its massive sword and plunges it into the ground, causing it to shatter into countless chunks. Qianma begins retreating as the ground beneath him starts to crumble. The chunks of the ground are engulfed in lava, and the entire ground overflows with hot red liquid. After a while, the ground reforms, creating a large crater extending several feet around Taman, and Qianma retreats to the edge of the crater. Seeing such strength displayed by Taman, Qianma feels that Taman is stronger than Zalan and his two guards combined. Although Taman possesses overwhelming strength, he lacks agility, so Qianma decides to keep him under control and restrict his attacks. Taman spots Qianma and starts taking steps toward him, each step crushing the ground beneath him. Applying all his force to his thighs, Taman propels himself off the ground and strides directly toward Qianma. Meanwhile, Qianma begins rustling through his pocket and withdraws a special kind of sand, throwing it at Taman. The sand strikes Taman in the eyes, causing him to enter a blind state. The sand Qianma threw at Taman is a special skill that, after hitting the target, reduces their hit percentage and decreases their field of vision for 3 seconds. Although the sand throw isn't strong, Qianma thinks it's still useful against Taman to restrict his movements. Taman activates his passive skill, removing the effect of the sand throw on him. For his next move, Qianma summons a self-detonating robot and places it on the ground. He then performs a slide tackle, sliding closer to Taman, and since the slide tackle isn't enough, he clenches his fist and lands a powerful uppercut below Taman's jaw. Hit by this, Taman becomes dizzy for a moment, and taking this opportunity, Qianma jumps off the ground and grabs onto Taman's massive horns. Standing on Taman's back, Qianma summons a dagger from his inventory and plunges it behind Taman's head. With a swing of his leg, Qianma kicks Taman, sending him crashing to the ground. Taman falls right next to the self-detonating robot, which starts beeping rapidly. As Qianma grins widely, a massive explosion shakes the surroundings, sending rubble and smoke flying everywhere. Hit by the explosion, Taman groans in pain and tries to get up, but Qianma quickly pulls out 2 daggers and hurls them at Taman, each striking his hands and rooting them to the ground. Walking toward Taman, Qianma places a foot on his head and then points the massive gun right at his face, ready to finish him off. On the leaderboard, Qianma suddenly surges to first place, causing a wave of furious shouts from the audience, as the rankings are supposed to be based on who completes the examination first. The dean, Yan Min, hears these students complaining and talking about how Qianma probably won't pass the examination and won't come out. Irritated by these comments, Yan Min mutters to himself that the students are wrong, and Qianma will certainly come out before the timer ends. Seeing Yan Min this agitated, Zhang Lei is a little surprised and notes that Yan Min seems unusually confident that Qianma will pass. Now there's only 1 minute left until the examination ends, and the countdown begins from 59 seconds. Meanwhile, Qianma is still in the secret realm as the system congratulates him for killing all the bosses, granting a 50% reward increase and an additional 30k experience points. As he levels up to level 14, Qianma feels relieved that all the hard work he put in is being well rewarded. Since he already changed his class to Vagrant, he wonders if touching the awakening stone will even have any effect. Nevertheless, less. He touches the stone, and it begins reacting to his touch, as strange symbols appear around it. Suddenly, those symbols start flying into the air, mixed with crackling strands of lightning, and a voice congratulates Chanma for passing the examination. The symbols now hurl toward Chanma and begin entering his body, causing his eyes to crackle with energy. The transformation system levels up to 2, allowing 2/3 skills to transform, and with the Spellbinder class, it increases to 2/4, along with a 20% boost in Chanma's base critical hit rate. Seeing that he can transform 2 more skills, Chanma is satisfied with the rewards. He transforms the Gatling gun skill, resulting in a passive skill that gives a 25% chance of randomly firing 10 Gatling gun bullets with a 100% hit rate. With a 100% hit rate, Chanma breaks into a smile, knowing this will make it much easier for him to land hits on difficult monsters in the future. When fighting monsters of the same level, it is usually difficult, but with this passive skill, Chanma can gradually wear them down and defeat them. Now he has 1 more transformation remaining, so he decides to choose the most cost-effective skill to maximize his overall combat power. After some thought, he transforms the airborne skill and receives the wide sweep passive, which has a 10% chance of knocking down all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Chanma notes that compared to other airborne skills, the wide sweep requires less energy and is more efficient at knocking down multiple enemies. He then pulls out the status window and sees that his combat power is nearly 10k, hoping it will be enough for his journey to the mainland of Apocalypse. Meanwhile, back in the exam hall, the secret realm starts to close when suddenly a blinding flash of light emerges from the portal, causing the students to shield their eyes. Followed by his hands, Chanma casually steps out of the portal. Seeing him, Yenmin stares at him like he's some god, mesmerized by his very existence. Most of the students, upon seeing Chanma, shout angrily at him, calling him a fraud and demanding his expulsion. Hearing these shouts and complaints, Yenmin strides forward and bellows out to the entire exam hall, demanding silence. Feeling intimidated by this, all of the students fall dead silent, some even clasping their hands over their mouths. Approaching Chanma from behind, Yenmin asks him if he really passed, startling Chanma with his sudden appearance. Turning around to face Yenmin, Chanma confirms he did pass. His face glowing with pride, Yenmin grabs Chanma by the shoulders and calls him a heavenly genius, saying that he deserves first place. Sunko and Jingjing step forward, asking how Chanma can be in first place when he was the last to come out of the secret realm. The other students back those two and start shouting, accusing Chanma of cheating. Really annoyed with these accusations, Yenmin explains that the reason Chanma won is because he killed a hidden boss. Hearing this, Sunko and Jingjing are both shocked, as they never knew a hidden boss even existed. Xueqin, a rocker class homeroom teacher, is silent but is thinking that Chanma must have really cheated and wants to expose him. So, she jumps off the stands, walks down into the arena, and says that Chanma should tell everyone how he found and summoned the hidden boss. With a sharp tone, Chanma asks, "Why should I tell you?" Being talked to so bluntly like this, Xueqin is a little taken aback. Even the other students are scared, seeing Chanma disrespect Xueqin, as they know how strict she is. Sunko looks the most offended and reaches for his weapon, shouting at Chanma that he has gone too far by speaking to his teacher like this. Pulling out his massive sword and pointing it at Chanma, Sunko challenges him to a duel. Without flinching, Chanma calmly asks Sunko if he is even worthy of requesting a duel like this. Hearing Chanma's confident question about Sunko's worthiness, the students in the crowd lose their minds and begin shouting curses at him. Jingjing offers to join Sunko in a duel against Chanma if Chanma is so confident in his abilities. With an annoyed tone, Chanma bluntly asks Jingjing who she is. Seeing that Chanma doesn't recognize her, Jingjing is shocked and asks how he doesn't know her, but Chanma calmly responds that he's never heard of her. Enraged, Sunko bellows, warning Chanma that he is taking things too far and vows to teach him a lesson. He shouts out a challenge for an arena duel against Chanma. Xueqin knows that arena duels take place in front of a large crowd, and losing means losing all respect and any aura. On top of that, if she's right and Chanma cheated, he should be no match for Sunko. Cracking his knuckles, Chanma accepts Sunko's duel challenge. Yenmin thinks that Chanma has a really high temper and looks forward to witnessing his true strength. Leaning down, he hovers his left hand over the ground to create an arena for the two participants. Suddenly, a massive rectangular platform rises rises from the ground, several feet high. Yen Min tells the contenders to give their best and not have any regrets, and Sun Ke solemnly agrees. Sun Ke then turns to speak to Chanma, but Chanma cuts him off, telling him not to speak nonsense. Chanma jumps off the ground, landing on top of the arena, and tells Sun Ke to come and fight without wasting time. Really pissed off by Chanma's overconfidence, Sun Ke snarls, his teeth clenched, with energy crackling around him. Once on top of the arena, Sun Ke begins running in circles, moving with blinding speed. The students look visibly impressed, unable to properly spot Sun Ke due to his high-speed movement. Continuing to circle Chanma, Sun Ke mocks him, calling him a fraud before attempting to attack Chanma from behind. He thrusts his weapon toward Chanma from behind, thinking he's got him. However, Chanma quickly jumps forward and avoids the attack. With a smirk, Chanma asks Sun Ke if that's all he's got. Seeing Chanma dodge so easily, the spectators are bewildered, unsure how Chanma even saw an attack coming from behind him. Sun Ke points out that Chanma only dodged his attack by accident, raising his sword and declaring that Chanma won't be able to dodge the next one. Using his wide sweep skill, Sun Ke swings his sword in a large arc, forcing Chanma to block it, but the strength of the attack pushes Chanma backward after he blocks it. Sun Ke follows up with another attack and charges at Chanma. Using his uppercut skill, Sun Ke lifts Chanma off his feet and sends him flying high into the air. Chanma is startled as he sees Sun Ke's figure suddenly disappear from his starting position. In the blink of an eye, Sun Ke appears right behind Chanma, his sword raised high, ready to crush him. A massive explosion erupts in midair, causing a great amount of smoke. Seeing that Sun Ke's attack was successful, Xueqin and Jingjing look pleased, while Yen Min wears a horrified expression. As the dust clears, it reveals Sun Ke on the ground, exhausted from using back-to-back skills, but he's certain he just won. Suddenly, a foot strikes him on the right cheek, swung by Chanma, coming out of nowhere. This unexpected counterattack leaves Xueqin and Yen Min bewildered. Activating his passive skill, Chanma swings his sword in an upward direction, slashing at Sun Ke before dashing to the other end of the arena in a second. Hit by the ripple slash, Sun Ke drops and slams hard onto the arena's surface. Holding his sword, Chanma points out that Sun Ke's speed is too slow compared to his own. Xueqin is completely speechless after seeing Sun Ke defeated in just 30 seconds. Turning to face Jingjing, Chanma asks if she still wants to fight him. After witnessing Chanma's strength, Jingjing declines the fight, admitting that Chanma is too powerful. The other students also acknowledge Chanma's strength, confirming he wasn't cheating, and begin apologizing to him. Initially intimidated by Chanma, Jingjing now feels impressed by him and is actually drawn to him, seeing how strong he is. Meanwhile, Yen Min notes that Chanma is far superior to him when he was young and believes Chanma might actually become the legendary 5th-tier god. He then announces to everyone that, on behalf of the school, due to Chanma's outstanding performance, he will be awarded 1 million blue star currency and bestowed the title of Heaven's Pride Student. Hearing such a ridiculous announcement, the students and faculty teachers are left stunned. Analyzing everyone's reactions, Chanma thinks the title must be really formidable and wonders if he can exchange it for money. Zhang Lei points out that it's been more than 2 decades since a student was awarded the Heaven's Pride Student title. Xueqin, still shocked, thinks that Chanma will, at the very least, be a 4th-tier professional in the future with his current strength. She then approaches Chanma, grabbing his arm, and asks if he would like to be the class monitor of the rocket class, even offering him private tutoring. Hearing Xueqin offer to teach Chanma privately, the male students grow angry and jealous of Chanma and curse him. Snapping his hand from Xueqin's grasp, Chanma states that she can't teach him. Furthermore, he points out that not just Xueqin, but nobody in the college can teach him, as nobody is a vagrant. Gritting her teeth and feeling disrespected, Xueqin asks Chanma on what basis he thinks she can't teach him. Yen Min agrees with Chanma, acknowledging that they have no one who is experienced with the combos and skills of the vagrant class. Moreover, he points out that there isn't anyone throughout the country who could potentially teach Chanma. He tells Chanma to move forward and rely on himself, to which Chanma assures Yen Min that he chose the vagrant class and knows what he's doing. Now that there's no one who can teach him, Yen Min gives Chanma special authorization to self-study for the unified exam in a month. Chanma sincerely thanks Yen Min for his consideration and says he wants to ask him a question. With a nervous laugh, Chanma asks when the 1 million blue star currency will be deposited into his account. The very next day, news of Chanma receiving the Heaven's Pride student title spreads widely, with most newspapers covering it on their front pages. A number of reporters from various news companies flood the college, confronting Zhang Lei and bombarding him with countless questions. Meanwhile, at this moment, Chanma is at the Apocalypse Management Association, where his identity is being verified at the entrance. 100 years ago, when monsters descended onto Blue Star from the void and nearly massacred the human race to extinction, they retreated on their own accord. To fight back against the Great Calamity, humanity discovered the mainland of Apocalypse through a crack in the void where the monsters had entered and found a way to freely access it. Soon after, the frenzied era of the entire world entering the mainland of Apocalypse began, and the mainland gradually became a battlefield for awakeners from all countries. Compared to the simulated area in the school, the mainland of Apocalypse offers much more, so Chanma steps into the teleportation hub, ready to venture there. A second later, Chanma and the others arrive at the Shattered Archipelago, which Chanma finds similar to his previous world. A group of two notices Chanma and waves at him, offering him a spot in their team to hunt monsters together and level up, but Chanma ignores them and heads off on his own. A while later, he arrives at the deserted village and begins rummaging through the belongings of a destroyed house. After some searching, he spots what looks like a piece of parchment, and upon reading it, learns about a fisherman who had seen something dark in the nearby sea while fishing. As soon as Chanma finishes reading, the system assigns him a special mission to investigate the dark shadows the fisherman saw. Getting to his feet, Chanma notes that he knew this hidden mission would be here, based on his experience in this game from his previous life. Meanwhile, at Disastrous Beach, a famous mutant sea turtle hunting spot, half a dozen players have already gathered and begun their hunt. Suddenly, four large fireballs come hurling from the sky, crashing down on some of the players. The fat guy and some others get hit by the fireballs, unable to dodge or block in time. A taller guy confronts those who launched the fireballs and warns them that fighting with fellow humans is illegal and against the rules. Ding Hong, the guy who attacked with fireballs, claims he was aiming for the monsters and declares that all the monsters on this part of the beach belong to him and his team. Hearing this, the previous guy shouts angrily that this is a public area and doesn't belong to anyone, when suddenly he receives a small cut on his cheek. Smirking widely, Ding Hong asks the guy if he really wants to mess with them and suggests he just turn around and leave. Deciding not to get into trouble, the others choose to leave, with one of them carrying the fat guy who was hit by the fireball. After they leave, Zhao Yanner spots Chanma still farming the turtles nearby and tells Ding Hong about him. They also realize that Chanma is just a simple vagrant and not even a little threat to them. Ding Hong uses a skill called Taunting Chains and summons many dark chains that fly in all directions, binding all of the turtles and dealing them little damage. Seeing Ding Hong try to steal all the kills, Chanma becomes alert, knowing that the person who lowers the monster's health by the set amount first gets all the rewards, even if someone else finishes it. Right then, a large circular rune appears above the sky, and from it, massive chunks of pointed ice crystals rain down upon the turtles and Chanma. Ding Hong and his friend, who used the snowstorm attack, blame Chanma for trying to steal their monsters, saying he deserves to be finished off. The students who were chased off earlier give Chanma sympathetic looks, thinking he got himself finished for no reason. Right then, Ding Hong and his friends hear some banging noises coming from the smoke and dust where the ice crystals had bombarded. The students who were chased off also hear the noise, and are surprised that Chanma managed to survive. With an angry look, Ding Hong tells his friends to hurry up and cast another snowstorm to destroy Chanma and the turtles. The friends follow his orders and bombard the remaining turtles with sharp ice crystals. As the turtles are finished off one by one, Chanma receives the credit and rewards, and he thanks the three idiots for leashing the monsters for him. Seeing Chanma take all the rewards, Ding Hong is shocked and angry, and he vows to make Chanma pay for it. Watching Chanma claim all the monsters from Ding Hong's group, the oppressed dudes burst into laughter, mocking Ding Hong and his allies. Humiliated and enraged, Ding Hong clenches his fists, ready to retaliate, but Yenner holds him back. Yenner points out that Chanma's damage output surpasses their combined strength and warns Ding Hong against taking the risk of confronting him. Reluctantly agreeing, Ding Hong glares at Chanma and declares that their score will be settled in the future before turning to leave. As the trio walks away, Chanma's voice stops them, stating he hasn't given them permission to leave. Turning back, Ding Hong looks uneasy as he asks what Chanma wants from them, especially since he has already taken all the monsters. With a calm but firm tone, Chanma demands that Ding Hong and his group hand over every item they've farmed within the next minute. Outraged by such audacity, Wei Jin whirls around, points his staff at Chanma, and begins channeling a powerful spell in response. The other dudes recognize the skill Wei Jin is casting, knowing it to be the explosive fireball technique, a spell capable of devastating damage. damage. While preparing the fireball, Wei Jin notices that Chanma remains motionless, seemingly unfazed, and assumes he's frozen in fear. A confident smirk spreads across Wei Jin's face as he believes Chanma is too terrified to even dodge the incoming attack. The spell finally completes, and a massive fireball emerges from Wei Jin's staff, hurtling straight toward Chanma with destructive force. Switching his weapon to a pair of boxing gloves, Chanma thrusts his fist forward to intercept the blazing projectile. As if punching through thin air, Chanma not only nullifies the fireball but redirects its shockwave back toward Wei Jin, sending him flying. Before Wei Jin can regain his footing midair, Chanma suddenly appears beside him and delivers a powerful kick to his torso. The force of the kick sends Wei Jin crashing to the ground several feet away, his body hitting the dirt with a resounding thud. Trembling with fury, Wei Jin rises to his feet and vows that the fight is far from over, preparing himself to attack again. However, Ding Hong interrupts with a fearful expression, scolding Wei Jin and urging him to stop embarrassing himself further. To everyone's shock, Ding Hong retrieves a small pouch from Wei Jin's pocket and offers it to Chanma as a gesture of surrender. Inspecting the pouch, Chanma finds it contains 120 turtle tails and, satisfied, grants Ding Hong and his companions permission to leave. As Ding Hong's group flees the scene, the previously bullied dudes stare in awe, thoroughly impressed by Chanma's strength and composure. Filled with admiration, two of the dudes approach Chanma, applauding him, and ask him to form a team with them as their leader. Although flattered by their request, Chanma has no interest in teaming up with anyone. For the hidden mission involving the disappearing Dark Shadow, Chanma needs a total of 400 sea turtle tails, and still lacks 239. After a night of grinding, the morning sun reveals the beach littered with turtle bodies as Chanma collapses from exhaustion, completing the 400 tails requirement. Opening his status window, he sees that he is now level 15, with 100 agility and an impressive 10,255 combat power. Reflecting on his progress, he notes that he assigned all 6 unspent stat points to agility, making him nearly unstoppable against low-level monsters. Fully prepared, Chanma feels confident and ready to tackle the hidden mission and claim the novice weapon as a reward. Meanwhile, back at Molan University, Ding Hong and his group return, with Ding Hong fuming and plotting revenge against Chanma. Yenner mentions that she has recruited someone to monitor Chanma, while Wei Jin reveals he has contacted 30 top first-year students to assist them. Smiling slyly, Ding Hong remarks that they are almost ready but need one more key player, prompting Yenner to ask if he means Gu Yunfei. With a sinister grin, Ding Hong confirms that he is referring to Gu Yunfei, the provincial top scorer with a rumored S-rank talent. Wei Jin notes Gu Yunfei's independence and reluctance to cooperate, but Ding Hong confidently states he's willing to spend any amount to secure his help. Shortly after, the trio arrives at a training field where they witness an enormous fireball erupting into the sky. As the fireball dissipates, Ding Hong claps enthusiastically and praises the person who conjured it, clearly impressed. Hearing Ding Hong's voice, Gu Yunfei turns to face them and comments on how rare it is for someone to disturb him, then asks for their purpose. Without hesitation, Ding Hong states his intention to invite Gu Yunfei, but before he can elaborate, Gu Yunfei curtly declines. In desperation, Ding Hong pleads for Gu Yunfei's assistance, emphasizing how much they need his strength. Ding Hong even promises to provide resources to help Gu Yunfei undergo his second-class change, but Gu Yunfei remains uninterested. As Gu Yunfei begins to walk away, Ding Hong and Yenner chase after him, begging him to reconsider and listen to their plea. Desperately, Ding Hong explains how Chanma, a mere level 14 student, defeated Wei Jin with ease and humiliated their entire group. Still unmoved, Gu Yunfei shows no interest until Ding Hong mentions that Chanma is a vagrant, which finally catches his attention. Intrigued by this revelation, Gu Yunfei stops in his tracks, smirks, and declares that Chanma will be a worthy opponent for him. Stepping into a fishing gear store, Chanma greets the shopkeeper and asks him to show the best fishing rods and baits available. Chanma needs the fishing gear because these items, along with the turtle tails, are essential for completing the hidden mission. Adjusting his glasses, the shopkeeper tells Chanma to browse the item list and select what he needs for himself. After examining the displayed items on the screen, Chanma confidently requests an exquisite black bamboo fishing rod and 10 high-grade bloodworms. Hearing Chanma's knowledgeable tone, the shopkeeper is taken aback, as he initially assumed Chanma was there to waste his time. Realizing Chanma's expertise, the shopkeeper hurriedly kneels and rushes to meet him, marveling at how skilled Chanma must be at fishing. The shopkeeper introduces himself and curiously asks if Chanma comes from a fishing family, but Chanma replies that it's merely his hobby. Impressed by Chanma's vast fishing knowledge, the shopkeeper praises him, offers a hefty discount on the items, and asks for only 10 gold coins. The shopkeeper, gripping Chanma's hand, urges urges him to return and sell any valuable catches directly to him in the future. Hours later, Chanma arrives back at the beach and stands on a cliff, gazing at the vast ocean stretching toward a small island in the distance. Using his knowledge from his past life, Chanma identifies the island as a unique location where a rare boss spawns every 72 hours. Determined, Chanma dives off the cliff into the sea to defeat the rare boss and acquire an item for underwater breathing. Startled by the loud splash, the nearby students farming monsters on the beach turn their attention to the sea. In the Apocalypse mainland, it's known that people can only stay underwater for 2 minutes before losing health, with the sea filled with deadly monsters. Seeing Chanma dive alone, the students pause their farming and watch the sea, wondering if he will survive. Meanwhile, two masked figures hiding behind some bushes overhear the Awakeners discussing Chanma's daring leap into the sea. Motivated by the bounty Yenner has offered, the two assassins decide to follow Chanma into the sea and finish him off. Emerging on the distant island, Chanma surveys his surroundings, ready for the challenge ahead. The two assassins also arrive on the island shortly after and decide to hide behind massive rocks, planning to ambush Chanma when he returns. In the center of the island, several large rocks are arranged in a circle, creating an ominous setting. Chanma arrives at the location and confirms it matches the spot he had been searching for. As he steps onto a small water channel in the ground, a slimy, liquid-like substance begins materializing in the air before him. Chanma pulls the novice staff from his inventory and braces himself for the impending fight. Moments later, the slimy mass takes the form of a level 18 elemental monster, its presence radiating hostility. Without hesitation, Chanma raises his staff and launches a fireball at the monster, initiating the battle. The fireball connects with the monster, dealing 439 points of damage and enraging it further. Locking its gaze on Chanma, the monster emits a deafening roar and fires acidic, slimy liquid projectiles toward him. Chanma quickly dodges, observing as one of the acid droplets strikes the ground and corrodes it instantly. The monster intensifies its assault, raining more acidic projectiles, but Chanma moves swiftly and avoids each attack. Closing the distance, Chanma switches his weapon to a longsword and activates the ripple slash skill. Swinging the blade upward, he unleashes a sharp energy slash at the monster, aiming to weaken it further. The ripple slash passive triggers, causing multiple energy slashes to erupt and barrage the monster with devastating force. Enraged by the relentless attacks, the monster lets out a furious howl and releases a green, poisonous gas into the air. Recognizing the gas as a radioactive cloud that saps health continuously, Chanma switches his weapon to a Gatling gun. With a sly grin, Chanma aims slightly above the monster and unleashes a barrage of bullets at the cliffs behind it. The relentless assault shatters the cliff, causing massive rocks to collapse and crush the monster beneath their weight. Stepping back to avoid being caught in the debris, Chanma watches as the monster succumbs to the devastating attack. With the monster defeated, Chanma spots the water vine staff among the drops, the very item he had been seeking. The water vine staff grants the ability to breathe underwater indefinitely. Raising the staff high, Chanma admires its functionality, confirming it retains the same effect as it did in his previous life. Now equipped with everything he needs, Chanma resolves to fish for the disappearing dark shadow and complete his mission. Gazing at the sea, Chanma steels himself for the challenge, acknowledging the hidden boss he seeks is among the strongest he's ever faced. Turning toward the large stones on the beach, Chanma notices the two assassins still hiding there, oblivious to his awareness. Activating the water vine staff's effect, Chanma dives back into the water, heading toward the ocean depths. Meanwhile, the two assassins remain hidden, waiting for Chanma to return, unaware he has already left the island. One assassin suggests searching the island, suspecting that a monster may have already killed Chanma since he hasn't returned in hours. After an exhaustive search, the assassins fail to find any trace of Chanma and conclude he is too cunning for them. Frustrated, they contact Yenner, informing her of their failure and their decision to abandon the deal. Chanma arrives at the Shattered Archipelago's fishing spot, confident that this is where the disappearing dark shadow can be found. While searching for an ideal fishing location, he notices that someone has already claimed the best spot and is busy fishing. Chanma tries to check the man's stats, but the system fails to display any information about him. Spotting Chanma standing behind him, the old man asks if he has come to fish. The old man also warns Chanma not to pick a fight with him and advises him to simply sit down and fish. Deciding it's best to avoid trouble, Chanma takes a spot beside the man and kneels to begin fishing. Watching Chanma, the old man remarks to himself that Chanma must be quite daring to come to such a place. Within 2 minutes, Chanma successfully catches an 8-pound grass carp and pulls it out of the water. Unhooking the fish, Chanma comments on his luck for catching such an exotic fish on his first try, and the old man agrees he is indeed fortunate. Just a minute later, Chanma catches a 9.5-pound red maple fish, followed by another 8.2-pound grass carp 2 minutes later, leaving the old man astonished. Laughing, the old man acknowledges Chanma's impressive fishing skills for someone so young and finds it quite admirable. Turning to Chanma, the old man comments on his strength and raises a hand toward him as his eyes suddenly glow crimson red. Sensing danger, Chanma dashes aside and withdraws his Gatling gun as the old man asks why he chose the path of a vagrant. Resting the Gatling gun on his shoulder, Chanma responds by asking why he shouldn't walk the path of a vagrant. Standing up, the old man notes that he understands Chanma's desire to become unstoppable as a vagrant and offers to make him his disciple. However, Chanma declines, stating he wishes to walk this path alone, prompting the old man to toss him a ring and suggest reaching out if he ever needs help. Meanwhile, in a group chat, some individuals inform Zhao Yan'er that they have located Chanma and share his coordinates. Hours later, at Moling University's Management Association, dozens of students, led by Ding Hong, march out of the gates, determined to deal with Chanma. Gu Yunfei is among the group, planning to let the others fight Chanma first and step in only if Chanma manages to defeat them. Xiao Zhang, an employee of the Management Association, reports to the chief that Ding Hong has left with 20 people. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhonglei, a mid-level official, instructs Xiao Zhang to follow Ding Hong and report back if anything significant occurs. After putting down the receiver, Chief Wu runs a hand through his hair, visibly frustrated by Ding Hong's repeated troublemaking. Back on the island, Chanma continues fishing, noting he has only 39 turtle tails left, having used the others as bait. Just then, Ding Hong and his group arrive, shouting at Chanma, who recognizes Ding Hong and mocks him for bringing reinforcements. Hearing Chanma's words, Gu Yunfei concludes that Chanma is as arrogant as he had suspected. Ding Hong shouts insults at Chanma and declares that his team will teach him a lesson right there and then. Suddenly, the system alerts Chanma that his hook has caught an unknown object, and he suspects it might be the disappearing dark shadow. Immediately, the sea begins to rage as enormous waves rise, signaling the emergence of a massive creature. Ding Hong and the others are left dumbfounded as a gigantic monster appears before them, their jaws dropping in disbelief. A level 22 elite chieftain monster, known as the prince of its race, Nazjak, towers over Chanma with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Even Gu Yunfei looks uneasy, recognizing that the monster is far too powerful for him to take on alone. One of the group members identifies the creature as an extremely rare boss and suggests they team up to defeat it and claim valuable loot. With a smirk, Chanma throws the remaining turtle tails toward Ding Hong's group, daring them to survive the encounter. Drawn to the turtle tails, Nazjak leaps from the water and charges toward the group where Chanma had thrown the bait. Using immense force, Nazjak slams his weapon into the ground near them, sending 3 people flying. Reacting quickly, Gu Yunfei summons his staff, raises it, and conjures sharp ice chunks to encircle Nazjak. As the chaos ensues, Ding Hong dashes away from the fight, instructing Gu Yunfei to handle Nazjak while he deals with Chanma. Chanma watches as 3 swordsmen rush toward him, with several mages lagging behind, preparing to attack from a distance. He swiftly summons a lance from his inventory and uses the wide sweep skill to strike at the 3 swordsmen. After defeating the swordsmen, Chanma quickly switches weapons, withdraws shurikens, and hurls them at the mages channeling spells. The shurikens interrupt the mages, resetting their spells, leaving Ding Hong momentarily shocked. Chanma then switches to a one-handed sword, charges at the mages, and slashes them, sending them flying backward. The mages crash to the ground, and the swordsmen, still lying nearby, are stunned by Chanma's speed and reaction time. Meanwhile, Nazjak, heavily wounded, enters berserk mode, shattering the ice structures around him and letting out a deafening roar. In his fury, Nazjak slams his weapon into the ground, causing the terrain to crack and collapse. Within moments, the entire area is flooded as seawater rises and submerges the battlefield. Smiling, Chanma realizes that Nazjak has entered the second phase of the fight and activates the water vine staff's effect, allowing him to breathe underwater. Nazjak enters his second phase, gaining 30 seconds of invincible immobility as he hovers above the sea, leaving everyone submerged. Wei Jun and Zhao Yan'er suggest retreating, leaving Chanma to be dealt with by Nazjak, as their mages are now at a disadvantage. Ding Hong clenches his fists in frustration, silently cursing his inability to defeat Chanma despite all his preparations. Gu Yunfei declares that even if Ding Hong and the others flee, he will remain behind to confront Chanma personally. Hearing Gu Yunfei's resolve, Ding Hong turns to the others, urging them to stay and offering to double their pay if they fight Chanma. Enticed by the promise of extra payment, the thugs grin and charge toward Chanma with their weapons drawn. Chanma observes the approaching ambush with a wide grin, appearing unfazed. As spell after spell flies toward him, Chanma moves with agility, dodging each one like a fish in water. Although he could continue evading, Chanma decides not to waste time as Nasjak's 30-second countdown is short and dives deeper into the ocean's darkness. As a result, Ding Hong completely loses sight of Chanma in the water. When the 30 seconds elapse, Nasjak regains mobility and immediately dives into the water, charging at the lingering fighters with his mouth wide open. Ding Hong is startled as he suddenly remembers Nasjak, having been entirely focused on Chanma until now. Nasjak generates multiple deep-sea whirlpools, pulling in nearby fighters and eliciting panicked screams from those caught in their grip. Ding Hong desperately swims around the whirlpools, trying to evade them, while those trapped are dragged toward the ocean's depths. Out of nowhere, an explosive fireball strikes Nasjak's right eye, dealing 298 damage. Gu Yunfei, the one who launched the fireball, is surprised to see his attack deal so little damage, not even half of its usual potency. Ding Hong reminds Gu Yunfei that being underwater significantly weakens fire-based skills, reducing their effectiveness. He suggests that they retreat and leave Chanma behind, and for once, Gu Yunfei agrees. The group begins kicking violently toward the surface, desperate to escape the chaos below. Nasjak, unwilling to let them flee, opens his mouth and unleashes a massive wave of freezing currents, engulfing the escaping fighters. As the icy wave hits, Ding Hong and the others notice frost forming on their bodies, gradually immobilizing them. Within seconds, Ding Hong finds himself entirely encased in ice, his body succumbing to oxygen deprivation as he becomes unable to move. Before losing consciousness, Ding Hong spots Chanma still alive and unaffected by the freezing trap. With that, Ding Hong and the others sink helplessly into the ocean's depths, meeting their grim fate. Now, only Chanma and Nasjak remain, locked in an underwater confrontation. Nasjak releases another wave of freezing currents, this time aimed directly at Chanma. As a countermeasure, Chanma raises his hands and conjures a telekinetic shield to block the incoming attack. The shield successfully holds against the freezing current, keeping Chanma unharmed. To close the distance between himself and Nasjak, Chanma equips the voyage boots from his inventory, gaining a significant speed boost. Using his improved haste, Chanma rapidly swims toward Nasjak with precision and determination. Once within striking distance, Chanma switches his weapon to a one-handed sword and grasps it tightly with both hands. He thrusts the sword forward with force, plunging it deep below one of Nasjak's massive eyes. Agonized, Nasjak violently jerks his head, swatting Chanma away like an insect. As the sword shatters into pieces, Chanma promptly switches weapons, summoning the Gatling gun from his inventory. Floating upside down, Chanma aims the Gatling gun at Nasjak and opens fire with relentless precision. The gun's passive ability activates, enhancing the damage and delivering devastating critical hits to Nasjak. After enduring multiple rounds of bullets, Nasjak is left with only 101 health points, prompting Chanma to prepare a finishing move. Realizing his imminent defeat, Nasjak declares his intent to drag Chanma down with him and lunges forward with his jaws wide open. Unwavering, Chanma remains in position and hurls a shuriken with incredible speed, striking Nasjak and dealing 120 damage. With this final attack, Nasjak's health drops to 0, and he is ultimately defeated. The victory grants Chanma enough experience to level up to 17, along with a golden chest as a reward. A few minutes later, Chanma surfaces from the water and eagerly opens the golden chest. From the chest, he obtains an epic-grade accessory called the Tidal Charm, which can unleash a shockwave that stuns enemies for 4 seconds. Elated, Chanma considers the Tidal Charm an invaluable asset, knowing it will prove effective against both monsters and humans in future battles. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng City's Education Bureau, a heated debate unfolds about awarding Chanma the recommendation quota for this year. Li Tian, a Stage 3 expert, advocates for Chanma, strongly believing he is deserving of the spot. However, Wang Tianfeng, another Stage 3 expert, opposes the idea, arguing that the sole recommendation spot shouldn't be wasted on a vagrant like Chanma. Rising to his feet, Li Tian accuses Wang Tianfeng of letting personal grudges influence his judgment under the guise of public interest. A blonde-haired man seated across the room claps his hands to interrupt the argument, suggesting a straightforward resolution. He proposes they hold a duel between Chanma and Li Daoyu from Manhwa High School, the originally planned candidate, with the winner earning the recommendation spot. The next day, Chanma visits the fishing supplies shop, where the shopkeeper weighs his catch and announces a total of 734 pounds of fish. The shopkeeper hands Chanma 48 gold coins as payment for the fish, and Chanma feels satisfied with the earnings. A news report on the nearby television grabs Chanma's attention when he hears Jiangcheng College being mentioned. The shopkeeper explains to Chanma that Jiangcheng and Manhwa colleges have organized an inter-school competition for the recommendation spot. Shocked by the announcement, Chanma wonders aloud why no one had informed him about such an important event. Checking his call logs, Chanma sees 99 missed calls from Zhang Lei, realizing he must have been trying to notify him about the competition. Meanwhile, in a grand arena, a speaker announces that the competition will be a 5v5 team battle, with each college providing 20 contestants for consecutive duels until one side is eliminated. The arena is massive, and thousands of spectators fill the stands, eagerly awaiting the matches. The announcer introduces the first 5 contestants from Jiangcheng College, followed by the first 5 from Manhwa College. The crowd erupts into cheers, passionately encouraging the fighters representing their college. With a smug tone, Wang Tianfeng remarks that Chanma must be too scared to show up, while Li Tian confidently assures that Chanma will arrive soon. Among Manhwa College's representatives, Li Daoyu mocks Chanma, calling him trash for avoiding the fight. Jingjing appears visibly upset and angry at Chanma for being careless and missing such a critical event. Turning to her team, she outlines their strategy, instructing the mages to stay back and protect the priest from surprise attacks. She further directs the grappler and the berserker to coordinate and rush the enemy mage, ensuring he can't cast spells. Acting as the competition supervisor, Li Tian speaks into the microphone, officially declaring the match to begin. Without hesitation, Jiangcheng College's team charges into offense, with the grappler and the berserker leading the attack. The fierce battle erupts as Manhwa College's team quickly counters and fights back. With Jingjing providing firepower support, the grappler sneaks around to flank Li Daoyu, searching for an opening. While Li Daoyu focuses on the front, the grappler lunges from behind with his fist raised, aiming to take him down. However, a knight from Manhwa College intercepts the grappler, striking him with a shield and sending him flying. The assassin from Manhwa College activates his invisibility skill, disappearing from sight entirely. The priest from Jiangcheng College notices the assassin's disappearance and urgently warns Jingjing to stay alert for an ambush. Unfortunately, the warning comes too late, and the assassin strikes Jingjing from behind. Despite the sneak attack, Jingjing musters her strength, delivering a powerful kick that sends the assassin flying backward. Jingjing questions why she was targeted instead of the priest. Li Daoyu smugly explains that Jingjing, as the gunner, is a far greater threat than the priest, all while beginning to cast his lightning ball skill. The crowd is shocked to see the skill only requires 3 seconds to cast, as opposed to the usual 5, leaving many wondering how this is possible. With a confident chuckle, Wang Tianfeng speaks into the microphone, explaining that Li Daoyu awakened an S-rank talent, which reduces all his spell casting times by 30%. 3 seconds later, Li Daoyu completes the spell, launching a massive lightning ball directly at Jingjing. Reacting quickly, the priest casts a protective shield around Jingjing just as she leaps to avoid the incoming attack. However, the lightning ball changes direction mid-air, striking Jingjing and locking onto her, leaving no room for escape. A moment later, the lightning ball explodes with immense energy. Gravely injured by the attack, Jingjing collapses to the ground and loses consciousness. Seeing her student in such a state, Zhao Erlong rushes into the arena, kneeling beside Jingjing, and declares that Jiangcheng College will concede. Li Daoyu bursts into laughter, mocking Jiangcheng College, and boasts that they will crumble beneath Manhwa College's might. After several rounds, the scoreboard shows Jiangcheng College with 4 points and Manhwa College with 18 points. The students from Jiangcheng College in the audience look worried, fearing their school is on the verge of humiliation. Smirking, Wang Tianfeng taunts Yan Min, suggesting he concede to preserve the school's dignity, but Yan Min firmly declares the fight isn't over yet. Roaring with laughter, Wang Tianfeng relishes the moment, anticipating Jiangcheng College's ultimate defeat. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei continues to desperately call Chanma, growing more anxious with each attempt. In the arena, another Jiangcheng contestant gets struck by a berserker from Manhwa College and is sent flying. At that critical moment, Chanma arrives, catching the fallen contestant before she hits the ground, stunning the entire crowd. Gently placing the girl down, Chanma rises and faces Wang Dalai from Manhwa College, who mocks him, claiming his arrival won't change the outcome. Without hesitation, Wang Dalai charges at Chanma, determined to prove his point. Chanma calmly withdraws his Gatling gun and fires, shattering Wang Dalai's weapon before pelting him with bullets. Overwhelmed by the attack, Wang Dalai collapses face first onto the ground. With a bored expression, Chanma casually asks who will challenge him next. Witnessing Chanma's instant victory, the crowd erupts into cheers, with some left speechless by his performance. Standing tall in the arena, Chanma exudes an aura of dominance, his massive Gatling gun resting on his shoulder like a boss. Witnessing Chanma's astonishing level 17 as a vagrant, Tianfeng slams the table, demanding to know how this is possible. Turning to Yanmin, Tianfeng growls, asking if this is part of his plan, while Yanmin is smiling in relief. Li Tian, pleased by Chanma's display, praises Yanmin's patience in holding back his trump card. As Zhou Luoqi from Manhwa College steps into the arena to face Chanma, the entire crowd erupts into chants of Chanma's name. Overwhelmed with nervousness and visibly trembling, Zhou Luoqi drops to his knees and pleads with Chanma to give him a few pointers. Glancing down at Luoqi, Chanma calmly tells him to stop wasting time and start the fight. Although hesitant, Luoqi finally musters courage, uses the stealth assassin skill, and vanishes from view. Leaping into the air, Chanma activates the grappler skill and slams into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocks Luoqi off his feet and reveals his position. Observing this move, someone in the crowd explains that area of effect attacks can expose hidden opponents. Standing confidently, Chanma looks down at the unconscious Luoqi, who appears to have fainted from the single attack. Witnessing Chanma's overwhelming strength, Zhang Lei realizes why the college was so eager to support him. 10 minutes after Chanma's arrival, the score is now tied at 19-19 between Jiangcheng College and Manhwa College. Bursting into a room, a panicked individual swings the door open and urgently wakes Li Daoyu, claiming something terrible is happening. Opening his eyes groggily, Li Daoyu dismissively states that he is resting and asks why the junior is causing such a commotion. The junior informs him that Chanma has arrived and secured 8 consecutive wins within just 10 minutes. Hearing the shocking news, Li Daoyu sits up, visibly stunned. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng College's supporters cheer loudly, their spirits reignited now that the score is tied and tensions are rising. Up next is Li Jiamu, a martial artist from Manhwa College, who steps forward trembling in terror. At that moment, Li Daoyu walks into the arena and accuses Chanma of unfairly targeting students with lower levels. With a serious expression, Li Daoyu boldly challenges Chanma to fight him instead. However, Zhang Lei interjects, reminding that according to the rules, once a participant leaves the arena, they cannot re-enter. Ignoring Zhang Lei, Li Daoyu taunts Chanma, questioning if he's too afraid to accept the challenge. In response, Chanma agrees to fight but adds that Li Daoyu can team up with Li Jiamu to face him in a 2-versus-1 battle. Hearing Chanma's confidence, Manhwa College's students start cursing him, accusing him of disrespecting their senior. Li Tian turns to Yanmin, asking if he is willing to allow Li Daoyu to rejoin the fight. After a brief pause, Yanmin declares to the arena that he consents to the fight. With no objections from either side, Zhang Lei announces that the final match will be between Chanma and the duo of Li Daoyu and Li Jiamu. Jumping into the arena, Li Daoyu instructs Li Jiamu to focus on distracting Chanma. Zhang Lei raises his hand and signals the beginning of the fight. Without hesitation, Li Jiamu charges at Chanma and thrusts his fist toward him. Chanma ducks to avoid the punch and simultaneously equips his boxing gloves. Delivering a powerful blow, Chanma punches Li Jiamu in the stomach, sending him flying backward. As Li Jiamu remains airborne, Chanma leaps into the air, preparing for another attack. Using the Rising Dragon Fist skill, Chanma launches a dragon-shaped energy projection at Li Jiamu. Li Jiamu crashes to the ground in a burst of dust and debris, while Chanma lands gracefully on his feet. Watching Chanma defeat Jiamu in one move, the crowd goes wild, cheering even louder. Meanwhile, Li Daoyu, unnoticed by Chanma, conjures a massive lightning ball spell far more powerful than his usual cast. Even Chanma, upon seeing the spell, senses something unusual about its strength. Noticing Chanma's startled expression, Li Daoyu mocks him before laughing maniacally and launching the lightning ball. Chanma braces himself, raising both hands to channel a telekinetic shield for defense. The lightning ball collides with Chanma's shield, causing a deafening explosion that engulfs the area in smoke and dust. Emerging unscathed from the dust cloud, Chanma accuses Li Daoyu of cheating by receiving the second-tier blessing of the secret realm. Stunned by Chanma's survival, Li Daoyu denies the accusation, claiming there is no evidence. A student, confused by Chanma's accusation, asks another student to explain the secret realm blessing. The second student clarifies that the blessing is a special buff obtained by completing the college's secret realm challenges. He further explains that the college's Crevice of Flames has 2 difficulty modes: Easy, which grants class awakening for levels 1 to 10 of the crevice, and Medium, which grants the blessing for levels 10 to 20. Knowing Li Daoyu's party couldn't complete the medium difficulty due to their low level, Jiangcheng supporters demand an investigation, suspecting outside assistance. Li Tian questions Yanmin, asking if he knew about this beforehand. Yanmin replies that without Chanma's keen observation, it would have been even hard to detect and suggests checking the data. Trying to shift the blame, Tianfeng accuses Qianma of making baseless claims and questions how he noticed what experts couldn't. Hearing this, some students begin doubting Qianma, suspecting he might be lying. Qianma, unfazed, sees through Tianfeng's ploy to deflect blame and counter the allegations. Tianfeng remains convinced that Qianma must be hiding something to have reached level 17 so quickly. With a confident tone, Qianma explains that his extensive knowledge of every class's skills allowed him to recognize Li Daoyu's cheating. Tianfeng bellows, pointing out that Qianma is just a child who hasn't finished school and accuses him of boasting. Qianma listens silently while the students begin doubting his abilities, assuming he is merely pretending to be knowledgeable. After his furious outburst, Tianfeng dares Qianma to prove his expertise by answering a question about the properties of the infighter's skill, will driver. The absurdity of the question, especially about a little-known class, leads some students to believe Qianma won't be able to answer. Tianfeng also appears confident in this assumption, grinning smugly as he waits for Qianma's response. However, Qianma surprises everyone by answering the question in a manner that suggests he has first-hand experience with the technique. His detailed and confident explanation leaves Tianfeng completely stunned, gasping in shock. The students, equally impressed and astonished, begin praising Qianma's talent and remarkable knowledge. Pointing a finger at Qianma, Li Daoyu also challenges him, asking if he can identify the hidden trait exclusive to the warlock class. These back-to-back questions enrage Qianma's supporters, who complain he is being treated like an answering machine. With a relaxed tone, Qianma states that the warlock class's hidden trait is adding a buff to their spells after mastering incantations. Elaborating further, like Tianfeng, Li Daoyu stares at Qianma in disbelief, demanding to know how he possesses such knowledge. Dazed by the response, Li Daoyu trembles, stumbles backward, and falls off the arena, crashing to the ground below. Tianfeng, looking dejected with his head bowed, is asked by Li Tian what he thinks of Qianma's victory. Sitting down in defeat, Tianfeng admits his loss and takes full responsibility for everything that transpired, including the outcome of the tournament. Li Tian turns to Qianma and the crowd, announcing Jiangcheng College as the winner and Manhwa College disqualified for cheating. Qianma feels the spotlight on him as cheers erupt from the students of Jiangcheng College. Leaping into the arena, Yan Min declares that the sole recommendation spot for the top 10 universities is awarded to Qianma. Qianma responds by asking Yan Min about the types and qualities of secret realms available at each of those top 10 universities. Soon after, Yan Min, Qianma, and Li Tian gather in the headmaster's office, where Qianma is given a book detailing the secret realms within the universities, as requested. After a brief examination, Qianma notes that Xinyu University has numerous secret realms and wonders why it isn't in the top 10. Setting his cup down, Li Tian explains that 50 years ago, Xinyu University was the nation's top institution, boasting countless secret realms and powerful students. Over time, newer schools with their own secret realms emerged, creating more competition and challenges for Xinyu University's students. Xinyu University's secret realms proved far more difficult, forcing students to seek continuous blessings to grow stronger. As a result, the increasingly challenging dungeons caused many students to give up, leading to the university's gradual decline. After hearing the backstory, Qianma examines the report and notes that Xinyu University has most of the instance dungeons he needs. Closing the book with a snap, he declares he will return the recommendation spot to Jiangcheng College and take the university entrance exams to choose a different school. Shocked by this decision, Li Tian urges Qianma to reconsider and ensure that he won't regret this choice in the future. However, Yan Min remains supportive, offering no objections and encouraging Qianma to make any further requests he might have. Handing over a piece of parchment, Qianma informs Yan Min that it contains a list of supplies he needs from the college. After reading the list, Yan Min is stunned and accuses Qianma of trying to rob him blind with such outrageous demands. Meanwhile, at Moling University's Management Association, Xiao Zhang visits Chief Wu to report he has downloaded all data from the Novice Beach, including Qianma's information. Taking the tablet, Chief Wu begins reviewing the data, intrigued by how Qianma has proven to be such a genius. The data includes Qianma's name, college affiliation, and class details, further highlighting his extraordinary achievements. Xiao Zhang informs Chief Wu that Qianma even managed to defeat a level 22 rare boss, prompting Chief Wu to remark that Qianma is destined for greatness. As Chief Wu browses the records, he notices a mysterious entry with no details or combat power listed, leaving him puzzled about this enigmatic figure. Chief Wu speculates that the unknown individual must be incredibly strong and wonders why they had been with Qianma for some time. At that moment, Xiao Zhang receives a message that a representative from Moling University has come to visit. Chief Wu heads to the guest reception room but is greeted instead by an angry mob of parents demanding justice. These parents are furious because their children, defeated by Nasjak, had respawned with their levels reduced by 4. Zhong Hongshan, Moling University's vice principal, arrives and asks Chief Wu to share Chanma's information with them. Chief Wu refuses, firmly stating that Chanma is not to blame for the students' losses, and that he cannot disclose private information. Infuriated, the vice principal argues that Moling University has the right to investigate this matter further. Chief Wu, equally defiant, declares that he will protect Chanma if necessary, refusing to be intimidated. The parents, terrified by the tension between these two powerhouses, anxiously back away, fearing a confrontation. Suddenly, the vice principal bursts into laughter, revealing that he has already requested Chanma's information from the head office. Chief Wu grows even more annoyed, hoping Chanma will be able to handle whatever challenges this investigation might bring. However, the head office's response to the vice principal's request is an outright rejection, shocking him deeply. Chief Wu speculates that the mysterious figure might have intervened to block the vice principal's request. Despite the tension, Chief Wu feels relieved, knowing someone much stronger is silently protecting Chanma. Intimidated and uneasy, the parents quickly disperse, their fear evident as they leave the scene. The vice principal, attempting to smooth things over, claims the misunderstanding was unintentional and offers Chief Wu a gift to mend their relationship. After the vice principal departs, Chief Wu opens the gift to find a black card granting access to the Apocalypse Mainland's auction house. Reflecting on recent events, Chief Wu concludes that Chanma is far ahead of most and hopes he lives up to the high expectations placed on him. A few days later, in the principal's office, Li Tian and Yen Min hand over a third of the items Chanma requested, explaining the rest was too difficult to obtain. Hearing that even Li Tian and Yen Min couldn't gather all the resources, Chanma is slightly taken aback. Nevertheless, he rises, bows to both of them, expresses his gratitude, and politely asks to take his leave. Li Tian tries to stop Chanma, concerned that he might be planning something dangerous, but Yen Min intervenes. He advises Chanma to proceed with his plans, emphasizing not to harm anyone and asking why he's collecting the materials. With a sly grin, Chanma confidently declares that he is creating a piece of equipment that will surpass all existing weapons. Meanwhile, half a dozen teachers have gathered in the meeting room of Fenghua College for an urgent discussion. Kan Yang, the principal, announces that the Municipal Education Commission will reduce Fenghua College's resources, strip its honors for 3 years, expel Li Daoyu for cheating, ban him from exams for 5 years, and dismiss all involved teachers permanently. Hearing this, the teachers burst into tears, their faces etched with despair as they realize it could mark the end of Fenghua College. Sighing heavily, the principal instructs the staff to brace themselves for the challenges that lie ahead. At that moment, a guard pushes open the door and announces that Chanma has arrived to see them. Recognizing Chanma as the one responsible for their misfortune, the teachers rise in unison, shouting angrily. Clenching his fists, one teacher suggests confronting Chanma to find out the reason for his visit. Meanwhile, Chanma stands calmly on the grounds of Fenghua College, awaiting their response. Moments later, the principal, flanked by several teachers, approaches Chanma and demands to know why he has come. With a smirk, Chanma states that he is not here to cause trouble but to propose a secret realm competition. The teachers are stunned, unable to believe what they're hearing, and suspect Chanma must be joking. Even the nearby students exchange puzzled looks, uncertain whether Chanma is being serious. The secret realm competition is the one that determines the ownership rights of realms by breaking their record times. The teachers scoff, pointing out that Chanma is merely level 17 and intends to challenge a level 10 to 20 difficulty realm. Chanma retorts by questioning if they fear him defeating them, boldly proposing a bet to back his claim. The principal quiets the murmuring teachers, instructing Chanma to clarify the terms of the bet. Chanma hands the principal a list of 20 rare materials, stating that if he captures Fenghua College's secret realm, they must provide him with at least 5 items from the list. Glancing over the list, the principal wonders why Chanma desires such valuable resources. After some thought, the principal asks what will happen if Chanma fails to claim the realm. Laughing confidently, Chanma promises to agree to any conditions set by Fenghua College if he loses. The principal accepts the bet and instructs Chanma to follow him to the secret realm's entrance. A few minutes later, they arrive at the secret realm entrance located on the college grounds. The principal explains that the college manages for secret realms and sets the condition that Chanma must complete 3 and break their records to win. At that moment, the system activates, offering Chanma the choice of which secret realm to enter and the desired difficulty level. The teachers, grinning confidently, speculate that Chanma will choose the easiest secret realm and still fail. However, they are left speechless when Chanma selects Black Fathom Deeps, the most challenging of the secret realms. The principal sternly warns Chanma that the college will not be held responsible for anything that happens to him inside the dungeon. Smiling confidently, Chanma assures the principal that there's no need to worry as he prepares to enter the realm. The principal quickly orders the system to broadcast Chanma's attempt throughout the college, instructing classrooms to display the live feed on their screens. The teachers agree, convinced this will allow everyone to witness Chanma's inevitable failure. Meanwhile, Chanma is teleported into the Black Fathom Deeps, the most formidable secret realm under the college's control. He surveys his surroundings, finding himself enclosed by massive, dark, and ominous walls on all sides. Drawing on his knowledge from his previous world, Chanma recalls that this underwater maze is fraught with complex terrain and hostile fishmen. After walking a short distance, Chanma encounters blind fishmen, all at level 16, blocking his path. Sensing his presence, the fishmen turn toward him, growling menacingly. Chanma retrieves a weapon from his inventory and charges at the fishmen, swinging his spear to deal damage to multiple enemies at once. Moving swiftly, he pierces through one fishman with a single strike, defeating it instantly. Back at the college, students watch in awe, astonished by Chanma's overwhelming strength. Continuing forward, Chanma encounters a pond teeming with piranha-like fish, posing a deadly obstacle. Knowing that entering the water would spell instant death, Chanma activates his leap skill and vaults over the pond in one powerful jump, sending ripples across its surface. The teachers, who were confident of his failure, begin to worry that Chanma might actually succeed in clearing the dungeon. The principal asks how much time has passed, and a teacher reports that it has been only 12 minutes. Hearing that Chanma has already advanced so far in just 13 minutes, the principal is left astonished. Deep inside the realm, Chanma encounters a colossal lobster-like monster curled up ahead on his path. As Chanma approaches, the Lobster King, boasting 3,000 health points, awakens and fixes its glare on him. Maintaining his composure, Chanma raises his hand, summons a cluster of flames above his palm, and prepares to battle the Lobster King. Chanma's flame attack strikes Bartan directly in the face, exploding on impact and dealing 632 damage. This attack triggers Bartan's assault mode, as he only targets players who attack him or approach too close. Back at the college, the teachers burst into laughter, pointing out that by attacking Bartan, Chanma has walked straight into a trap. They recall how teacher Luo Yong, who holds the highest record in this realm, failed countless times at this section until, using his wits, he swam underwater to avoid Bartan's aggro. The teachers speculate that even if Chanma defeats Bartan, the commotion will attract countless piranhas, making it impossible for him to survive. Meanwhile, inside the realm, Bartan charges toward Chanma, raising his massive claws to snap at him with a fierce strike. Chanma performs a swift slide tackle to dodge Bartan's claw, edges closer, and delivers a powerful kick that sends Bartan flying into the air. Bartan crashes into the lake with a loud splash, landing a few feet away from where Chanma stands. Wasting no time, Chanma lunges onto Bartan's back and grabs hold tightly, preparing for his next move. Bartan laughs mockingly, calling Chanma foolish for fighting him in the water, claiming this domain gives him the upper hand. Equipping his boxing gloves, Chanma dares Bartan to dive, then punches him on the back before Bartan can react, inflicting massive damage. The fresh wound on Bartan attracts nearby piranhas, which swarm toward him in large, aggressive waves. The piranhas begin biting into Bartan, causing him to growl in pain and writhe violently in the water in an attempt to escape. Chanma grabs a chunk of meat from Bartan's wound and scatters it into the water to ensure the piranhas remain aggressive and relentless. Realizing his predicament, Bartan growls in desperation and declares he will dive deep into the water to take Chanma down with him. As Bartan plunges into the water, Chanma switches to his grappling hook and fires it at the ceiling for a quick escape. Chanma swings to safety, landing on the shore just as Bartan succumbs to the relentless piranha attack. Victorious, Chanma presses forward, sprinting through a massive, cave-like opening that leads out of the marsh. Back at the college, Kang Yang is shocked, wondering how a mere high school student could figure out such a strategy. His astonishment grows as a teacher points to the labyrinth map, noting that Chanma is taking a flawless path, as if he has already cleared the realm before. Kang Yang reminds the teachers that Black Fathom Deep has always been under their control, so Chanma couldn't have known about it. Kang Yang, worried, admits his college might face ruin at the hands of a single high school student. The students, watching Chanma's progress in their classrooms, are amazed at the speed and precision with which he navigates the labyrinth. Meanwhile, Chanma reaches the final final obstacle, opening a door to reveal a room with a large cauldron in the center and 4 braziers surrounding it. He knows that lighting the braziers will summon black swamp serpents, and after defeating them, the final boss will appear. He summons a staff, raises it high to ignite flames at its tip, and hurls it at the pillars, setting the braziers ablaze in a roaring fire. The students back at the college are stunned by Chanma's boldness in lighting all the braziers simultaneously, summoning all the monsters at once. Even the teachers are taken aback, certain that Chanma's reckless move will lead to his failure this time. Kang Yang watches intently, eager to see if Chanma is a true genius or simply an overconfident fool. As the braziers burn, massive level 18 black swamp serpents emerge, surrounding Chanma with their eyes fixed on him. Chanma drops to his knees and uses the Soul Bender skill, releasing shockwaves that decrease the serpent's magic resistance for 30 seconds. While Chanma is performing the skill, the serpents slither toward him, closing the distance rapidly. As they lunge to attack, Chanma leaps high into the air, evading their deadly strikes with incredible agility. While airborne, Chanma pulls out a gun and fires napalm bullets, drenching the serpents in a slimy, corrosive green liquid. A teacher watching realizes Chanma's plan and is left speechless by the audacity of his technique. He watches as Chanma lands on the ground a short distance away as the serpents. Raising his staff, Chanma aims directly at the mound of serpents and activates the meteorite skill. A massive meteor crashes into the serpents, creating an explosion that fills the chamber with smoke and fire. The teachers observe in awe as Chanma's use of Soul Bender, Spitfire, and Elementalist skills demonstrates the untapped potential of the Vagrant class. Kang Yang reluctantly admits that Chanma's split-second decision-making and sheer talent make him a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, the flames in the braziers turn bright blue, and from the cauldron, Akumai, the level 20 Hydra elite boss, emerges with its 3 heads. Smiling confidently, Chanma greets Akumai and challenges it to a test of strength. Akumai unleashes its corrosive blast, spraying venom from all 3 mouths directly at Chanma. Chanma glides effortlessly to evade the venom, deflecting the incoming attacks with his sword. Charging forward, Chanma swings his sword with precision, severing Akumai's left head in a single strike. He quickly switches to a dagger using the weapon switch skill and activates the assassin's pre-skill, Backstab. Jumping onto Akumai's right head, Chanma plunges the dagger deep, dealing massive damage and finishing it off. Within milliseconds, he uses the hook lock skill, firing a grappling hook at Akumai's remaining head to pull himself closer. Equipping his longsword midair, Chanma activates the sword draw skill, delivering a lightning-fast strike that severs the final head cleanly. With Akumai defeated, Chanma lands gracefully on the ground, setting a new record by clearing the Black Fathom Deep Realm in just 1 hour and 56 minutes. Chanma levels up to 18, gaining increases in his strength, agility, and physique stats, bringing his overall combat power to an impressive 13,000. Along with his level up, he receives a basic material chest and promptly instructs the system to open it. The chest rewards him with 3 items: the Hydra's Tooth, the Sea Turtle's Heavy Shell, and a Void Tentacle. Meanwhile, at Manhwa College, the students erupt into chaos and disbelief upon realizing that Chanma has cleared the realm in under 2 hours. The teachers gather at the secret realm entrance, anxiously awaiting Chanma's emergence. All of them were expressions of defeat, knowing full well that ownership rights to the Black Fathom Deeps will now be transferred to Chanma. As Chanma steps out of the portal, he directly addresses Kang Yang, reminding him to honor his promise. Kang Yang reassures Chanma, promising that Manhwa College will uphold their word and deliver the materials he requested within a week. With the matter settled, Chanma provocatively asks Kang Yang if he's willing to wager on the remaining 3 secret realms. Hearing this, the teachers panic and urgently warn Kang Yang against accepting Chanma's challenge, fearing the loss of their 3 secret realms. However, Kang Yang silences them with a sharp rebuke, reminding them that the law mandates no one can refuse a secret realm contest. Turning to Chanma, Kang Yang boldly declares he will wager again, doubling the materials if Chanma conquers the remaining 3 secret realms. This time, however, Kang Yang adds a stipulation that Manhwa College must merge with Jiangcheng College if Chanma succeeds. The next day, news of the 2 colleges merging spreads quickly, making the headlines and marking Chanma's triumph over the remaining 3 realms. Xing Chongyu, the principal of Tianyi College, reads the headline and remarks that Kang Yang wisely merged the colleges to secure Manhwa's survival. At that moment, someone bursts into Xing Chongyu's office, sounding panicked as they report that Chanma has arrived at their college. Principal Chongyu calmly tells teacher Wang to compose himself, leaving Wang wondering if the principal had anticipated Chanma's arrival. Rising from his seat, Chongyu gazes out the window and laughs, admitting that Tianma is formidable and likely planning a secret realm contest challenge. With a sinister grin, he notes that Tianma will only succeed if he can even make it to the secret realm hall. Meanwhile, outside Tianyi College, Tianma is stopped at the entrance by a man. The man identifies himself as Yushi, a level 22 teacher, and boldly challenges Tianma to a duel. Tianma smirks and asks Yushi if his intention is to prevent him from entering the college grounds. Observing the scene, two older teachers predict that Tianma is doomed, convinced he stands no chance against a trained teacher like Yushi. In the college's meeting room, Principal Chongyu instructs his staff to thoroughly analyze Tianma's weaknesses. Outside, Yushi starts channeling lightning into his right leg while warning Tianma not to blame him for what's about to happen. He lunges forward with incredible speed, raising his electrified knee and aiming directly for Tianma's face. Reacting swiftly, Tianma equips his gloves, raises his hand, and blocks Yushi's attack, pushing him back with enough force to send him flying. Before Yushi can regain his footing, Tianma leaps toward him and delivers a devastating knee strike to his gut. Tianma lands gracefully a few feet away while Yushi crashes hard onto the concrete ground. The impact is so powerful that Yushi loses consciousness, utterly defeated. Standing at the foot of the stairs leading into the college, Tianma notices another individual approaching him from the gates. From their vantage point, some students watch from the windows, pointing out their teacher Yushi, who has just been taken down. Seeing another teacher step forward, Tianma accuses Tianyi College of going to absurd lengths to stop him from challenging their secret realm. The approaching teacher clenches his fists and declares that they will continue to confront Tianma one by one until he is defeated. With a resolute expression, Tianma states that if they wish to drag this out, he will end it swiftly. Before the teacher can make his move, Tianma activates his tidal charm equipment, unleashing a soul shock attack. The shockwave paralyzes the teacher, leaving him frozen in place and trembling uncontrollably. Tianma then withdraws his Gatling gun, takes aim, and fires at the immobilized teacher. As the teacher collapses to the ground unconscious, the staff watching from the meeting room react with shock and alarm. Turning toward a nearby surveillance camera, Tianma mockingly dares the other teachers to face him. Suddenly, the surveillance feed goes haywire, losing connection to the exterior cameras. Enraged, the teachers clench their fists and complain to Principal Chongyu about Tianma's arrogance and mocking them. Moments later, the principal and several teachers step outside, determined to confront Tianma as a group. Their eyes burn with anger, and their intent for revenge is clear as they lock gazes with Tianma. Tianma smirks confidently and taunts them, telling them to come at him. A level 27 berserker charges forward, bypassing the teachers and aiming directly for Tianma. However, before he can reach Tianma, the berserker is hit by a hail of bullets and falls to the ground, unable to react in time. Resting the Gatling gun on his shoulder, Tianma taunts them again, asking who's next. This time, three high-level teachers charge at him simultaneously, weapons drawn and ready for battle. In just a minute, Tianma has defeated almost all the teachers, leaving only the principal and two others standing. The principal appears visibly shaken, having witnessed how effortlessly Tianma defeated his colleagues. As he contemplates his next move, he feels an intense gaze on him, as though someone behind Tianma is watching him closely. Sweating profusely, the principal realizes that any sudden action could result in his immediate defeat. Reluctantly, he forces a smile, steps aside, and instructs Tianma to follow him to the secret realm's entrance. A few days later, headlines across major newspapers buzz with the news. Tianma has conquered the secret realms of 20 colleges, forcing them to merge with Jiangcheng College, making it one of the top 3 in the country. Jiang City College. Inside Jiang City College's conference room, the teachers have gathered to discuss the sudden and remarkable rise of their college's ranking and strength. This unprecedented progress is unanimously attributed to Tianma's contributions and unparalleled strength, which made everything possible. The principals of the other colleges that merged with Jiangcheng College, including Kan Yang, are also present at the meeting. Yan Min announces that Tianma will be honored as president of the college, and the room erupts in applause as the teachers unanimously approve. With no objections raised, Yan Min declares that a ceremony to bestow the title will be held as soon as Tianma returns. However, Yan Min himself is unaware of Tianma's whereabouts, as he mysteriously vanished without informing anyone. Meanwhile, on an island within the Apocalypse continent, Tianma is occupied with battling and farming farming monsters, having already reached level 20. His passive skills, including GatlinGun, wide sweep, ripple slash, weapon switching, and critical strike, have all advanced to level 3. Taking a momentary break, Chanma checks the system's display of his passive skill improvements and feels a sense of pride in his progress. Reflecting on his recent conquest of the top 20 schools, Chanma realizes he has gathered all the materials needed to forge the weapon he's been aiming for. Later, he visits a blacksmith shop and asks to learn forging, to which the blacksmith replies it will cost a significant sum of gold. Hearing the price of 50 to 100 gold coins, Chanma questions if it's not too high, as the standard fee is only 20 gold coins. Pausing from his hammering, the blacksmith nonchalantly explains that the pricing has changed recently. Chanma withdraws a rolled parchment, remarking he'll leave, muttering that it's unfortunate the blacksmith won't see his exceptional weapon blueprint. Hearing about the blueprint, the blacksmith quickly turns and yells for Chanma to stop, making Chanma grin, knowing his ploy worked. Rushing toward Chanma, the blacksmith eagerly inquires about the blueprint and asks if he can take a look at it. As the blacksmith tries to grab the blueprint, Chanma swings it out of his reach, stating that he wants to negotiate the forging fee first. Taking the blueprint in hand, the blacksmith points to a book on the shelf and instructs Chanma to read it to begin his forging lessons. Chanma picks up the book, unlocking the basics of forging, and learns he needs 10,000 points of experience to advance to intermediate forging. Examining the blueprint, the blacksmith collapses in shock, calling its creator a genius and admitting he can't fully comprehend it. Grabbing the blueprint, Chanma declares that he'll take it to someone else since the blacksmith seems incapable of understanding it. Desperate, the blacksmith clasps his hands and pleads with Chanma, claiming he understands the blueprint and begging to craft the weapon for free. Chanma points out that he only has enough materials for one piece, warning that failure would ruin everything. To test the blacksmith's skills, Chanma decides to hand him 4 additional blueprints for other items to craft. After 2 hours, the blacksmith successfully forges the 4 items and presents them to Chanma. Examining the items closely, Chanma is impressed by their flawless craftsmanship. Equipping all 4 items, Chanma immediately feels their immense power and acknowledges the blacksmith's exceptional skill. His combat power, which was previously 13,000, increases to 16,000, a significant boost of 3,000 after equipping the items. The blacksmith asks for feedback on his work, and Chanma, smiling, declares that the blacksmith has passed the test. Later, Huang Tian, a level 20 player from Lanfeng College, enters the blacksmith shop looking for the blacksmith but finds it empty. Just as he is about to leave, he hears voices coming from the living room next door. Curious, he peeks through the curtains and sees Chanma lecturing the blacksmith on the art of forging. Surprised to witness someone reprimanding the blacksmith, Huang Tian hesitates, puzzled by the situation. Waving his hand, he calls out to the blacksmith to get his attention. Chanma, slightly startled, turns to face Huang Tian, a wide smile suddenly spreading across his face. The eerie smile unnerves Huang Tian, making him suspect that Chanma might have ulterior motives. However, Chanma's joy stems from recognizing Huang Tian as one of his teammates from his past life. Back then, Huang Tian, known as the #1 sword soul god, was a level 98 player and a close friend of Chanma both in the game and in real life. The blacksmith, noticing Huang Tian, tells him to return another day to pick up his weapon as he is currently busy. Chanma suggests that the blacksmith should forge Huang Tian's weapon immediately to further prove his forging skills. Frustrated by Chanma's constant demands, the blacksmith protests but ultimately agrees, recognizing that Chanma is no ordinary player. Reluctantly, the blacksmith begins forging Huang Tian's weapon, putting in his best effort despite his irritation. 2 hours later, Huang Tian examines his new weapon and is delighted, exclaiming that it is perfect. Swinging the sword around to test it, Huang Tian notes that its DPS is excellent and its speed is remarkable. Grateful for the weapon, Huang Tian becomes wary of Chanma's intentions, still suspecting ulterior motives. Chanma declares that the blacksmith has passed yet another test and proposes they begin forging the ultimate weapon. Working through the night, they finish the flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella at 2 a.m., its golden glow illuminating the shop. Astonished by the sight, the blacksmith marvels at the weapon's brilliance, amazed that it emits such dazzling golden light upon completion. The flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella is majestic, gleaming like gold, and can transform into 4 forms: a one-handed sword, Gatling gun, spear, and staff. Chanma grabs the weapon, raises it high, and marvels at its base damage being 25% higher than in his previous life. He mutters a command, causing the umbrella to transform into its gun form, and a sniper-like gun materializes in his hand. The blacksmith and Huang Tian are impressed by the transformation, with Huang Tian recognizing the weapon as the legendary silver weapon. Chanma raises the gun above his head and orders it to change into spear form, and a second later, a large spear appears in his hands. The system congratulates Chanma for binding his soul to the weapon, ensuring it remains linked to him, unusable by others, and reveals it will unlock abilities if used to defeat a boss above level 25. The Razor Wetlands, a mid-ranked secret realm, is crowded with various players, all of them looking for parties to join. Chanma also arrives at the Razor Wetlands, ready to take on the challenges that await him. Before entering the realm, he decides to configure the remaining 2 transformation slots he has left and summons the system. He first transforms the Void Sphere skill, gaining a passive ability that has a 15% chance to shoot a black void sphere at enemies when casting magic. Next, he transforms the Dazzle Mark skill, a skill that leaves marks on enemies for 30 seconds that increase their damage taken from dark magic by 10%. The Dazzle Mark skill successfully transforms into its passive form, allowing Chanma to generate a dazzle mark on enemies for 2 minutes when he hits them with his spear. Chanma specifically chose the Dazzle Mark skill because it increases the damage of dark element magic spells, enhancing his overall combat potential. Smiling, he realizes that by transforming all elemental dazzle marks into passive skills, he can generate 5 distinct marks with a single swing of his spear. Suddenly, he overhears nearby players talking about him and turns to see a party of 3 mocking him for being a vagrant and unable to join a team. At the same time, those same players spot Huang Tian and immediately start praising him, marveling at how cool and legendary he is. Huang Tian walks over to Chanma and suggests that they should enter the secret realm together. As they move toward the portal, the other players stand in shock, stunned that Chanma actually knows Huang Tian, the renowned legend. The Razor Wetlands secret realm lies within the thorny jungle of the Novice region, known for its difficulty, with the level 40 mid-rank Razor Highlands nearby. According to legends, the creation of these 2 secret realms is tied to Najakamu, an ancient half-god and an immortal giant wild boar. During a great war among gods, Najakamu fought for the righteous faction, defeating the Burning Legion before being slain by the Abyss leader, his blood nourishing countless creatures in the thorny jungle. Over time, a group of Quillboars gained intelligence from Najakamu's divine blood and became his followers, dedicating themselves to protecting the thorny jungle for generations. Upon entering the Razor Wetlands, Chanma and Huang Tian find themselves facing 2 separate paths leading further. Chanma suggests a competition, proposing that they each take one of the paths and see who can defeat the boss and return first. Huang Tian looks at Chanma with slight disbelief and asks if he is certain about this plan, reminding him that he is just a level 20 vagrant. Smirking confidently, Chanma challenges Huang Tian by asking if he is scared to compete against him. Realizing that Chanma is insistent, Huang Tian reluctantly agrees, but warns him not to blame him if he runs into trouble. For Chanma's safety, Huang Tian decides to choose the left path, which contains more monsters. However, before he can take a step forward, Chanma unexpectedly dashes toward the left path despite Huang Tian shouting at him to stop. Watching Chanma rush into the left path, Huang Tian wonders whether Chanma is a highly skilled player or simply an overconfident fool. A few minutes later, Huang Tian encounters 4 boarmen blocking his path, each wielding massive swords and looking ready for battle. Without hesitation, Huang Tian draws his weapon and charges at the boarmen, delivering a single powerful swing that sends all of them flying through the air. Leaping high into the air, Huang Tian ignites his sword and swiftly strikes the boarmen, finishing them off before they land. As the boarmen crash to the ground with a resounding thud, Huang Tian continues moving forward. Meanwhile, on the left path, Chanma finds himself face to face with what seems like a small army of wild boar soldiers standing in his way. With eyes sparkling with determination, he withdraws the 1,000-bladed umbrella, eager to test its true power in real combat. Transforming the umbrella into its gun form, he raises it to his shoulder, takes precise aim at the group of boars, and prepares to attack. Pulling the trigger, Chanma unleashes a relentless barrage of bullets that rain down upon the boar soldiers, dealing immense damage to each of them. In less than a minute, Chanma successfully defeats every single one of the wild boar soldiers, leaving none standing. Smiling with satisfaction, Chanma notes the gun form of the umbrella uses over 50 bullets per round, with an average damage of 170 per shot, considering it a fair trade-off. Huang Tian encounters more wild boars along the way, easily cutting them down, and watches as the final one crashes to the ground. With a confident smile, he proudly declares he reached this part in just 27 minutes. minutes, assuming Chanma must still be struggling. In fact, he firmly believes Chanma has already been defeated and respawned at the graveyard. He returns to the fork in the road where he and Chanma had separated and is surprised to find Chanma already back and waiting for him. Seeing the smug expression on Chanma's face, Huang Tian assumes he must have run back after failing and assures him it's okay. Turning away, Huang Tian confidently heads toward the left path, declaring that he will clear it for Chanma. As Huang Tian walks further along the left path, he notices a complete absence of monsters, which makes him increasingly suspicious. Eventually, he stumbles upon a massive pile of elite boar corpses stacked neatly on the ground. Continuing down the path, he discovers not just one pile but 7 separate piles of defeated elite boars scattered ahead. By this point, he is completely taken aback and begins to seriously wonder if Chanma might be far stronger than he had assumed. Reaching the end of the path, he arrives at the location where the level 27 elite boar should be but finds no sign of its body. At that moment, Chanma approaches from behind and tells Huang Tian to look up toward the sky. Tilting his head upwards, Huang Tian is stunned to see the elite boss entangled lifelessly among the sharp vines above. Witnessing this, Huang Tian is struck by disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Chanma managed to solo the level 27 boss. Finally accepting the truth, he acknowledges that Chanma is far stronger than he had given him credit for. Out of curiosity, he asks Chanma how he accomplished such a feat, and Chanma casually explains that it was very easy for him. After a detailed explanation, Chanma watches as Huang Tian writes down every technique he mentions in a notebook for future reference. With that, Chanma turns away and suggests they continue facing the challenges that lie ahead. Moments later, they encounter dozens of boar men blocking their path, and Huang Tian steps forward to engage them. While Huang Tian is preoccupied fighting the boars in front of him, another boar sneaks up from behind with its weapon raised to attack. Just as the boar is about to strike, a bullet flies through the air, hitting the boar and dealing maximum damage. Chanma stands a short distance away, his gun aimed, having just made the shot with precise timing. He calls out to Huang Tian, pointing out that his reaction time was off by 0.2 seconds. Suddenly, 2 more boars charge at Huang Tian from the front, attempting to overwhelm him. With a swift swing of his sword, Huang Tian slices through both boars, sending their bodies flying. However, another boar appears behind him, taking advantage of his lowered guard to launch a surprise attack. The boar's weapon inches dangerously close to Huang Tian's face, making him clench his teeth in fear. Although Huang Tian avoids a direct hit, the weapon's impact creates a shockwave that sends him flying, crashing onto the ground with a loud thud. Huang Tian lands right beside Chanma, groaning in pain. Standing over him with a smirk, Chanma mocks Huang Tian, sarcastically asking why he is performing so poorly. Still lying on the ground, Huang Tian admits he isn't as strong as Chanma and can't fight the Overlord and his minions alone. Chanma critiques Huang Tian's earlier performance, pointing out that he even failed to dodge basic attacks from the Overlord. He explains that as a warrior, Huang Tian's instincts often cause him to overlook minor threats around him while blindly focusing on attacking. Chanma elaborates further, stating that true timing is about precision rather than speed, and that sometimes waiting before striking can provide an advantage. Towering over Huang Tian, Chanma emphasizes that understanding this principle is key to utilizing everything he has taught him. Huang Tian repeats Chanma's words aloud, trying to grasp the concepts fully. Acknowledging Huang Tian's effort, Chanma admits that he shows some potential, which brings a wide smile of appreciation to Huang Tian's face. Chanma then asks Huang Tian if he dreams of becoming the Tianqi continent's #1 soul sword god. Assuring Huang Tian that this goal is achievable if he follows his lead, Chanma extends a hand to help him up. Grasping Chanma's hand, Huang Tian rises to his feet with a smile and declares that he believes in Chanma. Clutching his sword with renewed determination, Huang Tian charges forward, shouting confidently that he will never give up. As he approaches, the Overlord and his minions prepare to face him, with the Overlord blocking Huang's sword strike using his massive axe. The Overlord raises his axe high, preparing to strike down on Huang Tian, unintentionally leaving an opening. Remembering Chanma's advice, Huang Tian waits an additional 0.2 seconds before making his next move. As the Overlord and his minions attack, Huang Tian spins swiftly, dodging their strikes with perfect timing. Taking advantage of the opening, he counterattacks, dashing past the 3 and delivering precise strikes with his sword. Having successfully performed this new move, Huang Tian feels exhilarated and more confident in his abilities. Watching Huang Tian's improved technique and his ability to handle 3 boars alone, Chanma appears pleased. Once their task is complete, the two turn to leave, with Huang Tian following closely and praising Chanma's teaching and skills. After some time, they encounter Karlgar, the great shaman of the boar tribe, blocking their path. Chanma instructs Huang Tian to focus on interrupting Karlgar's non-damaging skills and leave the damage dealing to him. As he speaks, Chanma launches a fireball at Karlgar, which explodes upon impact and draws aggro toward himself. Transforming his weapon into a battle spear, Chanma charges at Karlgar, declaring that defeating him will strengthen his weapon further. Acknowledging Karlgar's extraordinary healing ability, Chanma realizes that ranged attacks won't suffice and charges at him, thrusting his spear to deal damage. Foreshadow dazzle marks appear on Karlgar's body at the spots where the spear struck. Moving to the next phase of his strategy, Chanma summons 4 void spears, preparing to send them at Karlgar. Enraged by the spear attacks, Karlgar roars furiously and begins channeling his healing ability. Spotting Karlgar distracted by the healing process, Chanma instructs Huang to launch an attack. Following the command, Huang charges at Karlgar with his flaming sword raised high and swings it forcefully. Huang's attack successfully interrupts Karlgar's healing, causing Huang to laugh triumphantly. However, Karlgar quickly resumes his healing spell, regenerating 1,500 health points instantly. Shocked by this, Huang protests about the unfairness of Karlgar's ability while Chanma calmly tells him to stay focused. Chanma repeats his earlier tactic, thrusting his spear into Karlgar's body at 4 spots, imprinting shadow dazzle marks that lower Karlgar's stats. As Karlgar resumes healing, Chanma leaps backward, making way for Huang to leap into the air and prepare another attack. Huang lunges downward, using his ghost slash skill to swing his sword at Karlgar, interrupting the healing process once again. Karlgar, undeterred, immediately restarts his healing spell and continues to recover his health. Determined, Huang executes an X-shaped slash with his flaming sword, aiming directly at Karlgar to disrupt the spell yet again. Chanma, with 8 void spheres hovering above his hand, praises Huang's efforts and readies his next attack. With precision, Chanma fires the void spheres directly at Karlgar. A violent explosion shakes the battlefield as the void spheres strike Karlgar, shattering the ground beneath him. Feeling his impending defeat, Karlgar lets out a thunderous roar. Chanma manipulates one of the void spheres, making it spin and strike Karlgar once more. The sphere lands a powerful blow, dealing 1,071 damage and sending Karlgar crashing to the ground. Watching Karlgar sprawled helplessly, Huang looks astonished and exclaims at the sheer power of Chanma's attacks. Turning to Chanma, Huang remarks that with such strength, the vagrant profession is bound to gain countless followers in the future. Reflecting briefly, Chanma wonders if he might reunite with his old comrades and once again dominate the Tianqi continent as he did in his previous life. An hour later, the duo arrives at a cliff overlooking a vast forest, where Huang spots a tent in the middle of a large clearing. A thorny passageway leading to the tent marks the final challenge, housing 100 elite boarmen. Huang notes that they have spent only 2 hours so far, suggesting they can break the record if they defeat the remaining boarmen quickly. Placing a hand on Huang's shoulder, Chanma asks if he's ready for an exhilarating challenge. Without warning, Chanma kicks Huang off the cliff, sending him plummeting towards the camp below. Inside the tent, a boarman is guarding a captured leaf-like goblin nearby. Crashing through the tent, Huang lands directly on the boarman, eliminating him instantly. Groaning from the impact, Huang massages his back as the bound creature asks if he has come to rescue her. Grabbing the goblin by its leaf-like head, Huang dashes out of the tent, dragging it along. Spotting Huang escaping, the boarmen roar and charge after him, weapons raised. Suddenly, an enormous ice wall rises, cutting off the boarmen and forcing them to halt. Chanma swings down using a grappling hook, instructing Huang to keep the goblin safe while he handles the boarmen. Watching Chanma swing like a spider, Huang questions his sanity for taking on 100 elite boarmen alone. Clicking his tongue, Huang unexpectedly turns and runs toward the boarmen instead of retreating to safety. Meanwhile, Chanma lands firmly on the ground, smirking as the horde of boarmen rushes toward him. Observing their approach, Chanma comments on how perfectly they've lined up for his plan. Switching his weapon to machine gun mode, Chanma charges up a powerful cannon fire. He fires the cannon and uses the recoil to propel himself backward, gliding through the air to land on the other side of the field. Catching up, Huang questions how they're supposed to escape now. Switching his weapon to a staff, Chanma instructs Huang to watch carefully, and he summons a massive void sphere with his staff, unleashing it upon the charging boarmen. The void sphere engulfs a large section of the horde, dealing continuous area of effect damage. Huang, observing the void sphere, speculates it might be Chanma's trump card, but worries about its 4-second duration and long cooldown. With a wave of his hand, Chanma summons 4 magic bullets, taking down several boarmen as Huang yells for stronger attacks. Chanma reassures Huang as the void sphere's passive ability activates, generating 2 additional massive spheres. The new void spheres crash into the horde, decimating decimating dozens of boarmen and scattering more. Bewildered by the sudden appearance of the spheres, Huang stands in awe. Chanma explains that while the Void Sphere skill has a long cooldown, its passive ability negates mana costs, allowing him to cast it multiple times. Turning to Huang, Chanma tells him to stick with him, promising more miracles as the system congratulates them for setting a new record and clearing the realm. Outside the Razor Wetlands entrance, the leaderboard updates to display Chanma and Huang's record for the fastest clear at the top. Inside the Razor Wetlands, the system congratulates Chanma for awakening the Thousand-Bladed Umbrella after defeating the level 29 boss, Karlgar. Since the secret realm was ranked SS, Chanma also receives a diamond treasure chest, and upon opening it, he acquires the rare Phantom Cloak item. Huang exclaims in surprise after receiving a rare level 35 shoulder guard item from his golden chest. Seeing Chanma's newly acquired item, Huang points out that its exclusivity could fetch up to 50 million Blue Star coins at auction. The goblin thanks Chanma and Huang for rescuing it, explaining it uncovered a secret link between the Boarmen and the Undead Scourge before being captured. It reveals that it recorded everything in a secret letter, which it buried in a hidden location, and provides them with the coordinates. With another round of thanks, the goblin urges them to complete the mission, teleports away, and leaves behind a roll of parchment. Kneeling down, Chanma picks up the parchment and studies it, while Huang wonders aloud if they've just received one of the legendary hidden quests. After reading the parchment, Chanma concludes the mission is in the Razor Highlands, inaccessible at their current levels, and suggests revisiting after their second awakening. Smashing his fist into his palm with excitement, Huang grins and agrees to focus on leveling up quickly. As Huang turns to leave, Chanma stops him and claims to know the perfect place to speed up their leveling. The two travel deep into the woods and arrive at a large cliff, where Huang slices through the rock face to reveal a hidden cave behind it. Peering into the hidden area, Huang is stunned to recognize it as an altar, a place where awakeners can secretly learn skills from other classes. Chanma explains that he obtained a hidden quest earlier, which included a map leading them to this exact location. Impressed by Chanma's knowledge, Huang jokingly extends his arms and offers to kiss him. Feeling annoyed, Chanma shoves Huang away and tells him to stop acting like a drama queen and to focus on activating the altar. Approaching the altar, Huang places both hands on it, causing it to activate and release a burst of green energy that engulfs him. After a few seconds, the altar grants Huang a new skill called Rage Burst. Huang enthusiastically tells Chanma he learned the Berserker class skill Rage Burst, which is like adding wings to a tiger for a sword soul like him. Jumping down from the altar, Huang encourages Chanma to try it next and see what skill he receives. Knowing that altars only grant first advancement skills, Chanma wonders what he will gain as he places one hand on the altar. A few seconds later, Chanma's eyes widen as the system informs him that, as a spellbinder, he has already mastered all first advancement skills, allowing him to choose a second advancement skill from any class. Carefully examining his options, Chanma selects the Berserker class skill Quantum Explosion, a powerful ranged ability. The system congratulates Chanma for learning Quantum Explosion, a level 1 skill that launches a light attribute Quantum Blast, dealing area damage within a 10-meter radius. Chanma thinks to himself that this new skill will perfectly cover his lack of long-range damage, ensuring his firepower now has no blind spots. The next day, Chanma visits the blacksmith, prompting the blacksmith to ask what he needs. Chanma explains that he wants to borrow the anvil and furnace for a few days to reach intermediate level forging before his entrance exam. Learning that Chanma is preparing for an entrance exam, the blacksmith is stunned to realize he's just a third-year academy student. However, he refuses to lend Chanma the tools, pointing out that only 4 days remain until the exam. The blacksmith insists that forging shouldn't hold Chanma back, as advancing to an intermediate blacksmith requires 10,000 experience points. Unfazed, Chanma reassures the blacksmith and tosses a pile of red stones onto the table. Recognizing the stones as Najakumu's bloodstones, the blacksmith stares in utter disbelief at the mound before him. Chanma reveals that he collected the bloodstones by exploiting a special combo to trigger a bug, which is why he used the Void Sphere during the final challenge. Picking up one of the bloodstones, the blacksmith remarks that even a single stone can triple forging experience. Without wasting time, Chanma begins forging through the night, and his first crafted item turns out to be a perfect success. The blacksmith, astonished by Chanma's talent, notes that his material loss is minimal and asks if Chanma could teach him the secret. After 3 days of relentless effort, Chanma successfully reaches intermediate forging, gaining the ability to craft rare items. The blacksmith, overwhelmed by the high-quality materials Chanma created, collapses in shock at Chanma's sheer skill. He begins to cry, lamenting that Chanma achieved achieved a 92% success rate on his first forging attempt, leaving him feeling inadequate. Before departing, Chanma offers to leave the crafted items behind for the blacksmith to sell as he pleases. Chanma arrives at the entrance to the exam venue and notices Yen Min waiting for him at the gate. Following Yen Min inside, Chanma asks what all the commotion is about, and Yen Min reassures him that he will find out soon enough. Yen Min explains that the entrance exam will be held at Hanwoo City and is expected to host around 400,000 students this year. He further elaborates that this year's exam dungeon is called Nomorigin, a level 20 dungeon with 4 bosses, where students need to defeat at least 2 to pass. Yen Min also reminds Chanma that, due to his significant contributions to Jiang City Academy, there's a special surprise awaiting him. Pushing open a large door, Yen Min leads Chanma onto a stage facing an audience of teachers and students gathered in the auditorium. Yen Min addresses the crowd and announces that he has a significant declaration to make before the official commencement of the entrance exam. He declares that after discussions, senior officials have unanimously decided to award Chanma the honorary title of President of Jiang City Academy. Taken aback, Chanma questions how someone like him, still a third-year student, could be bestowed such a title. The teachers quickly reassure Chanma, stating that his numerous contributions and unparalleled skills have made him more than deserving. Chanma sighs, then firmly places his hand over his chest and vows to uphold Jiang City Academy's honor as long as they continue to support him. Yen Min reveals that the admission spot Chanma gave up was awarded to Jingjing. Blushing slightly, Jingjing nervously asks Chanma which of the top 10 colleges he is planning to apply to. Li Hong drapes an arm around Chanma and teasingly remarks that Jingjing must be asking so she can attend the same college as him. Chanma grabs Li Hong by the ear and asks if he finished studying the entrance exam manual, to which Li Hong swears he has done so thoroughly. Just as Chanma is about to answer Jingjing's question, his phone rings, prompting him to step aside and answer the call. The caller introduces himself as Wu Zhonglei, a member of the Standing Committee of Tianhai City's Management Association, and requests a meeting with Chanma. The bustling exam venue is located in Hanwoo City, the capital of Hebei Province. On the bus ride to the venue, Li Hong casually asks Chanma why he didn't pursue Jingjing, given her outstanding qualities. Lost in thought, Chanma reflects on the strange events surrounding the Dinghong incident and its connection to Zhong Hongshan, Moling University's vice president. He also recalls Wu Zhonglei's mention of someone secretly protecting him and concludes it must be the old man he encountered while fishing. Upon arriving at the parking lot, the academy buses discover a lack of available spaces, forcing them to take over spots designated for Hanwoo-affiliated academy. Guolian, president of the Hanwoo City Management Association, and Han Yefeng, director of Hanwoo-affiliated academy, confront Jiang City Academy over parking. Kang Yang and Yen Min meet the confrontational stares of Guolian and Han Yefeng, unwilling to back down. Suddenly, Wu Zhonglei arrives, bypassing Guolian entirely, and instead approaches Yen Min to ask directly for Chanma's whereabouts. Seeing an influential figure like Wu Zhonglei specifically request a student from Jiang City Academy leaves Guolian and Han Yefeng stunned. After a brief pause, Chanma steps forward and faces Wu Zhonglei directly, meeting his gaze with curiosity and confidence. Wu Zhonglei presents Chanma with a small ornate box, stating that it is an apology from Moling University, and asks him to accept it. Yen Min and the others are left speechless, wondering what Chanma could have done to warrant an apology from such a prestigious university. Accepting the gift, Chanma tells Wu Zhonglei to convey his thanks to Vice President Zhong. With a knowing smirk, Wu Zhonglei acknowledges Chanma's sharp wit and agrees to deliver his message accordingly. Yen Min remains visibly stunned, marveling at how Wu Zhonglei seems so familiar and comfortable while conversing with Chanma. At the exam monitoring center, officials are seated and ready as they display the top 100 potential rankings for spectators to see. Upon noticing that the top 300 rankings are dominated by Hanwoo-affiliated academy, Guolian smirks smugly and mocks Yen Min with pride. Despite Ma Xiao being ranked second, Guolian's satisfaction diminishes when he sees Chanma ranked first, prompting him to angrily slam his fist on the table. The room buzzes with murmurs, as others question how a mere level 20 student like Chanma could be ranked first. Growing nervous, Guolian begins to suspect that Chanma might be the hidden trump card Yen Min had been relying on all along. Inside the exam venue, all candidates prepare themselves as the countdown to the start of the exam begins. The exam officially commences, and students are teleported in groups to the exam dungeon. Chanma equips the phantom cloak and steels himself for the primary dungeon baptism to gain an advantage. In this world, refreshing dungeon projections grants baptism buffs, but for the lowest level primary baptism, only one buff can be saved. However, since Qianma has refreshed all the primary buffs in Jiang City, he has several options available to him. After careful consideration, Qianma selects the basic amplification baptism, which permanently increases all his attributes by 5 points and boosts attack and movement speed by 5%. Morrowigan, once the City of Miracles, is now a desolate, radiation-contaminated land filled with mutated monsters and malfunctioning machines. This area, home to monsters of levels 18 to 24, serves as the exam location, and Qianma is teleported to the entrance of Morrowigan's underground. Qianma knows that reaching the end of the ring-shaped steps will lead him to the number 1 boss, but first, he must defeat the mutated rats blocking his way. While Qianma concentrates on what's ahead, 2 mutated rats ambush from behind, snarling and showing their razor-sharp teeth. Opening his umbrella weapon, Qianma knocks the rats away, equips his appearance hiding gear, and jumps into the opening below. Using the umbrella as a makeshift glider, Qianma lands smoothly at the bottom of the massive underground structure. The moment he lands, his presence triggers a hidden mechanism, and a gooey, slimy dark substance begins to materialize before him. Recognizing the viscous fallout boss as it fully forms, Qianma smiles confidently, knowing he has fought this creature before. Switching his umbrella into gun form, Qianma readies himself to take down the first boss. With the gun aimed at the boss, he fires multiple shots in quick succession, bombarding it with relentless firepower. In less than 5 seconds, he defeats the first of the 4 bosses, accomplishing the task effortlessly. Meanwhile, back in the Invigilator's hall, the teachers and investigators watch the ongoing examination on multiple screens. A long-haired teacher notes that most students should have cleared a quarter of the ring-shaped steps by now. However, noticing that Qianma has already defeated the first boss, the teacher points to the screen in disbelief, questioning if what he sees is real. The other spectators quickly focus on Qianma's screen and are equally amazed by his outstanding performance so early in the exam. Their attention remains fixed on Qianma as he skillfully prepares to face dozens of robots stationed ahead. One teacher explains that these explosive robots have powerful AoE attacks, making them tough to handle in large numbers. Yefeng from Manhwa Academy smirks, dismissing Qianma's feats and calling him a reckless, ordinary man. Back in the exam, Qianma uses his grappling hook to glide above the explosive bots as they begin to detonate one after another below him. Spectators watch in awe, marveling at Qianma's incredible agility and precision in navigating such a dangerous situation. Someone in the Invigilator's hall notes with surprise that Qianma is now nearing the end of the passageway and will soon face the second boss. Yan Min, who has been silent, wonders how Qianma will tackle the formidable second boss. Swinging out of the passageway, Qianma leads the dozen explosive bots straight into the next chamber. His entrance activates a sensor, which immediately awakens the second boss, a massive robotic spider that switches to offense mode. With a determined expression, Qianma leaps high into the air, landing directly on top of the spider boss's head and unleashing his electrocution skill. At the same time, the explosive bots below begin firing their projectiles upward, aiming straight at Qianma's position. Acting quickly, Qianma switches his weapon into a magic staff, then leaps off the spider boss just as the explosives rain down upon him. Landing behind the explosive bots, Qianma activates his Iron Mountain Bash skill, sending the bots hurtling toward the spider boss. A massive explosion erupts as the explosive bots collide with the spider boss, creating a fiery spectacle that shakes the entire chamber. As shattered machinery scatters, Qianma walks away unscathed, heading confidently toward the third boss. Back in the Invigilator's hall, the teachers and spectators are astounded by Qianma's flawless techniques and ingenuity. Gulian abruptly stands, demanding that the main screen be changed to Qianma's first-person view. The other teachers murmur in agreement, voicing frustration over the limited visibility on Qianma's small monitor. Yefeng looks furious, upset that a student from another academy is stealing the spotlight he believes belongs to his college. Clenching his fists, he silently hopes Qianma will make a mistake now that all eyes are focused on him. Meanwhile, Qianma arrives at the third boss, a level 22 mechanical robot boasting a formidable 5,000 HP. Recognizing the boss, Qianma recalls that in previous exams, defeating it was a guaranteed ticket to the top 10 universities. The boss, nicknamed the Gatekeeper of Top Universities, is infamous for its overpowered debuff skill, the Aging Halo. Unbothered, Qianma switches his weapon to a spear and charges head-on, ready to dismantle the boss with brute force. With a single, powerful thrust, Qianma strikes the core of the boss, delivering a devastating blow that causes significant damage. Following up with seamless precision, Qianma executes a slide tackle, maneuvering beneath the boss's legs to position himself strategically. Once behind the boss, Chanma grabs hold of its massive frame and prepares to execute an audacious suplex move. The teachers observing are dumbfounded, finding it almost comical that Chanma would even attempt to suplex a robot. Laughter breaks out among the spectators as they jeer at Chanma's seemingly absurd move, mocking his unrealistic ambition. However, their laughter quickly dies down when they realize Chanma is unaffected by the boss's aging halo debuff, leaving them stunned. Guolian is horrified as he realizes Chanma has cleverly exploited the 0.1 second invincibility frame of the suplex to bypass the debilitating debuff. Some skills have an invincibility frame, a frame, during activation, allowing skilled players to become immune to damage and abnormal statuses, despite the short duration. A teacher notes that most awakened professions have such skills and wonders if that's why Chanma chose to become a vagrant. Back in the exam, Chanma swings at the boss, using arching smash, his hand glowing as it releases an energy attack. The energy attack soars through the air and strikes the boss, momentarily distracting it and giving Chanma an opportunity to act. Wasting no time, Chanma thrusts his spear forward and strikes the boss 4 more times, inflicting dazzle marks on its body. The boss retreats, keeping distance from Chanma as 4 more void spheres appear around him, bringing the total to 8. Just as the aging halo's 5-second cooldown ends, Chanma seizes the opportunity and transforms his weapon into a long sword. The teachers in the surveillance hall are stunned that Chanma, at level 20, already possesses the unique silver grade gear. Observing that Chanma remains unaffected by the aging halo, they are left in even greater shock and disbelief. An old man remarks on Chanma's extraordinary feat, and Yen Min agrees, noting this is why his potential is ranked SSS. By now, Chanma has completed the preparations for his final attack, confidently declaring that he will finish the boss. Without any delay, he sends all 8 void spheres hurtling toward the boss, which bombard it continuously and deal massive amounts of damage. Chanma stands tall and unshaken, exuding the aura of a true boss, as he watches the 3rd boss collapse and get defeated. The teachers in the surveillance hall are stunned, struggling to believe that it has only been 24 minutes and Chanma has already defeated 3 bosses. Wu Zhonglei comments that Chanma is carving a new path, and his vagrant profession may soon surpass all others. The reason why McMoney became the final boss of Morrowigan isn't just because it is level 24 or because of its high damage and defense. The challenge is that once the battle starts, the 6 passages will continuously spawn all the monsters from this transcript. To defeat McMoney, the challenger must face the boss and an endless stream of mobs, where a moment's carelessness can lead to being overwhelmed. In the history of these exams, no one has ever managed to clear this final boss, and now Chanma stands face to face with it, ready to set a new record. Lifting his staff high, he begins chanting summoning spells, and within seconds, an entire army of diverse monsters materializes around him. After completing the summon, Chanma starts chanting again, this time creating layers of defensive barriers to fortify his position. The teachers realize Chanma plans to use his summoned army to block the mob passages, focusing solely on the boss. With all preparations complete, Chanma switches his weapon into a Gatling gun and readies himself to face the final boss. Locking onto Chanma, the boss launches a barrage of heavy explosives directly at him. Unfazed by the attacks, Chanma's eyes blaze with determination as he raises his gun and fires at the boss. In a spectacular display, the final boss succumbs to the relentless assault and crashes to the ground with a resounding bang, defeated. At that very moment, Ma Xiao, who is ranked 2nd in potential, defeats the number 2 boss and feels proud, assuming that other students are still stuck on the 1st boss. But right then the system announces that Chanma defeated all 4 bosses and cleared the exam in 30 minutes, setting a new record. Overwhelmed by shock, Ma Xiao falls to his knees, shouting in disbelief as he struggles to comprehend how this could be possible. Li Ganyu, a student ranked 6th in potential, is equally stunned as he reads the global announcement about Chanma's achievement. Meanwhile, Jingjing is still engaged in a fierce battle against the explosive bots, unaware of Chanma's incredible accomplishment. Upon hearing the announcement that Chanma cleared the exam, she smiles warmly, feeling genuinely happy for him. Chanma's friend, Li Hong, is overjoyed when he learns about Chanma's success in clearing the exam. A group of girls in the spectator stands start cheering loudly for Chanma, feeling impressed and enamored by his skill and charisma. A teacher whispers to Han Yufeng, telling him that several students from their college were eliminated due to Chanma's exceptional performance. Enraged by the situation, Yufeng slams his fist onto the table and curses under his breath, unable to contain his frustration. Wu Zhonglei begins begins clapping, expressing his admiration, and remarks that their country Xia is fortunate to have someone like Qianma among them. With a sly smile, Guolian remarks that Jiang City College taught Hanwu subsidiary college a strong lesson through Qianma's victory. Yan Min observes with satisfaction, noting that sometimes a single trump card can expose the weaknesses hidden behind the facade of thousands of others. Back at the battlefield, the system congratulates Qianma for clearing the exam and rewards him with a diamond chest and 182,000 experience points. Curious about the reward, Qianma presses the open button on the screen and eagerly waits to see what the chest contains. To his delight, Jie receives an S-rank skill book, a rare and valuable treasure that is incredibly difficult to obtain. Since Qianma's spellbinder profession restricts him from learning most skills in college, this reward is precisely what he needs to enhance his abilities. Noting his high agility stats, Qianma realizes that the attack speed boost from the skill book will perfectly complement his fighting style. After using the skill book, Qianma feels his attack speed increase, with the system confirming a 15% boost, bringing it to 32.8%. Clenching his fists in excitement, Qianma remarks that with his improved attack speed, he is now stronger than most level 30 players. Turning to the defeated boss, Qianma quickly withdraws a radiation solution and pours it over the boss's face to claim the Baldwin mask. Moments later, the Baldwin mask emerges, a unique item that allows the user to transform into the appearance of the dwarf race with a cooldown of 12 hours. Back at the stadium, a massive screen lights up, displaying a congratulatory message for Qianma securing first place. Qianma gets teleported out of the exam dungeon and reappears at the center of the stadium. Teachers and spectators notice Qianma's arrival, rushing toward him with applause and enthusiastic congratulations for his remarkable achievement. Among the crowd, a group of teachers approaches Qianma, emphasizing that the future of country Xia rests in his hands, and that he has the power to protect its people. Qianma quickly realizes the teachers are pressuring him to become a patriotic figure for defense if demonic beasts attack the city. Smiling confidently, he addresses the crowd, inviting anyone who believes he should fight for the country to step forward. The group of teachers who made those remarks earlier steps forward, questioning why Qianma singled them out. Qianma responds by declaring that he has chosen these teachers to fight alongside him when the time comes for the country's defense. He then challenges the teachers, asking if they are prepared to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield just as they expect him to do. Realizing they have been outmaneuvered, the teachers hastily backtrack, claiming their earlier statements were made in jest. Qianma dismisses their excuses, accusing them of hypocrisy for urging a student like him to fight while shirking their own responsibilities as adults. He further presses them, demanding to know if their earlier statements were driven by any ulterior motives. The crowd, now aware of the teachers' intentions, grows furious and begins shouting at them in outrage. At that moment, Guolian and Wu Zhonglei arrive, with Guolian announcing that the implicated teachers will be permanently banned from teaching. The disgraced teachers fall to their knees, pleading with Guolian to forgive their mistakes. Wu Zhonglei shakes Qianma's hand, praising him for his exceptional talent and the maturity he displayed in handling the situation. Turning to Guolian, Wu Zhonglei requests a private room so he can speak with Qianma alone. A few minutes later, Wu Zhonglei and Qianma convene in a conference room, taking their seats for a discussion. Sipping his drink, Wu Zhonglei asks Qianma if he knows anyone in the upper echelons of the management association. Qianma immediately thinks of the old man he met while fishing and explains to Wu Zhonglei that he knows nothing about the man's identity. Upon hearing the mention of fishing, Wu Zhonglei's expression changes as if a sudden realization dawns on him. Qianma places a ring on the table, explaining that it was a gift from the old man he met. The sight of the ring causes Wu Zhonglei to leap to his feet in shock, accidentally spilling his drink in his haste. Wu Zhonglei explains that the ring belongs to Elder Qin, the only fourth awakening battle mage in country Xia. He elaborates that while Elder Qin possesses immense power, he is known for being reclusive and rarely forming connections with others. Wu Zhonglei expresses relief, believing that Qianma's relationship with Elder Qin bodes well for his future prospects. Sitting down again, Wu Zhonglei mentions that he cannot disclose much about Elder Qin due to strict confidentiality. He advises Qianma to wear the ring at all times, as it could prove invaluable in the future. That afternoon, the news of Qianma breaking the entrance exam record spreads nationwide, even being broadcast on an official news channel. Outside Jiangcheng College's entrance, heavy traffic builds up, with dozens of vehicles overcrowding the parking lot. Students standing near the gate notice the scene and attribute it to country Xia's University Recruitment Day, as representatives from top universities have arrived. They are surprised to see representatives from 16 of the top 30 universities. Realizing this unprecedented turnout must be due to Qianma's achievements. In the conference room, Yan Min presents the university representatives with detailed detailed information about the students who passed the entrance exam. Among the profiles, Chanma's information stands out, shocking the representatives with his astonishing battle power of 20,000. Chang Yuesheng from Moling University is not surprised, as he had personally witnessed Chanma's capabilities before. Even if he cannot recruit Chanma, Yuesheng resolves to mend past grievances and establish a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, Wang Keifu from Lantian University grins widely, determined to do whatever it takes to recruit Chanma. 30 minutes later, the representatives complete their voting process, selecting the students they wish to recruit. Yin Min informs them that interviews will begin in 5 minutes and that they can proceed with students they voted for. He also reveals that all 16 universities have chosen to interview Chanma, suggesting a collective interview to save time. The representatives are displeased, voicing complaints about the lack of individual interviews for someone as talented as Chanma. Chang Yuesheng agrees with the collective interview, stating that rules can be adjusted for a genius of Chanma's caliber. The representative from Lantian University also agrees, prompting the remaining universities to reluctantly follow suit. An hour later, Zhang Lei reports to Yin Min that 28 students from Jiangcheng College have successfully passed their individual interviews. Handing over the report, Zhang Lei mentions that Jingjing has been recruited by Beijing University. Yin Min is astonished by the number of successful students and wonders how they suddenly became so exceptional. Finally, it is time for Chanma's collective interview, where he will face representatives from all 16 universities simultaneously. Chanma steps into a large hall, finding himself at the center of attention with the 16 university representatives seated before him. Yuesheng introduces himself to Chanma, acknowledging their misunderstanding and hoping Chanma holds no grudges. Chanma immediately recognizes that Yuesheng is likely sent by Zhong Hongshan to mend their previous enmity. Wang Keifu from Blue Sky University stands up and claims that a friend of Chanma's personally recommended his university for Chanma. Chanma confidently deduces that the friend Wang Keifu is referring to must be Huang Tian. A heated commotion erupts among the representatives, with many criticizing Wang Keifu for attempting to use personal connections to sway Chanma. Spotting a representative from Oracle University, Chanma feels surprised that such a prestigious institution appears to be in dire straits. A representative seated at the center clears his throat loudly, signaling the need to halt the arguments and officially commence the interview. Representing Clear North University, he asks Chanma why he chose the vagrant profession over other lucrative options. Chanma responds confidently, stating that he aspires to become a monarch, leaving the representatives to view him as overly ambitious. Renheng from Ice Show University challenges Chanma, questioning how he plans to achieve monarch status with the vagrant profession's limited advancement potential. Yuesheng agrees with Renheng's skepticism, as it is widely believed that the vagrant class becomes practically ineffective at higher levels. Chanma sharply counters by questioning who decided the vagrant profession is weak and dares anyone to challenge him to test his strength. Amused by Chanma's boldness, Renheng abruptly stands and, with a grin, comments on how audacious youngsters have become these days. He then proposes a duel, promising to stop criticizing the vagrant profession if Chanma defeats him. With both parties in agreement, the representative from Clear North University declares the duel's rule: whoever lands the first hit wins. Renheng steps forward to the center, positioning himself a few feet away from Chanma with a determined stance. Summoning sharp ice shards around him, Renheng warns Chanma not to accuse him of bullying if he is badly beaten. The other representatives remark that Renheng would become a laughingstock if he were to lose to a student. Renheng thrusts his hand forward, sending a barrage of ice spears flying straight toward Chanma. Remaining calm, Chanma summons his firearm, shooting down each incoming spear with precision before unleashing a volley of bullets at Renheng. Unable to dodge, Renheng is struck directly by the bullets and crashes to the ground in defeat. Turning his attention to the other representatives, Chanma boldly asks if anyone else wishes to question his abilities. The representatives are left in stunned silence, their jaws dropping as they process Chanma's effortless victory over Renheng. Yuesheng clenches his teeth in frustration, disappointed that Chanma wasn't humbled by the duel. Wang Keifu, on the other hand, is both intimidated and deeply impressed by Chanma's incredible skill. Having witnessed Chanma's strength firsthand, the representatives eagerly begin offering extravagant benefits to entice him to join their universities. The representative from Blue Sky University boldly offers Chanma access to their skill book library with A-rank authority if he joins their institution. The other representatives accuse Blue Sky University's representative of being shameless for attempting to bribe Chanma with material rewards. Noticing that Lao Chen from Oracle University has yet to make an offer, the other representatives urge him to present his proposal. Nervously, Lao Chen states that Oracle University would grant Chanma access to all their secret realms and even provide him with a rare ability fruit. The representatives immediately question how Oracle University expects any student to survive their notoriously dangerous secret realms. However, Chanma becomes particularly intrigued by the mention of the secret realms offered by Oracle University. Addressing the representatives, Chanma acknowledges their enthusiasm and dedication to recruiting him. The room grows tense as the representatives hold their breath, anticipating Chanma's decision on which university he will choose. Lao Chen appears resigned, convinced that Chanma will overlook Oracle University due to their lackluster offerings. To everyone's astonishment, Chanma announces his decision to join Oracle University, leaving Lao Chen visibly shaken. The following day, Chanma visits the blacksmith and informs him about his decision, only to receive criticism for acting impulsively. Reassuring the blacksmith, Chanma explains that he has his own reasons for making that choice and inquires about the equipment he left for sale. The blacksmith proudly reports that all 46 items have been sold, yielding a total profit of 920 gold. Handing Chanma a pouch filled with gold, the blacksmith asks about his plans moving forward. Chanma replies that his next destination is Thunder City, where he has something important to accomplish. The blacksmith notes that Thunder City is near the novice village and requires a 3-day journey to reach. Before Chanma departs, the blacksmith hands him a golden token, explaining that it can be used to take the exam to become a high-ranked forger. Taking the token, Chanma wonders if the blacksmith has any personal connections to it, as he seemed hesitant when handing it over. Checking his inventory, Chanma notes he now has 933 gold left after secretly leaving 120 gold for the blacksmith. Spotting the black card from Zhong Hongshan in his possession, Chanma decides to visit the auction house before proceeding further. After defeating a massive lion-like monster, Chanma skillfully uses his skinning technique, causing the beast's body to float mid-air. Before leaving the novice village, Chanma used all his resources to learn secondary professions like herbalism, alchemy, mining, and skinning, reaching 90% proficiency after 8 days of farming. Upon completing the skinning process successfully, Chanma obtains the lion's hide, an essential material for future use. Suddenly, a loud growl reverberates nearby, prompting Chanma to turn toward the source of the sound. Recognizing the growl, Chanma identifies it as Moski's, a level 27 monster known for its toughness and ability to drop level 40 epic items. Determined to take down the beast, Chanma follows the noise, hoping for a significant reward. However, upon reaching the location, he hears human voices and realizes Moski's is already being hunted by others. Peeking from behind the bushes, Chanma spots Leng Ruoshi, a level 24 melee mage, struggling against the monster and looking utterly exhausted. Giving up the fight, Ruoshi turns to flee, but Moski's relentlessly chases after her. In desperation, Ruoshi points her staff at the beast and casts ice shards, striking multiple points on its body. The ice shards effectively freeze parts of Moski's body, significantly slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Ruoshi unleashes her meteor assault skill, dealing a powerful blow to the monster. Observing her from the sidelines, Chanma notes that despite being level 24, Ruoshi's attack speed surpasses his own. Infuriated, Moski's stomps its legs onto the ground with immense force, creating cracks that spread outward. Raising its massive arm, Moski's prepares to crush Ruoshi with a devastating swing. Realizing she cannot dodge in time, Ruoshi closes her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Just as Moski's attack is about to connect, Chanma intervenes, blocking the blow and leaving Ruoshi startled. Taking the offensive, Chanma targets Moski's weak points, striking with precision and ferocity. Leaping into the air, Chanma unleashes void spheres that bombard Moski's, reducing the once mighty monster to rubble, much to Ruoshi's disbelief. Breaking into a smile, Ruoshi praises Chanma, clearly awestruck by his overwhelming strength. For defeating Moski's, Chanma is rewarded with the Consonant Staff, a rare item that boosts spell damage and healing. Examining the staff, Chanma recalls its rarity from his previous life and decides to sell it later for a high price since he cannot use it himself. Ruoshi, still astonished, asks how Chanma could be so powerful despite being only level 22. Tears streaming down her face, she admits she thought she was doomed and expresses her relief at being saved. Stowing the staff in his inventory, Chanma tells Ruoshi her talent likely grants her a significant boost in attack speed. He estimates her attack speed bonus to be around 38%, leaving Ruoshi amazed at his accurate observation. Chanma critiques her lack of refinement and skill execution and timing, further surprising her with his detailed knowledge. Flashing a slight grin, Chanma turns to leave, but Ruashi calls after him, asking him to wait. A few minutes later, Chanma encounters a group of monsters along his path and effortlessly defeats them one by one. Watching him in action, Ruashi is thoroughly impressed, realizing Chanma is far more formidable than his level suggests. After dispatching the monsters, Chanma informs Ruashi that he is pressing matters in Thunder City and bids her farewell, while she thanks him for his guidance. As Ruashi bows deeply to show her gratitude, her movements inadvertently reveal her jugs, leaving Chanma coughing awkwardly in embarrassment. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder erupts across the sky, shattering the stillness. Following the thunder, the sky darkens ominously, and the crescent moon takes on a blood-red hue. A system announcement informs all players in the Thunder City region that a beast tide is approaching in 5 minutes, urging them to prepare. Upon reading the announcement, Ruashi bursts into tears, lamenting her misfortune and fearing the imminent danger. Chanma explains that beast tides are categorized as small, medium, and large, assuring her that Thunder City will only face a small-scale tide and suggesting they find a nearby hiding spot. Scanning the surroundings, Chanma notices something ahead in the forest. Without warning, he grabs Ruashi by the hand and carries her on his back, leaving her utterly baffled. As she processes what just happened, Ruashi shouts at Chanma to explain, and he calmly replies that he is trying to ensure her survival. Wrapping his arms securely around her, Chanma charges through the forest at incredible speed, evading the monsters along the way. His swift movements allow them to slip past the monstrous horde undetected, much to Ruashi's astonishment. Observing his actions, Ruashi remains silent, gradually trusting his intentions to protect her. She then requests Chanma to let her down so they can fight together, but Chanma refuses, insisting she would only hinder him. Feeling slighted, Ruashi retaliates by tightening her grip around his neck, causing Chanma to choke and his face to redden. Moments later, they arrive at a small well, and Chanma sets Ruashi down, urging her to hide inside for safety. Leaving her there, Chanma prepares to face the beast tide head-on, his determination unwavering. However, Ruashi teleports in front of Chanma, blocking his path and stopping him in his tracks. In an impulsive move, she pushes him backward, and they both tumble into the well together. As they fall, Chanma grows concerned about the depth, fearing they might meet their end at the bottom. Using his arms and legs, he braces against the well's walls, managing to halt their descent. Clinging to Chanma, Ruashi yells at him to adjust his position, her tone revealing her embarrassment at their awkward situation. Chanma and Roshi remain completely silent as the howling noises of the passing monster horde echo eerily through the well's walls. In a whisper, Roshi warns Chanma not to make any noise and to remain completely still to avoid detection. Breaking the silence, Roshi asks for his name, and Chanma introduces himself. With a serious expression, Roshi demands to know why Chanma has been helping and guiding her despite them being strangers. Feeling slightly flustered by her sudden stern tone, Chanma explains that he has been assisting her because he sees real talent in her. Hearing this, Roshi's stern expression softens into a grin as she takes it as a genuine compliment. Glancing upwards, Chanma silently hopes the beast siege ends soon so he can escape this uncomfortable situation. After a few minutes, Chanma uses a grappling hook to pull himself and Roshi out of the well with careful precision. As they land near the well's opening, Roshi shouts at Chanma to avert his gaze, embarrassed by her torn clothes. Feeling equally awkward, Chanma quickly offers to sew something suitable for her to wear. Using his crafting skills, he makes a simple beast hide tunic and skirt, handing them to Roshi without looking at her. Snatching the clothes from his hands, Roshi firmly tells him to give her some privacy while she changes. Respecting her request, Chanma walks away and waits patiently while Roshi changes behind a large rock. A moment later, Roshi steps out wearing the clothes but complains about how short they are, accusing Chanma of doing it on purpose to annoy her. Flustered by her accusation, Chanma hastily makes a beast hide coat, which Roshi accepts while scolding him for not making it earlier. With an irritated expression, Roshi storms off, calling Chanma a pervert, leaving him dumbfounded and speechless. After several hours of walking, the pair arrive at Thunder City, passing through its massive gates into the bustling urban environment. Chanma notices a sign pointing toward the auction house, the exact place he has been looking for all along. Learning about his interest in the auction house, Roshi offers to guide Chanma there, but not before suggesting he buy her a new outfit as compensation. Hearing her suggestion, Chanma agrees, and Roshi enthusiastically grabs his arm, pulling him toward a nearby clothing shop. Roshi makes it clear clear that she intends to avoid cheap clothing and will pick whatever suits her fancy. With a reassuring smile, Chanma promises to pay for whatever outfit she chooses, without hesitation. A short while later, they enter a luxurious shop with high ceilings and an expansive showroom filled with elegant clothing. The woman at the front desk, noticing Roshi's tattered attire, dismissively assumes they are there to waste her time. Picking up a stylish dress, Roshi holds it up and asks Chanma for his opinion, to which he responds that it looks great on her. The desk woman interrupts to warn Roshi to handle the dress carefully and avoid dirtying the expensive fabric. Spotting the price tag, Roshi realizes the dress costs a staggering 30 gold coins. Nervously, she admits to having only 150 gold coins with her and suggests they look elsewhere, but Chanma reassures her that he can afford it. Both Roshi and the desk woman are taken aback by Chanma's casual attitude toward the price. In a hushed tone, Roshi confirms with Chanma that he understands the dress costs 30 gold coins and not silver, to which he calmly nods. Without further delay, Chanma retrieves a pouch of gold coins and places it confidently on the counter, leaving the desk woman speechless. Changing her attitude immediately, the woman sweetly offers to show Roshi the newest arrivals in their collection. Minutes later, Roshi emerges wearing a stunning outfit, and the desk woman announces the price as 40 gold coins. Before the transaction is complete, Chanma inspects the dress and points out several flaws in the fabric, questioning its high cost. With a sharp tone, he asks the woman if she is attempting to overcharge him deliberately. Offended, the desk woman loudly defends her shop's reputation, claiming they have never cheated a customer in 20 years. Matching her tone, Chanma coldly demands to speak with the shop's manager regarding the matter. Moments later, a well-dressed woman introduces herself as the manager and invites Chanma to explain the issue. Running his hands over the fabric, Chanma expertly identifies the material as having an incorrect silk-to-wool ratio and several manufacturing defects. Additionally, he highlights flaws in the dyeing process, exposing the dress as a subpar product. Stunned by his knowledge, the manager asks Chanma how he was able to discern these details so accurately. Roshi, watching in awe, wonders if there is anything Chanma doesn't know. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the manager begins to sweat nervously, understanding that such revelations could ruin her business. Bowing deeply, the manager apologizes profusely to Chanma, blaming a restocking error for the defective product. Roshi interjects, pointing out the desk woman's earlier rudeness and condescending behavior toward them. Without hesitation, the manager slaps the desk woman across the face, reprimanding her for her poor customer service. Bursting into tears, the desk woman tries to apologize, but the manager cuts her off, firing her on the spot. Turning back to Chanma, the manager pleads for his forgiveness and offers him anything in the shop for free, along with a gift as compensation. Accepting the gift, Chanma gives a satisfied smirk, stating he only wanted to point out the issues and had no other intentions. With the freedom to choose anything, Roshi eagerly explores the shop, picking out several outfits she likes. Watching this, the manager is left speechless, realizing how much this generosity might cost her business. Eventually, Chanma and Roshi leave the shop, heading toward the auction house with their shopping complete. Opening the gift from the manager, Chanma finds a pouch containing a generous sum of 300 gold coins. Grabbing Chanma's hand, Roshi happily points out that the auction house is just ahead, leading him onward. The auction house is an impressive structure with grand domes and intricate architecture, shining under a clear, sunlit sky. Chanma is captivated by the building's grandeur, and Roshi, noticing his amazement, recalls being awestruck when she first saw it. Taking Chanma's hand, Roshi leads him up the grand staircase, urging him to follow her inside. They approach the front desk and inquire with the receptionist about the schedule for the next auction and the availability of VIP rooms. Spotting the VIP card in Roshi's possession, the receptionist exclaims at the sight of the prestigious silver card and confirms that one VIP room is still available. Chanma deduces that Roshi likely obtained the silver card through her influential family. At that moment, a group of rugged-looking men arrive, led by the arrogant young Master Wei, who has come specifically for the auction. The receptionist apologizes to Wei and lackeys, informing them that the last available VIP room has already been allocated to Roshi. Disdainfully, Wei dismisses the silver card as worthless and dramatically places 3 gold cards on the desk to assert his superiority. Picking up the gold cards, the receptionist verifies their authenticity and regretfully informs Roshi that her room must now be reassigned to Wei. Roshi protests the decision, but Chanma subtly shakes his head, signaling her to let it go without further argument. Wei and his lackeys leave, laughing arrogantly as they bask in their perceived dominance over Roshi and Chanma. Clenching her fists in frustration, Roshi asks why Chanma stopped her, but he calmly reassures her it's not worth worrying about. With no VIP rooms available, They move to a common area where Roshi sulks, but Chanma confidently promises that Wei will face retribution during the auction. Turning his focus elsewhere, Chanma approaches a table set against the wall, seemingly deep in thought. Chanma snaps his fingers beside the table, instantly materializing a pile of rare herbs and precious ores, leaving Roshi in disbelief. The following day, the grand auction commences, drawing an affluent crowd into a lavish hall, with a charismatic man taking the stage as the auctioneer. The auctioneer introduces the first item, 10 stalks of lanchi grass, and starts the bidding at 2 gold coins. In VIP room 414, Wei participates in the auction remotely, eager to secure the lanchi grass for himself. The auctioneer's hammer falls as Wei wins the 10 stalks of lanchi grass for an inflated price of 15 gold coins. The item is instantly transferred to Wei's room, and although he overpaid, he appears satisfied with his acquisition. Next, the auctioneer reveals another batch of lanchi grass, this time containing 46 stalks, starting at a bid of 4.6 gold coins, sparking widespread interest. The bidding escalates quickly as one participant raises the offer to 50 gold coins. Determined to claim the second batch as well, Wei attempts to bid, but is shocked to find himself barred from participating by the seller. The lot is ultimately won by bidder 782, much to Wei's visible irritation and mounting anger. Back in Chanma's room, a small mound of gold appears on the table as he reveals that Wei is bidder 414. He reveals that he imposed restrictions on the second batch, ensuring that Wei's bids were automatically blocked. Amused, Roshi laughs at the thought of Wei's frustration, while Chanma smirks, calling this just an appetizer. In subsequent rounds, Wei faces continuous restrictions, leaving him increasingly enraged as his bids are repeatedly denied. Fuming with frustration, Wei orders his lackeys to locate manager Su and uncover who is orchestrating the sabotage. After an hour of intense bidding, the auctioneer announces the final item, the Soul Rhinoceros Staff, an epic tier weapon with a starting bid of 100 gold coins. Bidding for the staff intensifies rapidly, with offers soaring to 520 gold coins in moments. Fearful of being restricted again, Wei hesitates but remains determined to secure the staff at all costs. To his dismay, the system informs him that, as bidder Wei, he is only allowed to raise bids in increments of 100 gold coins. Overwhelmed with rage, Wei shouts furiously, causing his VIP room to shake as his temper boils over. He destroys the table in front of him and stands trembling with anger, determined to demonstrate his resolve to his unseen adversary. Seething, he places an outrageous bid, vowing revenge, and ultimately wins the staff for an exorbitant 840 gold coins, draining his entire savings. Back in Chanma's room, he calmly calculates his profits, totaling an impressive gain of 2,660 gold coins from his strategic maneuvers. The door to Chanma's room swings open as manager Su enters, accompanied by Wei and his lackeys, their expressions brimming with hostility. Sizing up the intruders, Chanma instantly deduces that Wei has come seeking revenge and readies himself for the confrontation. Approaching Chanma, Wei demands to know if he was the one responsible for imposing the restrictions, to which Chanma coolly admits the truth. Wei's lackeys scoff and berate Chanma, warning him that he clearly doesn't understand who he is dealing with. Unfazed, Chanma retorts with a smirk, declaring that he knows exactly who Wei is, and bluntly calls him a nobody. Enraged by the insult, Wei challenges Chanma to a duel, which Chanma confidently accepts without hesitation. Moments later, the two adversaries step into the bustling streets, positioning themselves for a heated battle. Wei brandishes his epic tier staff, vowing that Chanma will regret ever crossing him. Spectators recognize the staff's immense power, while Wei's lackeys mock Chanma for being 4 levels weaker than their master. Summoning a fiery orb with his staff, Wei prepares to unleash a devastating attack, but Chanma suddenly vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, Chanma appears behind Wei, catching him completely off guard. With a swift kick, Chanma sends Wei hurtling through the air, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sheer speed and force of the attack. Wei realizes he has no way to stop his descent as he plummets toward the ground headfirst. Without hesitation, Chanma points his spear sideways and dashes right before Wei, striking his staff just before he hits the ground. The spectators watching are confused as to why Chanma targeted the staff instead of simply taking it and running away. Roshi looks both pleased and impressed, realizing Chanma is attempting to destroy Wei's staff, rendering his life savings worthless. The system alerts Wei that his staff's durability has dropped to 1 and is on the verge of destruction. Directing void spheres toward Wei, Chanma coldly asks if he still enjoys bullying others. As the void spheres collide with the staff, it shatters into pieces, and the spheres hit Wei, dealing immense damage. With a sickening thud, Wei crashes hard onto the ground. Walking toward the defeated Wei, Chanma leans down and retrieves a black VIP card from his possession. Holding up the card, Chanma reveals it to Wei and smugly asks if he knows what this is. Wei, visibly bewildered, hoarsely asks how Chanma could possibly possess a black VIP card. Before Wei can say more, his head falls back, and he passes out from the sheer force of the encounter. The spectators murmur amongst themselves, unclear about the significance of the black card, until one of them reveals it's second only to a red card. That same individual informs the crowd that Chanma is actually the top graduate from Abe province, with an unparalleled SSS rank potential rating. Roshi, pointing angrily at Chanma, demands to know why he didn't use the black card earlier when he already had it. Chanma pats her head affectionately and explains that he wanted Wei to take the bait, which is why he withheld the card initially. Blushing furiously, Roshi turns away, warning Chanma in a sharp tone never to touch her head again. The receptionist from the front desk appears, apologizing profusely to Chanma and presenting him with a gift box as an apology. The receptionist, clearly terrified, worries that his earlier disrespect towards someone of Chanma's stature might cost him dearly. Opening the gift box, Chanma discovers Sun and Moon Demon scales, perfect for upgrading his flowing light thousand-bladed umbrella. Handing the receptionist a list of materials, Chanma instructs him to notify him if any of the items appear in future auctions, and the receptionist agrees eagerly. With that, Chanma and Roshi walk away as the receptionist bows repeatedly in respect. Walking alongside Chanma, Roshi fidgets nervously with her clothing, lost in deep thought. Noticing her unease, Chanma asks if something is bothering her or if she has anything on her mind. With tears welling in her eyes, Roshi reveals that she will be returning home for a while and asks if Chanma will miss her. Reluctantly, not wanting to hurt her feelings, Chanma admits that he will indeed miss her. Out of nowhere, Roshi kisses Chanma on the cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Turning to leave, Roshi warns Chanma not to seek out any other girls while she is away. Touching the spot where Roshi kissed him, Chanma blushes slightly, caught off guard by her sudden gesture. The next day, Chanma spends time in an alchemist's lab, crafting potions and gaining 10,000 experience points, allowing him to upgrade to intermediate herbalism. Smiling with satisfaction, Chanma remarks that the 80% experience boost is remarkable and feels the 400 gold spent renting the lab was well worth it. That evening, he ventures to the outskirts of Thunder City, specifically Nightfall Town, where level 25 elite monsters emerge after sunset. Equipping his umbrella weapon, Chanma readies himself to hunt any monsters that cross his path. Transforming the umbrella into a staff, he summons his army of monsters and orders them to gather every creature in the town. Following his command, the summoned creatures scatter in all directions, rounding up monsters. Chanma moves forward and halts at a strategic point, preparing for the next phase of his plan. He commands his summons to converge at the central plaza and keep the monsters occupied while he advances toward the final room. Minutes later, Chanma leaps from a building window with spirit monsters chasing closely behind him. Landing gracefully on the ground, he hears the monsters crash violently beside him. Tossing a large net over the spirit monsters, Chanma traps them and activates his voyage boots while drinking a swiftness potion to increase his speed. Meanwhile, Chanma's summons have successfully attracted hundreds of spirit monsters, encircling them tightly. Chanma drags the captured monsters to the plaza and throws them into the center of the gathering crowd. Standing behind the spirit monsters, Chanma summons a massive ice wall to seal their escape. With the monsters trapped, he uses a grappling gun to pull himself to a safer height above the battlefield. From his elevated position, he summons a quantum bomb and hurls it directly into the heart of the spirit monster horde. The bomb detonates with a massive explosion, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that engulfs every monster in its range. As the dust settles, it reveals that all the spirit monsters have been annihilated. Satisfied with the outcome, Chanma clenches his fist in triumph, relishing the results of his strategy. He notes that stealing the quantum bomb from the old temple was worth it, as it boosted his experience gain by 40%. The defeated spirit monsters begin to revive slowly, hinting at the cyclical nature of their existence. Chanma summons the quantum bomb again, preparing to farm the freshly respawned monsters for additional rewards. Chanma is resting atop a tall structure, enjoying the shade provided by a tower-like design as he takes a break. Summoning the system, he examines his stat page and discovers that he has impressively leveled up to 25 in just a single night. After distributing his newly earned stat points, he now boasts 79 strength points, nearing his agility stat of 107 points. Leaping from the building, he soars downward, determined to continue grinding for experience before reporting to his new university in 4 days. After an entire day dedicated to honing his leatherworking skills, Qianma successfully accumulates 10,000 experience points, achieving the intermediate level in leatherworking. Later, he visits a library and requests the intermediate leatherworking book, eager to upgrade his skill immediately. Just then, a man approaches Qianma, praising his talent for achieving intermediate rank in both alchemy and leatherworking. The other patrons in the library recognize the man as Gao Jin, the president of the Profession Association in Thunder City. Unaware of Gao Jin's identity, Qianma directly asks who he is. Gao Jin smiles and introduces himself, extending his hand and inviting Qianma to join the Profession Association. Turning his back to Gao Jin, Qianma bluntly refuses the offer, shocking Gao Jin with his audacious tone. Before the crowd, Gao Jin offers Qianma a representative position and a 15% discount at all shops on the Apocalypse continent. Qianma, intrigued by the unexpected offer, acknowledges its value but still refuses, leaving Gao Jin stunned by his dismissal of such a lucrative opportunity. Persisting, Gao Jin explains the additional benefits Qianma could gain by joining, but Qianma rejects the offer again, remarking that a representative position isn't worth his attention. The crowd murmurs among themselves, deeming Qianma arrogant and shameless for dismissing such generous terms. Gao Jin points out that with just 2 intermediate secondary professions, the offered deal is already exceptional and claims he cannot improve the terms any further. Disheartened, Gao Jin turns to leave, appearing regretful about failing to recruit Qianma. However, Qianma announces that he has more than 2 intermediate secondary professions, stopping Gao Jin in his tracks. Gao Jin, visibly shocked, demands to know if Qianma is bluffing or telling the truth. Gao Jin then declares that if Qianma truly has 3 intermediate secondary professions, he will be promoted to the position of elder and receive a 20% discount in all shops. Realizing the potential advantage, Qianma summons a blank skill book to prove his claim, leaving the onlookers astonished. The blank book confirms Qianma's expertise in blacksmithing, further baffling Gao Jin and the crowd. Gao Jin, still in disbelief, admits that Qianma's accomplishments in blacksmithing surpass his own. The two then leave the library and chat as they continue on their way. Pointing toward the association headquarters, Gao Jin leads Qianma to the building, promising to grant him the Elder's emblem. On the way, Qianma asks about the relationship between the Blacksmith Association and the Profession Association. Gao Jin explains that the Blacksmith Association separated from the Profession Association due to their pride in their trade. Gao Jin secretly hopes that Qianma's talent might someday help mend the rift between the two organizations. They soon arrive at the Profession Association building and enter a conference room where Gao Jin introduces Qianma to the gathered members. Gao Jin excitedly announces that Qianma will join the association as an elder, leaving the members visibly stunned. Qin Yongchang, an advanced alchemist and current elder, opposes the decision, arguing that elder positions should not be given away lightly. With a sharp tone, Qianma mocks Yongchang and the other elders, comparing them to frogs in a well for speaking without understanding his skills. Outraged, Yongchang calls Qianma an arrogant brat and challenges him to prove his worth through their tests instead of demanding the position outright. Maintaining his composure, Qianma accepts the challenge and proposes adding stakes since many members oppose him. Cui Feng, another elder, supports Qianma's suggestion and declares that if Qianma passes the test, those who opposed him must offer him a reward. Agreeing to the terms, Qianma allows the opposing members to choose their test questions, boasting about his mastery of multiple professions. Qianma lists his 6 intermediate ranked professions, including mining, alchemy, and blacksmithing, leaving the members stunned. Yongchang, bewildered, turns to Gao Jin and demands to know why he didn't mention Qianma's extraordinary abilities earlier. The room falls silent as the elders struggle to decide how to test someone with such overwhelming skills. Sensing their hesitation, Qianma suggests a reverse challenge, offering to quiz them with 7 questions, 4 of which they must answer correctly to win. Gao Jin approves the idea, allowing Qianma to proceed with the unconventional test. Qianma asks increasingly difficult questions, causing the elders to grow pale as they fail to answer even one. Laughing nervously, Qianma realizes he has won the challenge effortlessly. The defeated elders, including Yongchang, sweat profusely, recognizing Qianma's unmatched talents. Gao Jin rewards Qianma with the Fruit of Ability, a priceless item worth thousands of gold coins. Accepting the gift, Qianma bows and thanks Gao Jin for the generous reward. Turning to the elders, Qianma reminds them of their promised gifts, further showcasing his audacity. Speechless, the elders realize they have no choice but to keep their word. Later, Qianma strolls through a forest, wearing the elder's emblem, a cross-shaped locket, around his neck. Checking his inventory, he marvels at the treasures he collected from the elders, each one a priceless artifact. With only 3 days left before his university begins, Qianma decides to leave the Apocalypse continent. Suddenly, the system announces that that upgrading 6 secondary professions and obtaining the Elder's Emblem has advanced his transformation system to level 4. The system also unlocks ability 2, allowing Chanma to transform the effects of crafted potions into passive skills. All of Chanma's passive skills, including Gatling Gun, Wide Sweep, Ripple Slash, Void Sphere, and Critical Hit, are upgraded to level 4. Realizing that advancing his secondary professions strengthens his transformation system as well, Chanma is visually pleased. Chanma's current level is 25, and his battle power totals an impressive 26,021. Reviewing his stats, Chanma feels satisfied with his progress and decides not to rush into transforming his new ability just yet. He reasons that since he has only recently learned intermediate alchemy, there is room to improve his recipes, so transforming his ability now might lead to regrets later. Ready to return, he approaches the portal and extends his hand toward it. Upon arriving at Jiang City College, Chanma notices that the premises are unusually crowded with students despite it being summer vacation. One of the students spots Chanma and excitedly shouts to inform others of his presence. In an instant, Chanma is surrounded by enthusiastic junior students, many of whom are clamoring for his autograph, and feeling overwhelmed, he disappears in a puff of dust and smoke. He quickly retreats behind a nearby bush to hide and catch his breath. However, he is startled when someone suddenly appears behind him and calls out to him. Turning around, Chanma realizes it is Yen Min and asks why so many extra students are outside and acting so excited. With a short laugh, Yen Min explains that these are new students who have come to register because of Chanma's fame. Yen Min then turns and invites Chanma to follow him, saying they have prepared some gifts for him. As they walk, 2 party poppers suddenly go off, covering Chanma's head and face in colorful confetti. Led by Yen Min, the staff and teachers have gathered to bid Chanma farewell and express their gratitude to him. Brushing confetti off his hair, Chanma thanks the teachers but asks them not to repeat such surprises in the future. Yen Min produces a property certificate, explaining that the college pooled funds to purchase a place for Chanma to stay since he will soon move to the capital for university. Along with the property papers, Yen Min hands Chanma plane tickets, a boarding pass, and any other documents he might need. Holding the property papers and documents, Chanma cheerfully thanks the teachers and Yen Min for their generous support. Yen Min urges Chanma to visit them whenever he can and assures him that the college will always stand behind him, no matter where he goes. Once again, Chanma expresses his gratitude to the teachers and Yen Min, bowing respectfully before them. As he turns to leave, Chanma promises that when he returns, his name will resonate across the entire nation of Xia. The next day, Chanma arrives at Oracle University and confidently walks through the main entrance gate. A girl from her class notices Chanma, observes his physique, and assumes he must be strong, deciding to approach him for his contact information. Almost immediately, Chanma finds himself surrounded by a group of girls, all eagerly trying to get his information. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chanma explains that he is only here to report and asks if anyone can guide him to the right place. A blonde-haired girl grabs Chanma's hand, startling him, and insists she will show him around the university. Watching Huaningyu take Chanma away, the other girls fume silently, annoyed at being ignored. As she walks with Chanma, Ningyu explains that students officially graduate after reaching level 30 and completing their second awakening. She further explains that new students are grouped by level. The first group is level 15 to 25, the second is level 26 to 28, the third is level 29, and the fourth year is for level 30. Arriving at the reporting station, Ningyu instructs Chanma to insert his ID card into the machine, which will assign his dormitory based on his details. Chanma follows her instructions, and the machine instantly recognizes him, reading out his information aloud and surprising Ningyu with the revelation that he is level 25. Other students nearby become curious about the level 25 newcomer and move closer to get a better look at Chanma. Smiling, Ningyu remarks that Chanma has been assigned to a luxurious dormitory and offers to guide him there since it might be hard to locate. However, Chanma politely declines her help, saying he can find the dormitory on his own. Turning to leave, Chanma's dismissal causes Ningyu to clench her fists in anger at being ignored. Chanma eventually arrives at Area Z of Oracle University and decides to rest under the shade of a large tree. While resting, he notices an old man nearby practicing what appears to be martial arts. Observing the old man's movements, Chanma suspects he might be unwell based on his physical condition. The old man notices Chanma, pauses his training, and asks if he is a new student at Oracle University. Chanma confirms that he is new and mentions that he arrived that very day. The old man asks for Chanma's room number, and Chanma replies that it is room 001. Growing more curious, the old man asks for Chanma's name, and Chanma answers truthfully. The old man resumes his training without further comment and allows Chanma to leave. After Chanma departs, starts. The old man's expression softens into a knowing smile as if he recognizes Chanma. Just then, a girl carrying a bottle of medicine approaches the old man and scolds him for secretly training instead of resting. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Secret Realms in Oracle University, the new students gather nervously, discussing the upcoming entrance exam. Lei Junjia, the Education Administration Director, seems pleased as he notes that the university managed to recruit 2 provincial champions, Chanma and Shoujia. A teacher from the magic faculty confidently predicts that Shoujia will outperform Chanma in the entrance exam because Chanma is merely a vagrant. Teachers from the War and Command faculties join the discussion, expressing interest in recruiting Shoujia into their departments. Meanwhile, at the exam's entrance portal, Shoujia confronts Chanma and arrogantly declares himself superior. Uninterested in arguing, Chanma dismissively states that he does not even know who Shoujia is. Feeling disrespected, Shoujia clenches his fists and vows to prove that he is the best. Maintaining a cold tone, Chanma remarks that Shoujia is boring and not worth competing against. Being disrespected by Chanma, a vein twitches on Shoujia's temple as he snarls, declaring they will see who is superior. The entrance exam is set to take place in the secret realm called Death Monastery, with the currently accessible areas being the graveyard and library. However, due to Chanma's hidden class, Spellbinder, the highest difficulty setting is automatically activated, unlocking 2 additional areas, the weapon vault and the chapel. Chanma's first destination is the graveyard, which is teeming with monsters, and he readies himself to take them down. Meanwhile, at Oracle University, the teachers are gathered in front of a massive screen mounted on the wall that displays the leaderboard. The teachers are discussing the exam location and speculating on how the students will overcome its challenges, including the final boss, who is at level 28. Their primary focus is on Shoujia, a level 23 student whose current progress shows he has completed 40% of the graveyard. However, they quickly notice that Shoujia is not ranked first on the leaderboard, as Chanma has claimed the top position. Seeing Chanma's rank, the teachers shift their allegiance and begin cheering for him, even discussing how their faculty should recruit Chanma over Shoujia. One teacher observes that Chanma has not exited the exam despite clearing it, and upon reviewing the screen, they realize he is progressing through the highly difficult weapon vault. Noting that only 2 areas were supposed to be available for the exam, and seeing Chanma clearing a restricted area, some teachers argue that his exam should be terminated. Addressing his peers, one of the teachers pleads with them not to make hasty decisions, asserting that Chanma is not someone who acts without a plan. He then turns to Director Lei for guidance, who announces he will head to the president's office to determine the next steps. Back in the secret realm, Chanma navigates the military weapon vault, where the mobs have an average level of 30 and are incredibly strong. Activating his phantom form, Chanma conceals his presence and strategizes to clear the location in one go. One by one, Chanma gathers all the explosives scattered throughout the military vault into a single spot. As part of his strategy, he waves his hand to draw the attention of the mobs. As the mobs charge toward him, Chanma summons an ice wall to trap them all in one place. Once the mobs are gathered near the mountain of TNT, Chanma points his staff at the pile and casts a fireball. To shield himself from the blast, Chanma summons a thick ice block just before the massive explosion shakes the area with tremendous firepower. Back at the university, Director Lei stands outside President Ling's office and requests permission to enter. The old man who had previously spoken with Chanma, President Ling, grants Director Lei permission to report. Upon entering, Director Lei informs the president that a student has cleared the exam in 25 minutes and is now tackling restricted areas instead of exiting the secret realm, prompting Ling to ask if the student is Chanma. Hearing President Ling name the student outright, Director Lei is momentarily stunned. Director Lei explains that they don't know how Chanma managed it, but he now has access to the military weapon vault, and other teachers are calling for him to be punished. With a swift motion, President Ling sends a golden disc-like object flying through the air. Director Lei looks on in horror, realizing that Chanma has been granted the invulnerability privilege, which can only be issued once every 5 years. President Ling states that Chanma, as an exceptional student, deserves this privilege and should be carefully nurtured. However, Ling resolves internally that while Chanma will be given leniency this time, he will face consequences if he becomes too reckless in the future. Back in the secret realm, Chanma finishes defeating all the mobs in the weapon vault within just 8 minutes. minutes. Standing before massive doors, Chanma prepares to face the powerful boss hidden behind them. Slowly, the doors part and a blinding light spills out, casting Chanma's shadow dramatically onto the ground. The boss is revealed to be Harold, a level 25 elite weapon master with a staggering 18,000 HP. Chanma cautiously approaches Harold, aware that although Harold only has one skill, Whirlwind, it is devastatingly overpowered. Summoning his staff, Chanma conjures a void sphere as he prepares to launch the first attack. Aiming his staff at Harold, Chanma sends the void sphere hurtling toward him. The sphere explodes upon impact, dealing Harold 801 points of damage. Leaping into the air, Harold declares he has been waiting for a true challenge before lunging at Chanma with his weapons raised high. Equipping his voyage boots, Chanma dashes backward just as Harold initiates his deadly whirlwind attack. Like a spinning top, Harold begins whirling around, moving erratically through the room as Chanma skillfully evades him. Once Harold's whirlwind goes on cooldown, Chanma seizes the moment to switch to his gun and fire at Harold. This assault cuts Harold's HP in half, pushing him into a berserk state and triggering his limitless whirlwind. Now spinning at an even faster, hurricane-like speed, Harold becomes far more aggressive and difficult to counter. Choosing not to dodge this time, Chanma resolves to confront Harold head-on, unleashing physical attacks despite the relentless spinning. Pausing mid-battle, Chanma drinks a potion to heal his injuries and restore his HP. Immediately after, he resumes his offensive, attacking Harold without pause. Sticking to his strategy of attacking and healing in intervals, Chanma gradually gains the upper hand. After a prolonged and grueling fight, Chanma lands a final, decisive strike with his spear, defeating Harold. Exhausted but triumphant, Chanma notes that his HP has dropped to just 1,500 by the end of the battle. The system congratulates Chanma, awarding him the invulnerability privilege, which will protect his original body even if he is defeated in the secret realm. Though curious about who might be assisting him, Chanma decides to set the thought aside and focus on clearing the next area. Back at the university, the observation screen shows that Chanma has achieved a 100% clearance of the military weapon vault, leaving the teachers stunned. Upon discovering that President Ling granted Chanma the invulnerability privilege, the teachers are astounded, given that Chanma is merely a new student. One teacher points at the screen and exclaims that Chanma has already entered the chapel and shows no signs of stopping. Director Lei, staring intently at the screen, remarks that he is eager to see how Chanma will handle the terrifying final boss. Pushing open the massive doors, Chanma steps into a grand hall and notices several figures kneeling on the ground, their bodies concealed by dark cloaks. The Death Monastery has two final bosses, Scarlet Commander Mograine, seated on his throne, and his wife, who resides in a room behind him. Activating phantom form, Chanma becomes undetectable and stealthily moves into the dungeons, eliminating the guards stationed there. Knowing he will face two level 28 bosses simultaneously, Chanma ventures to the dungeon to rescue someone who can aid him. That person is a man who is currently shackled and chained within the dungeon. Approaching the prisoner, Chanma addresses him as Fairbanks and asks if he seeks revenge. With a bruised face and hollow eyes, Fairbanks weakly inquires if Chanma can truly help him. With a single swing of his sword, Chanma severs the chains binding Fairbanks, granting him freedom. In Chanma's previous life within the game, Fairbanks was a hidden NPC who could either be slain for rewards or saved to become an ally in battle. Chanma chooses the latter and, using a priest's basic skill, begins healing Fairbanks's numerous injuries. Within moments, Fairbanks feels his wounds vanish and his body restored to a stronger, more youthful state. Bowing before Chanma, Fairbanks expresses his gratitude and pledges his loyalty, while Chanma instructs him to stay hidden and only intervene upon hearing the second boss's voice. Having secured Fairbanks's help, Chanma returns to the hall, deactivates phantom form, and is immediately spotted by the disciples kneeling on the ground. As the disciples lock their gaze on him, Chanma dashes toward a nearby pool of water, with the disciples chasing after him. Diving into the pool, Chanma submerges himself, prompting the disciples to follow him into the water. Seizing the opportunity, Chanma leaps out of the pool onto solid ground, leaving the disciples trapped in the water. Pointing his staff at the pool, Chanma casts Frostbind, instantly freezing the entire pool and immobilizing the disciples within it. Witnessing such brilliant execution of tactics and skills, the teachers back at Oracle University are left utterly astonished. Back in the fight, Chanma summons a blazing ball of magic above one hand while conjuring two void spheres with his staff in the other. He then launches both attacks simultaneously at the frozen disciples, dealing massive damage and eliminating them instantly. Observing Chanma use two void spheres within 5 seconds, the teachers are bewildered, as the skill's cooldown is supposed to be 15 seconds. With the minions defeated, Chanma steps into the room of the first main boss. Holding his spear tightly, Chanma cautiously approaches Mograine Mograine, who remains seated on his throne. As Chanma draws closer, Mograine's eyes ignite with a fiery glow, and he suddenly rises, entering his battle state with Chanma as his target. Charging forward, Chanma swings his spear at Mograine, landing a powerful strike that sends the boss flying. While Mograine remains airborne, Chanma leaps after him and unleashes a flurry of attacks, dealing significant damage. The teachers are shocked to realize that Chanma has managed to crowd control Mograine for 30 seconds, allowing him to execute multiple attacks. With each strike, Chanma carves dazzle marks onto Mograine, resulting in the generation of numerous void spheres surrounding the boss. Extending his arm, Chanma commands the void spheres to bombard Mograine, delivering a devastating series of explosions. Defeated, Mograine crashes to the ground in a small explosion, just as Chanma gracefully lands nearby. Mograine's wife, the Saintess, enters the room and, upon seeing her defeated husband, unleashes a barrage of circular energy waves. The waves strike Chanma, rendering him immobilized and unable to move for 60 seconds. Lifting her massive staff, the Saintess begins chanting a ritual to resurrect Mograine. Before the ritual can be completed, Fairbanks charges into the room wielding a large hammer. With a powerful swing, Fairbanks strikes at the Saintess, forcing her to evade and interrupting the resurrection ritual. Glaring at the Saintess, Fairbanks vows to make her pay for the years of torment she inflicted on him. Meanwhile, Chanma remains immobilized, with 10 seconds left before he regains movement. Turning her attention to Chanma, the Saintess angrily accuses him of freeing Fairbanks and vows to destroy him. As the Saintess prepares to cast a spell at Chanma, Fairbanks lunges at her again, hammer raised high. At that precise moment, Chanma's immobilization ends, allowing him to move freely once more. Taking advantage of the Saintess's distraction with Fairbanks, Chanma charges at her from behind, transforming his staff into a longsword. Meanwhile, the teachers remain awestruck at Chanma's flawless strategy, noting how he fights the bosses as though he has done it countless times before. Smiling widely, Director Lei expresses his admiration, stating that Chanma is living up to the high expectations set by President Ling. At the same time, Xiujie emerges from the secret realm and smugly announces that he is the first to finish. Laughing confidently, he believes he has secured first place in the entrance exam, even mocking Chanma for still being inside. However, noticing that the teachers are ignoring him, Xiujie begins to suspect something is amiss. Turning to look at the observation screen, Xiujie sees Chanma battling the final bosses in the chapel and collapses in shock, stammering in disbelief. After defeating the priestess, Chanma sets a record by clearing the Death Monastery in just 1 hour and 40 minutes. President Ling looks proudly at Chanma's achievements, feeling hopeful that Oracle University, which has been in decline, will now regain its former glory. At that moment, his granddaughter, Ruoshi, enters the room carrying a tray of medicine for him. As Ruoshi sets the tray on the table, President Ling picks up the bowl and asks how long she plans to stay, to which she replies about 10 days. Taking a sip from the bowl, President Ling teasingly asks if Ruoshi has found someone she likes now that she's grown up, making her blush furiously. Sweating nervously, Ruoshi stammers that she's not interested in such trivial matters just yet. Picking up Chanma's student file, President Ling remarks that he has found a good match for Ruoshi, noting Chanma's handsomeness and talent. Suddenly, Ruoshi turns on her heels and runs away, shouting that she can take care of herself and will find someone on her own. Smiling to himself, President Ling concludes that Ruoshi must already have someone in mind, judging by her flustered reaction. Exiting the university building, Ruoshi lets out a sigh of relief, feeling like she just dodged a bullet. However, President Ling shouts down from his office window, reminding her to be careful in the apocalypse as it's full of dangerous people. Remembering the awkward moment with Chanma in the well, Ruoshi mutters angrily, calling him a scoundrel, her cheeks turning red. Blushing deeply, she warns herself that Chanma had better not forget about her, or he will face her wrath the next time they meet. After clearing the Death Monastery and setting a record, Chanma emerges from the secret realm, casually brushing dust off his slightly torn clothes. The moment he steps out, teachers from various faculties swarm around him, each trying to win his favor and recruit him. Meanwhile, Xiujie, still collapsed on the ground, watches Chanma with loathing, seething over how his moment of glory was stolen. Director Lei raises his voice, calling for the teachers to settle down and be quiet. Turning to Chanma, Director Lei congratulates him on making history and grants him the freedom to choose any of Oracle University's 4 faculties. Chanma Chanma pauses in thought, realizing that he has no idea how the university operates or what lessons each faculty offers. Smiling calmly, Chanma responds that he hasn't made a decision yet and requests permission to attend trial lessons at each faculty before choosing. The 4 faculty representatives eagerly agree, each promising to give Chanma the best trial experience to entice him to their department. In the university dining hall, Lin Bing, a third-year student and head of the disciplinary division, dines with Ningyu and invites her to a concert, holding 2 tickets. Silently observing Lin Bing, Ningyu notes to herself that while he comes from a good family, he isn't exactly her type. Her attention, however, drifts to someone sitting a few feet away, and she begins contemplating rejecting Lin Bing's offer. Realizing it's Chanma, Ningyu excuses herself, telling Lin Bing that she has some matters to attend to and can't go to the concert with him. Standing as well, Lin Bing responds graciously, saying he understands and suggesting she can join him next time. However, Ningyu takes a seat right next to Chanma, leaving Lin Bing bewildered as he realizes her interest lies elsewhere. Fixing her hair subtly, Ningyu initiates a conversation with Chanma, prompting him to bluntly ask if she wants something. Smiling warmly, Ningyu compliments Chanma on earning the special privilege to attend trials at all faculties, but Chanma merely nods without looking at her. Seeing Chanma's indifferent attitude towards Ningyu, Lin Bing becomes visibly irritated. Approaching Chanma, Lin Bing demands that he stand up, clearly attempting to assert dominance. Pointing a finger at Chanma, Lin Bing warns him not to disrespect Ningyu simply because he performed well in the entrance exam. Feeling annoyed, Chanma slams his fist onto the table, causing his food tray to fly into the air as he loudly declares that Lin Bing is being too noisy. The tray lands squarely on Lin Bing's face, leaving the room in stunned silence. Watching from nearby, Shoji marvels at Chanma's audacity to hit the disciplinary division head with a food tray on his very first day. Lin Bing stands frozen, seemingly too shocked to react or even speak. As his expression twists into rage, Lin Bing clenches his fist and charges at Chanma. However, when Lin Bing throws a punch, Chanma effortlessly sidesteps, dodging the attack entirely. Lin Bing's momentum causes him to crash into a table, shattering it into pieces. While Lin Bing sprawls face first on the ground, Chanma simply walks away without looking back. Furious, Lin Bing shouts after Chanma, vowing to get his revenge. Later that day, a class is about to begin, with dozens of students seated and the teacher standing at the front of the room. The class belongs to the battle faculty, and the teacher, Gan Yanghui, appears displeased to see Chanma attending as an observer, perceiving it as disrespectful. Chanma sits with an expression of utter boredom, clearly unimpressed with the lesson. He finds teacher Gan's explanations to be outdated and overly conservative, lacking innovation or depth. Deciding that the battle faculty isn't for him, Chanma slams his book shut and stands up to leave. Seeing this, Teacher Gan demands to know where Chanma thinks he's going in the middle of the class. Ignoring him, Chanma continues walking up the stairs and heads for the exit. In an instant, Teacher Gan teleports in front of Chanma, glaring down at him and demanding a valid explanation for his disrespect. Shrugging nonchalantly, Chanma responds with a sly grin, saying that Teacher Gan himself is the reason. Chanma boldly states that Teacher Gan is stuck in outdated methods and has been leading students astray with his teachings. Teacher Gan, visibly trembling with rage, struggles to contain his anger after hearing such disrespect. 2 students in the classroom stand up in defense of Teacher Gan, shouting at Chanma to apologize immediately for his insolence. At that moment, Lin Bing enters with 2 disciplinary division members, accusing Chanma of trying to leave class early and summoning him for an investigation. The 2 other members position themselves on either side of Chanma, ensuring that he does not try to resist or escape. Lin Bing, smirking confidently, looks forward to teaching Chanma a lesson for what he perceives as arrogance. Teacher Gan dismisses the situation, instructing the disciplinary division to escort Chanma out and make him understand his place. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Chanma mutters under his breath, calling Teacher Gan a pig-headed fool. Enraged, Teacher Gan shouts back, daring Chanma to repeat what he just said directly to his face. With unwavering confidence, Chanma turns to face Teacher Gan and criticizes his teaching methods as narrow-minded and outdated. On the brink of losing control, Teacher Gan challenges Chanma to refute his viewpoints in front of the entire class. Teacher Gan loudly proclaims that if Chanma can prove his teachings wrong, he will resign immediately and never teach again. Chanma counters by pointing out that the 3-to-1 ratio of strength to physique prescribed for the Berserker class is fundamentally flawed. Picking up a piece of chalk, Chanma begins illustrating his argument on the blackboard with precise calculations. As Chanma's explanation unfolds, the students in the classroom realize that he is correct and spot glaring errors in Teacher Gan's teachings. Chanma further further critiques the claim that attack speed is less important than critical rate, arguing that this notion is also flawed. After presenting his evidence, Tianma turns to address the class, giving a brief yet impactful lecture to solidify his points. Having finished his demonstration, Tianma asks Teacher Gan if there is anything else in his teachings that needs to be corrected. Unable to handle the humiliation, Teacher Gan collapses to the ground, utterly shaken that a first-year student outperformed him. At that moment, other student union members enter the classroom, accusing Lin Bing of insulting the entrance exam champion and ordering him to follow them. Two students step forward, grabbing Lin Bing by the arms to escort him out of the classroom. As he is dragged away, Lin Bing screams in frustration, vowing revenge against Tianma for his humiliation. Within hours, news spreads across the university about Lin Bing's suspension for offending Tianma and Teacher Gan's resignation. Walking beside Tianma, Director Lei expresses his admiration, acknowledging that Tianma is truly exceptional. Director Lei assures Tianma not to worry, explaining that Lin Bing and his associates were already under President Ling's scrutiny. Hearing the name Ling, Tianma is suddenly struck by a wave of anxiety, recalling that Ruoshi also shares the surname Ling. He convinces himself that it must be a coincidence, reasoning that many people in the world could have the same surname. Entering the office, Tianma is greeted warmly by President Ling. Tianma immediately recognizes President Ling as the elderly man he saw training during his first day at the university. Feeling reassured, Tianma relaxes, believing that President Ling won't be overly strict with him. Suddenly, President Ling releases a terrifying aura, and although it washes over Tianma, he remains completely unfazed. Impressed by Tianma's composure, President Ling breaks into a smile, acknowledging his strength. President Ling informs Tianma that he is aware of his interactions with the faculties and mentions he has a question for him. He asks Tianma if he would be willing to become the head teacher of the university's most unique class. Smirking confidently, Tianma agrees, but only if he is granted full authority over the class. President Ling agrees to Tianma's terms and gestures for him to sit so they can discuss the matter further. After they take their seats, President Ling invites Tianma to make any requests he deems necessary, as long as they are reasonable. After some thought, Tianma requests access to intermediate-level alchemy blueprints. President Ling explains that such items require contribution points, but agrees to credit Tianma with 100,000 points immediately. At that moment, Tianma receives a call from Huang Tian, who excitedly announces that he has two pieces of good news. Feeling awkward discussing personal matters in front of President Ling, Tianma listens silently as Huang continues. Huang reveals that the first piece of news is that he has reached level 30, and the second is that he needs Tianma's help for his awakening mission. Tianma questions why Huang didn't seek assistance from someone at Blue University, where he studies. Huang insists that he specifically chose Tianma and asks him to send his location so he can pick him up. Overhearing this, President Ling expresses surprise at a level 30 student seeking assistance from a level 25 student and asks Tianma about his chances of success. Tianma, with a confident smirk, declares that his chances are 100%. Before setting out on the mission with Huang, Tianma decides to stock up on supplies first. At the Blueprint Museum, a staff member instructs Tianma to insert his ID card into a nearby slot for verification. As Tianma complies, the system announces his details, including his possession of 100,000 contribution points, shocking the other students present. Minutes later, Tianma arrives at the museum's third floor, where rows of blueprints are displayed in neat, organized sections. Browsing through the collection, Tianma initially finds only basic tier blueprints scattered throughout the shelves. He continues his search and eventually comes across several excellent tier blueprints of significant interest. As Tianma enters the intermediate alchemy section, he is astonished to discover 4 epic tier blueprints. The blueprints include the elixir of Mageblood, limited invulnerability, purification, and the elixir of ancestry. After careful consideration, Tianma selects the purification blueprint, which can eliminate all basic tier abnormal statuses upon consumption. Extending his hand toward the blueprint, Tianma instructs the system to transform it, and moments later, it successfully converts into a passive purification skill. The purification passive lets Tianma automatically generate a buff that removes all basic tier abnormal statuses, leaving him thrilled with the overpowered ability. Determined to check on Huang's progress, Tianma decides to meet him next. The following day, Tianma arrives at Blue Sky University and calls Huang, only to learn that Huang is in a meeting and suggests he explore the campus in the meantime. Huang abruptly ends the call, leaving Tianma irritated by his curt attitude. While walking around, Tianma notices a group of students gathered in a circle, watching something intriguing. At the center of the circle stands Zhao Debao, a fourth-year student, issuing a challenge offering 600 blue star coins to anyone who can defeat him. Intrigued by the scene, Chanma approaches the circle and joins the other students to observe. A student from the crowd accuses Zhao Debao of exploiting his juniors for money. Angrily, Zhao Debao responds to the student, Xinghuai, asserting that all the runes have been clarified and challenging him to a 4 million blue star coin duel. Xinghuai pulls out his card, declares he has 6 million blue star coins, and confidently bets the entire amount. Zhao Debao hesitates for a moment, but eventually agrees to the fight. The gathered crowd watches with bated breath as Xinghuai steps into the circle to face Zhao Debao. Qianma eagerly anticipates the fight, curious to gauge the skill level of Blue Sky University's students. Xinghuai immediately goes on the offensive, launching rapid bursts of flaming bullets toward Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao skillfully deflects the bullets with his sword while closing the distance between them. As Zhao Debao advances, Xinghuai begins to struggle under the pressure. Retreating slightly, Xinghuai discreetly retrieves something from his inventory, concealing it in his hand, though Qianma notices the maneuver. Without warning, Xinghuai hurls an iron grenade at Zhao Debao, catching him off guard. The grenade explodes in Zhao Debao's face, sending him crashing to the ground in defeat as Xinghuai mockingly stands over him. Claiming his victory and the 4 million reward, Xinghuai turns to the crowd and taunts them, asking if anyone else dares to challenge him. Amused by the situation, Qianma laughs aloud and begins to walk away, but Xinghuai calls him out, demanding to know what he finds so funny. Xinghuai accuses Qianma of being an intruder and insults him, calling him a random dog for trespassing at their university. Qianma calmly acknowledges he is not a Blue Sky University student and asserts he doesn't need permission to laugh. Xinghuai, enraged, calls Qianma an arrogant bastard and challenges him to a fight. Accepting the challenge, Qianma leaps into the circle and proposes a bet of 12 million blue star coins. Qianma presents his own card with 6 million blue star coins and property papers worth 20 million, daring Xinghuai to match his wager. The students murmur among themselves, believing Qianma, a level 25 vagrant, must be foolish to risk such a large sum. Smirking confidently, Xinghuai accepts the challenge, but before he can react, Qianma vanishes from sight. Qianma reappears in front of Xinghuai, driving his knee into Xinghuai's stomach with such force that 3 of his ribs shatter, sending him flying. A minute later, a student rushes to inform Professor Liao Guanyuan about the incident. The student urgently tells Professor Guanyuan that his son, Xinghuai, has been severely injured. Hearing this, Professor Guanyuan angrily demands to know who dared to harm his son and immediately heads to the scene. Back at the grounds, the students are awestruck by Qianma's overwhelming strength, having defeated Xinghuai with a single strike. Standing over the defeated Xinghuai, Qianma demands the promised 12 million blue star coins. Xinghuai pleads for a few days' grace to pay the debt. Leaning closer, Qianma tells Xinghuai to speak louder, then kicks him in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Xinghuai shouts that he will pay but begs Qianma to wait for his father to arrive. Unfazed, Qianma remarks that he doesn't care who Xinghuai's father is. The gathered students perceive this as an insult to their professor and begin shouting for Qianma to leave their campus. Irritated by their hostility, Qianma challenges any student to fight him and force him off the grounds. One student points out that the prize pool has now risen to 38 million blue star coins, making it impossible for anyone to afford the bet. Qianma offers to lower the wager to 3 million blue star coins, declaring that the winner will take the full 38 million. A senior named Gong Fei steps forward, accepting Qianma's challenge. The audience cheers for Gong Fei, confident that he will defeat Qianma and restore their pride. However, their hopes are quickly dashed as Qianma effortlessly kicks Gong Fei out of the arena in just 2 seconds. Sighing in boredom, Qianma raises the prize pool to 41 million blue star coins and dares anyone else to challenge him. Just then, Professor Guanyuan arrives and demands to know which university Qianma represents, calling him arrogant. Seeing his injured son, the professor orders Qianma to release Xinghuai immediately. Qianma, unbothered, points out that Xinghuai owes him money and insists the professor pay the debt before taking his son away. Agreeing to pay, Professor Guanyuan asks Qianma how much his son owes him. Qianma replies that based on the arena's rules, Xinghuai owes him a total of 26 million blue star coins. Shocked by the amount, Professor Guanyuan realizes that 26 million represents years of his hard-earned savings. Despite his reluctance, he writes a check, throws it at Qianma, and orders him to release his son immediately. Carefully inspecting the check for authenticity, Qianma suddenly kicks Xinghuai off the stage. Xinghuai falls into Professor Guanyuan's arms and begs his father to avenge him. And with that, Xinghuai loses consciousness. As 2 students rush Xinghuai to the hospital, Professor Guanyuan turns to Qianma with clenched fists, demanding to know which university he is from. Qianma, ignoring him entirely, walks past without offering a response. Professor Guanyuan shouts after him, accusing him of being deaf and demanding he answer his question. Glaring coldly, Chanma calls Professor Guanyuan brainless and tells him to stop babbling. Enraged, Professor Guanyuan charges at Chanma with his fist raised high in the air. However, he halts his attack just inches from Chanma, realizing that hitting a student in front of others could get him into serious trouble. Meanwhile, Huang arrives at the scene, surveying the chaotic situation. Students immediately surround Huang, complaining about Chanma's arrogance and urging Huang to defeat him. Huang gives an uneasy smile, regretting his decision to leave Chanma unsupervised. Addressing the students, Huang clarifies that they misunderstand the situation, revealing that Chanma is a distinguished guest he personally invited. Disappointed by Huang's stance, Professor Guanyuan had hoped Huang would assist him in dealing with Chanma. Scowling, Professor Guanyuan declares he won't let this matter rest and vows to make Chanma pay. With a sigh, Huang laments the trouble Chanma has caused and suggests they head to the Second Awakening examination room. Playfully smacking Huang on the head, Chanma points out that it's not him causing trouble, eliciting a sheepish grin from Huang. Overhearing their plans, students speculate whether the level 25 vagrant is the external helper Huang brought in for the awakening ceremony. In the Blue Sky University conference room, Principal Fei mentions that the list of helpers for the awakening ceremony has been finalized and asks for feedback from the teachers. Rising to his feet, Professor Guanyuan criticizes Huang for inviting a level 25 helper, questioning the validity of the decision and demanding an explanation. Smirking internally, Professor Guanyuan sees this as an opportunity to sabotage Chanma and settle the score. However, another professor counters, stating that he has personally witnessed Chanma's strength and believes he is qualified to be a helper. Professor Guanyuan dismisses this claim, mocking the idea that someone at level 25 could meaningfully assist with a second awakening. Principal Fei silences the argument by suggesting a bet on whether Chanma will successfully aid Huang's awakening. A wide grin spreads across Professor Guanyuan's face, confident that Huang will fail with Chanma's assistance. Eagerly, Professor Guanyuan accepts the bet without hesitation. The opposing professor also accepts the bet, showing no signs of worry. Meanwhile, Chanma and Huang arrive at the entrance of the underground labyrinth where Huang's second awakening mission will take place. Chanma asks Huang to confirm that retrieving the Norganon artifact is all that's required to pass, to which Huang agrees. Leaning in, Chanma whispers a plan to Huang, explaining his strategy. Huang listens intently but looks unsure, asking if the plan might cause unforeseen problems. Opening the labyrinth door, Chanma reassures Huang to trust him and maintain a distance of 15 meters at all times. The labyrinth is a massive cavern, and within a minute of entering, Chanma attracts a horde of monsters that begin chasing him. With a mighty leap, Chanma lands directly in front of a boss-like monster. The boss, a level 34 elite, notices Chanma and commands its minions to eliminate him. Trailing behind the horde, Huang nervously follows the plan but remains visibly anxious. Back at the university, professors watch the scene unfold on a large screen in the conference room. Observing Chanma and Huang's unconventional strategy, Professor Guanyuan accuses Chanma of deliberately sabotaging Huang. Even the professor who supported Chanma appears concerned, silently hoping the duo doesn't fail. Principal Fei, while uncertain, watches closely, curious about the outcome. In the labyrinth, Chanma shouts to Huang, signaling him to initiate the next step of the plan. Huang quickly turns and darts toward a different path, following Chanma's instructions. Simultaneously, Chanma activates his phantom cloak, disappearing into invisibility. The monsters, now disoriented, frantically search for a target, but find none. As the chaos unfolds, Huang cautiously returns, observing the confused monsters and marveling at Chanma's brilliant plan. Back at the university, the professors are dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chanma vanished. Principal Fei suddenly stands, exclaiming with excitement that Chanma is using an aggro mechanism to manipulate the monsters. He explains that Chanma's invisibility and Huang's retreat have perfectly severed the monsters' focus, showcasing their flawless teamwork. Walking beside Chanma, Huang remarks that he now understands the plan: bypass all monsters and mini-bosses to retrieve the Norganon disc from the final boss. Chanma confirms the plan and clarifies that since the final boss drops a key item, they will inevitably have to fight it. Huang notes that the final boss is located behind a stone door and identifies it as a level 35 elite boss with a massive 16,000 HP. Chanma asks Huang if he is ready to open the door and confront the boss directly, to which Huang replies that it's the only viable viable option. Leaning in closer to Huang, Chanma begins whispering another idea, leaving Huang intrigued. After hearing the new plan, Huang asks if they can really pull it off, mentioning that no one ever taught him this in the Awakening Guidance class. Back at the university, the professors observing Huang and Chanma closely start speculating about what they could be whispering about. Suddenly, a professor stands up in alarm, pointing to the screen and asking why Huang is tampering with a device that is meant to be part of the exam scenery. After manipulating the device, Huang steps back as a small wand-like staff emerges from its center through a hidden compartment. The staff releases golden streaks of light that split into two paths, striking specific spots and activating the mechanism. As the stone door creaks open, Aileronus, the level 35 elite boss, appears and declares that Chanma and Huang will pay dearly for trying to uncover the secrets of the creator. Witnessing this unique method of opening the door, the professors express shock and awe, clearly impressed by the duo's ingenuity. Huang exclaims in surprise that the method actually worked, while Chanma calmly tells him to focus and fight the boss head-on. Clutching his massive sword tightly, Huang charges at the boss with unwavering determination. Upon nearing the boss, Huang performs the Phantom Blade technique, slashing in a cross motion that sends sharp energy blades towards the boss, dealing multiple critical hits. The professors cheer enthusiastically, smiling with pride as they watch their university's champion face the boss courageously. Observing from the sidelines, Chanma critiques Huang's slightly slow execution of the second technique and gives precise instructions for the next attack. Hearing Chanma, a level 25 fighter, giving advice to their university's hero, the professors begin grumbling and questioning his audacity. Meanwhile, Huang tries to process Chanma's advice but is interrupted when the boss slams its weapon into his stomach, dealing substantial damage and reducing his health by a quarter. Seeing Huang struggling, Chanma activates the Tidal Charm Soul Strike skill, freezing the boss in place and rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Huang unleashes consecutive Phantom Blade technique attacks on the boss, resulting in critical hits and an additional 20% damage boost. The professors discussed Chanma's incredible strategic acumen, with one commenting that his debuff skill was brilliantly timed to amplify the boss's vulnerability. Smiling, the professor who bet on Chanma reminds the others that Chanma not only topped the entrance exams, but also holds an SSS potential rating. Suddenly, another professor notices something unusual and exclaims, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The professors watch intently as Huang delivers a decisive strike to the boss's core, reducing its health to 0. The boss collapses with a resounding crash, signaling its defeat and marking a significant victory for the duo. Witnessing this triumph, the professors' smiles grow wider, their excitement building as they anticipate what Huang and Chanma will do next. Principal Fei, observing the events with great interest, allows a small but proud smile to form on his face. Giving Chanma a thumbs up, Huang expresses his gratitude, and Chanma nonchalantly tells him to collect the items dropped by the boss so they can proceed further. Huang picks up the item, discovering it to be one of the fragments required to unlock the gate to the final boss. The two continue deeper into the labyrinth, noticing that the path ahead narrows considerably with each step. Taking charge, Huang declares he will draw all the mobs towards Chanma, allowing him to unleash his AoE attacks and clear them efficiently. Moments later, Huang comes sprinting back, shouting at the top of his lungs as dozens of bats and other monsters pursue him relentlessly. Equipping his staff, Chanma summons a void sphere and hurls it at the mob, annihilating them all in one powerful blast. Dropping to the ground in exhaustion, Huang gasps and admits that when it comes to dealing damage, no one can rival Chanma's overwhelming power. Impressed by Chanma's strength, a professor wonders aloud if there's any way to convince him to transfer to their university. The professor who bet on Chanma reveals that he had already tried recruiting him on behalf of their institution, but was ultimately unsuccessful. Back in the labyrinth, Chanma and Huang encounter 3 formidable dwarfs, with a level 36 dark iron dwarf standing at the center. Chanma inquires if Huang is familiar with the dwarf's abilities, to which Huang confirms and explains that it possesses a fire damage boost debuff and a flame nova AoE attack. Chanma proposes this as an opportunity for Huang to hone his timing skills, offering to tank the dwarf while Huang focuses on dealing damage. The dwarf spreads its arms, igniting them in roaring flames, and declares that no outsiders are allowed within its domain. Feeling the searing heat, both Huang and Chanma shield their faces as they are afflicted with the fire damage boost effect, increasing the damage they take by 150 points. Utilizing his passive purification ability, Chanma nullifies the fire damage boost and charges straight at the dwarf with unwavering resolve. Transforming his staff into a spear, Chanma launches a flurry of strikes, landing multiple combos that inflict significant damage on the dwarf. Meanwhile, Huang focuses on battling the two other guard dwarfs, maintaining his composure despite the odds. Reduced to less than half health, the main dwarf begins casting its Flame Nova skill, engulfing itself in a fiery aura. Observing this, Qianma encases himself in an ice block skill, leaving Huang to face the dwarf alone. Much to his frustration, left with no choice, Huang charges at the dwarf mid-cast and successfully interrupts the Flame Nova with a well-timed sword strike. The dwarf retaliates fiercely, sending Huang flying across the room and crashing to the ground with a heavy impact. At that moment, the ice encasing Qianma shatters, freeing him to rejoin the battle. Frustrated, Huang yells at Qianma for purposely making him handle the dwarf alone and demands an explanation. The professors, observing the battle, note that Qianma's remarkable coaching abilities, combined with his strength, make him an invaluable asset. Qianma stands back with a calm demeanor, observing as Huang engages in an intense battle against the dwarf. As the dwarf's overwhelming strength forces Huang back a few paces, Qianma offers to teach him a new move to gain an advantage. Looking bruised and exhausted, Huang complains that Qianma is merely watching while he struggles to stay alive in the fight. Qianma explains that the dwarf's fire damage boost debuff can be predicted, and Huang can dodge it by reacting to the dwarf's arm movements. Taking the advice, Huang focuses on the dwarf's movements and notices it pull back its arm before pointing its weapon at him, inflicting 5 stacks of the fire damage boost debuff. Panting heavily, Huang acknowledges that he did see the dwarf pull its arm back slightly before activating the debuff. Qianma instructs Huang to use Ripple Slash the moment he notices the dwarf pulling back its arm, allowing him to resist the incoming debuff. As the dwarf pulls back its arm once again, Huang attempts Ripple Slash, but is slightly too late to execute the move in time. Hit by the fire damage boost, Huang takes significantly more damage and is now afflicted with 6 stacks of the debuff. Huang tries repeatedly to counter the debuff, but each time he is milliseconds late and ends up receiving the debuff hit. The professors watching begin to doubt that with his speed, Huang will not be able to perfect time the Ripple Slash. By now, Huang has been inflicted with 10 stacks of fire damage boost and looks exhausted, kneeling on one knee. Trying to motivate him, Qianma urges Huang to stay calm and focused, warning that with the current debuff stacks, the dwarf could defeat him in a single move. Realizing the severity of the situation, Huang fixes his eyes on the dwarf and lunges at it just as it prepares to use the fire damage boost again. Swiftly slashing his sword, Huang successfully nullifies the flames of the debuff coming toward him, surprising even himself. Feeling a surge of confidence after nullifying the fire damage boost, Huang allows himself a small smile. However, Qianma reminds him not to get overconfident and challenges him to nullify the debuff 10 more times before he steps in to help. Determined to prove himself, Huang continues using Ripple Slash, managing to nullify the fire damage boost debuff multiple times in succession. Pleased with Huang's improvement, Qianma decides to join the fight, pointing his staff at the dwarf and firing void spheres. The void spheres bombard the dwarf, resulting in a massive explosion that echoes throughout the battlefield. As the dust settles, it reveals the defeated dwarf sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Collecting the key fragment, Qianma turns to Huang and asks how he feels, to which Huang cheerfully replies that he feels much stronger now. Meanwhile, the professors, having watched the fight unfold, are even more impressed by how effectively Qianma motivates and teaches Huang during battle. Back in the labyrinth, the pair arrives at the door that leads to the final boss's chamber, noticing 2 keyholes carved into the wall. Simultaneously, they insert the key fragments into the holes, triggering the massive stone doors to part and slowly swing open. Entering the room, Huang and Qianma spot the final boss surrounded by dozens of statues, likely dormant minions awaiting activation. Huang explains that the final boss will summon 5 statues to join the fight every 10 seconds, and that at 50% HP, it will animate all the statues in the room. Qianma, unfazed, smiles and reveals his plan, confidently telling Huang that they can handle it without any elaborate strategy. Hearing this outrageous plan to simply rush and kill the boss, Huang yells in disbelief, questioning if Qianma is serious. Remaining calm, Qianma explains that they need to focus on defeating the boss quickly while maintaining control over their attack rhythm. After reflecting on Qianma's logic, Huang finally understands the straightforward yet risky strategy they are about to employ. Preparing for the intense fight ahead, Qianma begins applying buffs from various professions, utilizing his versatility as a vagrant. Observing this, the professors remark on the unique advantage of the vagrant profession, which allows for a wide range of buffs and skills. Huang is momentarily taken aback as Qianma summons numerous pets alongside a cannon-like weapon, readying himself for the battle. Loading debuff-inflicting bullets into the cannon, Qianma declares that he'll focus on stacking vulnerabilities on the boss while Huang deals damage, firing an electrifying flashbang capsule and a piercing bullet. Chanma ensures the boss is both disoriented and injured. The piercing bullet strikes the boss, dealing damage, while the flashbang explodes near its face, electrocuting it momentarily. With these debuffs in place, the boss now takes an additional 20% damage from all sources for 8 seconds and an extra 10% physical damage for 15 seconds. Commanding his summoned pets, Chanma sends them to delay the 5 statues that have just been revived to keep the fight manageable. Simultaneously, Chanma charges forward with Huang, and the duo unleashes relentless attacks on the boss, reducing its health slightly. Chanma releases the void spheres he collected from the dazzle marks, bombarding the final boss and dealing massive critical damage. Seeing such powerful attack, Huang comments that Chanma's damage is really impressive. The final boss's eyes blaze as its health drops below 50%, triggering it to bring all the statues in the room to life. The professors watching the fight note that Chanma and Huang are now in serious trouble, as one must handle the minions while the other fights the boss. Only Professor Guanyuan looks pleased, quietly hoping that this overwhelming situation will lead to Chanma's downfall. Back in the fight, Chanma inflicts more dazzle marks, generating multiple void spheres that he sends bombarding the boss, reducing its HP to 0. This causes the final boss to explode into rubble as it's finally defeated. Huang collapses to the ground, unable to stand from exhaustion, breathing heavily with relief. The professors are left stunned, unable to believe that Chanma successfully led Huang to victory. Principal Fei declares that Oracle University is destined to rise in rank as they have Chanma. With the outcome of the battle now decided, Principal Fei sternly instructs Professor Guanyuan and the other professor to resolve their differences. Dropping to his knees in shame, Professor Guanyuan admits his wrongdoing and acknowledges that he misjudged Chanma. Principal Fei then demands Professor Guanyuan clarify the events that transpired a few hours ago at the fighting ring. Hearing this, Professor Guanyuan becomes visibly nervous, realizing that his conflict with Chanma must have already reached Principal Fei's ears. In desperation, he falls to the ground, begging Principal Fei for forgiveness and claiming that his actions were driven by concern for his only child. Observing this, the other professors pieced together the reason behind Professor Guanyuan's earlier hostility toward Chanma, realizing it was fueled by a desire for revenge. Principal Fei declares that Professor Guanyuan must submit his resignation letter by the following day and orders the guards to escort him away. As the guards lead him out of the hall, Professor Guanyuan continues pleading tearfully, begging Principal Fei for mercy. Meanwhile, back in the labyrinth, Huang gets promoted to Sword Saint after successfully completing his second awakening mission, while Chanma's rank is upgraded to SS rank, and he levels up to 27. Looking satisfied, Huang remarks on the quality of the rewards, and cheerfully notes that he has just leveled up to 31. Chanma shares his excitement, expressing his joy at gaining so much experience and leveling up by 2 levels in one go. Allocating all 12 of his newly earned attribute points to strength, Chanma's overall battle power climbs to 28,000. Edging closer to 30,000. Opening the diamond treasure chest, Chanma obtains excellent grade equipment, Venomous Shoulders, which can immobilize enemies for 5 seconds by firing a giant net. Delighted by the acquisition, Chanma's face lights up with a wide smile as he envisions its potential in battle. He imagines using the Venomous Shoulders to trap groups of monsters and then finishing them off with his void spheres in a single devastating attack. Meanwhile, Huang, who also received high-level equipment, appears thrilled and eagerly asks Chanma to show him what he obtained. Upon seeing the Venomous Shoulders, Huang is left speechless, exclaiming that it is a second awakening tier item. Proudly pointing out his level, Huang declares that he has officially graduated from Blue Sky University and asks Chanma about his future plans. Chanma calmly responds that he will reveal his plans after completing his own second awakening, just as Huang has. The next day, news of Huang's record-breaking second awakening results spreads across the school, becoming the talk of all the students. Meanwhile, Chanma and Huang are summoned to Principal Fei's office, where they engage in conversation with him and the professor who had bet on Chanma. Chanma inquires if the purpose of their meeting is to persuade him to transfer to Blue Sky University. The professor confirms their intent to recruit Chanma, citing his outstanding performance in the labyrinth as their motivation. He further explains that Principal Fei is willing to meet any conditions Chanma sets if he agrees to join Blue Sky University. However, Chanma flatly declines the offer, providing no additional explanation. He firmly firmly states that he chose Oracle University for himself and has no intention of changing that decision. Placing a reassuring hand on Huang's shoulder, Qianma vows that as long as Blue Sky University avoids conflict with Oracle University, the two can coexist peacefully, swearing this on Huang. With a smile, Principal Fei respects Qianma's decision, assuring him that they will not pressure him further. Qianma then proposes an idea that could potentially benefit both himself and Blue Sky University, piquing their interest. The next day, in the Second Awakening exam hall, students discuss Qianma, who has just been appointed as an interim teacher to help with their Second Awakening. In his new office, Qianma interviews Lu Kuei, a Berserker student, as Lu Kuei hesitantly hands over a small box and asks when he can take the Second Awakening exam. Opening the box, Qianma discovers a first-rate space cicada spirit item inside, prompting him to suggest that they can begin the exam immediately. Nervously, Lu Kuei asks if any preparation is needed, and Qianma sharply replies that he must either trust him or leave with his item. Flustered, Lu Kuei quickly apologizes, stammering that he trusts Qianma completely and agrees to follow his instructions. A moment later, Qianma and Lu Kuei head toward the labyrinth, while nearby students ridicule Lu Kuei, calling him weak and unworthy. Noticing Lu Kuei's distress, Qianma assures him that the opinions of others do not matter and encourages him to have confidence in himself. Lu Kuei explains that he had the misfortune of drawing a map leading to Demon Soul Mountain, known for its higher difficulty level. Once again, Qianma reassures Lu Kuei, urging him to focus and follow his lead. Over an hour later, the progress of clearing Demon Soul Mountain reaches 80%, shocking the onlooking students who doubted Lu Kuei's abilities. Inside the Demon Soul Mountain secret realm, Qianma is facing off against the level 39 final boss in an intense battle. Watching it all from the sidelines, Lu Kuei stands slack-jawed at the sheer strength Qianma displays. Within moments, Qianma defeats the final boss, completing the secret realm in record time. As a reward, Qianma receives a Starlight treasure chest alongside a significant amount of experience. Deciding to save the chest for later, Qianma plans to open it after clearing several more secret realms. Witnessing the achievement, the gathered students are left astounded, many now impressed by Qianma's ability to carry others through difficult exams. Encouraged by Qianma's success, the students scramble to gather valuable materials as payment for his assistance in their Second Awakening exams. Shortly afterward, Qianma and a jubilant Lu Kuei emerge from the secret realm, with Lu Kuei bowing deeply to express his heartfelt gratitude. Unmoved by the thanks, Qianma coolly remarks that he is merely being paid for his services and walks away. Later that day, a long line of students forms outside Qianma's office, all eager to secure his help in passing their Second Awakening exams. Spotting Qianma's arrival, one student excitedly shouts to alert the others. Taken aback by the sheer number of students gathered, Qianma mutters to himself, feeling as though he is running a store instead of teaching. A sleek, long black car arrives at Oracle University, and the students gathered in the playground immediately recognize it as belonging to Blue Sky University. Director Chen of Oracle University, accompanied by two teachers, rushes out to meet the Blue Sky University arrivals, visibly flustered and worried about the seriousness of the situation. Director Chen expresses his concern, stating that he wasn't informed in advance about the visit from Blue Sky University. The car door clicks open, and Qianma steps out, slamming the door shut with a firm motion. Director Chen is startled at the sight of Qianma and briefly worries that Qianma might have decided to align himself with Blue Sky University. A professor from Blue Sky University exits from the other side of the car, and Qianma explains that the professor is here to drop him off and to discuss a potential collaboration between the two universities. The two teachers behind Director Chen whisper quietly, speculating about what Qianma might have done to foster a connection between Oracle and Blue Sky University. The professor smiles warmly and tells Director Chen that Qianma is an exceptional student who deserves to be valued. Turning his gaze toward Qianma, Director Chen, still looking baffled, asks for an explanation of the unfolding situation. A few minutes later, Qianma, the professor, and President Ling sit around a table as the professor details Qianma's achievements during his visit to Blue Sky University. President Ling confirms that he had already spoken with Principal Fei and announces the alliance between the two universities, with Qianma as the central link. The professor then conveys a message from Principal Fei, stating that Blue Sky University wants to appoint Qianma as a guest professor. President Ling grows slightly suspicious, thinking that Blue Sky University might be attempting to recruit Qianma as their student instead. He then asks Qianma to make his own decision, and Qianma, shaking his head, replies that he has no time for academic reports. The professor reassures them, clarifying that Qianma won't be required to do any academic reports and will still receive a professor's salary. Qianma decides to accept the offer, recognizing that having Oracle University and Blue Sky University University as allies will help him establish his guild. Later, the professor leaves Oracle University, looking pleased and proud of successfully recruiting Chanma. Watching the professor depart, President Ling turns to Chanma and inquires about his plans moving forward. Chanma explains that he'll spend the day finalizing the teacher improvement class, preparing materials, and heading to the Apocalypse continent tomorrow for a final push before his second awakening. Surprised by Chanma's determination, President Ling asks him about his current level, and Chanma reveals that he has reached level 29. President Ling, amazed by Chanma's progress, grabs his shoulder and notes he leveled up from 25 to 29 in 4 days, possibly qualifying for the University Grand Tournament in 3 months. Curious, Chanma asks President Ling about the tournament and what it entails. President Ling explains that the University Grand Tournament is an annual ranking competition where students with a 3rd awakening or below compete in the normal category, while those with a 4th awakening or below join the advanced category. With a confident smile, President Ling assures Chanma that if he achieves his awakening on time, he could easily dominate the normal category and win. Intrigued by the tournament, Chanma realizes that it could be an excellent opportunity to make a name for himself. The following day, Chanma returns to Apocalypse Island and finds himself walking through the bustling streets of Thunder City. Suddenly, his system notifies him of a new message, and when he opens it, he sees that Ruashi has texted, asking why he has been away and why he's late. Carefully choosing his words, Chanma responds that important matters kept him busy and then asks Ruashi about her current location. Ruashi replies that she is on a mission at Ridge Mountain and is close to reaching level 27. Chanma compliments Ruashi on her fast leveling speed and guesses that she must have found a hidden mission, which surprises her that he figured it out. Feeling slightly nervous, Ruashi asks Chanma what he would do if she told him that her family was arranging a marriage with a handsome and talented partner. Chanma, staying composed, replies that he would do nothing and simply wish her happiness with her new partner. Not expecting such a response, Ruashi becomes angry, frustrated that Chanma doesn't seem bothered by the idea of her being with someone else. Clenching her fists, Ruashi closes the chat window, fuming, and declares to herself that she won't agree to anyone her family chooses for her. Observing Ruashi's reaction, Chanma shakes his head, thinking she is too naive and unable to take a lighthearted joke. Later that day, Chanma arrives at the auction house, where he is warmly greeted by the manager. After taking a seat, Chanma inquires if the manager has managed to gather any of the materials he had previously requested. Presenting a large box, the manager informs Chanma that he has procured 4 of the items on the list. The items include a vial of Frost Spring, a bizarre demonic mushroom, a blood pottery jade, and a Shadow Moon Holy Flame. Chanma is particularly impressed by the inclusion of the Shadow Moon Holy Flame, a rare and valuable item. With a stern tone, Chanma comments that the auction house could have been more efficient in finding the materials, making the manager nervously defend his efforts. Cutting off the manager's excuses, Chanma asks him to name the price for the 4 items. The manager, concealing the true cost, claims that the total expense was 1,000 gold coins. Despite having spent over 2,000 gold coins, Chanma places a pouch of coins on the table and declares that he will recommend the manager to the higher-ups for his efforts. As Chanma leaves with the box, the manager bows deeply, thanking him for his recognition. Out on the streets, Chanma decides to visit a specific location, convinced that they might have the Yin-Yang Holy Seed he is seeking. However, before heading there, he stops by a horse stable on the outskirts of Thunder City and opens an underground cellar door leading to the Dark Brotherhood. Chanma enters the cellar, walking through a dim tunnel toward his destination, planning to join the Dark Brotherhood, complete missions, and earn the Assassin Mask. The Assassin Mask has no special attributes but can completely conceal the wearer's identity and personal information. Within the Dark Brotherhood, there are 8 ranks, with Liang being the lowest and Tian the highest. After some time, Chanma arrives at massive double doors and pushes them open with force. The doors lead into an expansive underground hall with high ceilings and hundreds of masked assassins gathered inside. Every person in the hall wears an assassin mask and carries a badge indicating their rank within the organization. Approaching the front desk, Chanma declares to the masked receptionist that he wishes to join the Dark Brotherhood. A group of unmasked individuals notices Chanma applying to join the Dark Brotherhood, remarking that he is a vagrant, not even level 30, and must be crazy for attempting this. Handing Chanma a token, the lady explains that the application fee is 100 gold coins and instructs him to report to the testing hall located on basement level 3. At the testing hall on basement level 3, dozens of applicants are gathered, each taking the test one by one. A woman named Quan, holding a whip in her hands, fails one contestant and calls for the next participant to step forward. Observers watching Quan whip the applicant's comment on her moody and strict demeanor. Suddenly, Quan appears right behind those gossiping about her and warns them that they'd better have the strength to back up their words. Pointing to the testing machine, she orders the gossipers to take the test and warns that if their battle power is less than 20,000, they'll pay for their backbiting. Terrified by her warning, the men desperately apologize, promising they won't dare to speak ill of her again. Despite their pleas, Quan snaps her whip, sending them scrambling toward the exam machine in fear. The machine evaluates all three men, confirming their battle power is less than 20,000 and declaring them failures. Quan mocks the men for being so weak yet daring to gossip about her and instructs the guards to take them away to the water prison. As the guards drag the men away, their screams and desperate cries for mercy echo through the hall. Just then, Chanma arrives, and upon noticing him, Quan points out that he hasn't undergone the second awakening, is a vagrant class, and tells him to leave. With a determined look, Chanma calmly states that such details do not matter to him. Ignoring Quan's repeated insistence for him to leave, Chanma confidently walks toward the exam machine to take the test. Placing his hand on the machine, Chanma activates it, revealing his stats, including a battle power exceeding 30,000, leaving Quan stunned. Shocked, Quan questions how someone at level 29 can possess 30,000 battle power and demands to know who Chanma really is. Feigning ignorance, Chanma nonchalantly asks if she considers him qualified to take the exam or not. Admitting she underestimated him, Quan informs Chanma that he will now undergo a test consisting of 4 stages. She explains that the 4 stages will measure strength, agility, physique, and spirit, warning that the process might be life-threatening. Undeterred, Chanma expresses his eagerness for the challenges ahead, stepping into the secret realm entrance and disappearing from view. Moments later, another woman named Ing approaches Quan and asks how her selection process is progressing and if she has found a suitable candidate. Quan mentions that she may have found someone promising but needs to evaluate their test results first. Meanwhile, Chanma finds himself teleported to a beach and is momentarily surprised by his surroundings. Observing the area, he finds it intriguing that he has been transported to an independent space outside traditional secret realms. Suddenly, the system alerts Chanma that a massive ocean wave will arrive in 30 seconds, and he must withstand it without using buffs or elixirs. Realizing this is part of the 4-stage test Quan mentioned, Chanma prepares himself for the strength trial. 30 seconds later, a towering wave begins forming, rapidly advancing toward the shore where Chanma stands. Determined, Chanma braces himself, summoning his great sword as he prepares to counter the powerful wave. The massive wave hurtles toward him, but Chanma stands firm, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. Activating the sword's special skill, he swings it in a powerful arc, releasing a shockwave blade that cleaves through the oncoming wave. Transforming the sword back into an umbrella, Chanma uses it to shield himself from the water raining down as the system declares he has passed the strength stage. 2 gates materialize before Chanma, with the left leading to the agility stage and the right providing a lounge to prepare for the next test. Opting to save time, Chanma decides to tackle all 4 stages consecutively and steps through the blue gate. Back at the lounge, the 2 women notice the gate turning red, signaling that Chanma received an A+ rating on his first test. Smirking, Quan asks Ing what her strength stage rating was during her test, and Ing replies it was a B+. Mocking Ing's score, Quan chuckles, but Ing defends herself, pointing out she took the test at level 32 and assumes Chanma must be level 40 or higher. Amused by Ing's assumption, Quan bursts into laughter, prompting Ing to question what she finds so funny. Internally, Quan reflects that even she only managed an A rating, and if Chanma earns another A+, he will be exactly what she's been searching for. Meanwhile, Chanma arrives at the peak of a snow-covered mountain where the system announces the start of the agility test in 30 seconds. The system explains that an avalanche will occur after 40 seconds, and Chanma must reach the mountain's base without using a frame or slow effect skills to pass. Acknowledging the strict rules, Chanma notes that the mountain's 1,000-meter height and snowy terrain will make the task exceptionally challenging. Observing that the snow will severely impact his speed, Chanma drinks an elixir of agility to boost his performance. As the test begins, he wastes no time and starts sprinting down the mountain at full speed. His breath frosty in the cold air, he focuses on covering as much distance as possible before the avalanche begins. Just over 10 seconds later, Chanma notices the avalanche barreling down the slope, closing in on him. Drawing his staff, he casts an ice wall behind him, causing massive barriers to rise from the ground and temporarily halt the avalanche. However, the overwhelming force of the avalanche begins to shatter his ice wall, forcing Chanma to adjust his strategy. Leaping forward, he plunges downhill, accelerating like a stone dropped from a great height, nearing the mountain's base at an alarming alarming speed. Chanma realizes that crashing at this velocity would be fatal. Switching his weapon to spear form, he rotates it like helicopter blades and uses it to control his descent along the slope. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chanma shoots a grappling hook at a nearby branch, swinging gracefully and landing on his feet. Smirking victoriously, he remarks that nothing can rival his speed as the system declares he has passed the agility stage with another A+ rating. As before, 2 more doors appear before Chanma, offering him the choice to either advance to the next stage or return to prepare. At the main entrance, the portal's color shifts again, signaling that Chanma has received another A+ rating. With an impressed smile, Quan exclaims that Chanma has earned 2 consecutive A+ ratings and declares him the perfect candidate she has been seeking. Ing, however, believes Chanma is doomed now that he has caught Quan's attention, calling her a nutcase. Chanma steps into an underground lava cave for the physique stage, and the moment his foot touches the ground, a stack of burning effect is applied, making him lift his leg instinctively. Observing the searing hot ground, Chanma notes that his HP is currently at 3,980 and realizes he won't last a minute if he moves forward recklessly. To test if his HP depletes only while in direct contact with the lava or simply by entering the area, he decides to leap forward. Equipping his grappling hook, he shoots it upward toward the ceiling, securing it onto one of the walls. Using the rope, he swings back to the starting position, landing on his knees before steadying himself. Standing up, he confirms that his HP only dropped when he directly stepped on the lava, and while airborne, it remained unaffected. Using this observation to his advantage, he activates the aerial stage, equips his voyage boots, and consumes an elixir of agility. Fully prepared, he pushes off the ground with immense force, soaring high into the air. In a single jump, he covers several meters and uses the grappling hook to propel himself even farther forward. After traveling 600 meters, he lands on the lava-covered ground, receiving 2 stacks of burning and reducing his HP by 200. Pointing his staff forward, he summons a massive ice wall, quickly jumping on top of it and sprinting forward. As the ice wall splits in 2 and begins to collapse, Chanma leaps onto the remaining section. The ice starts to melt rapidly, releasing a dense cloud of water vapor into the air. With only 700 meters left to the destination, Chanma switches his staff to its gun form, firing it at the ice block to propel himself high into the air with the back thrust. While airborne, he uses the mechanic's signature skill to summon an air combat mech. Activating the Heaven's Net skill, Chanma shoots a net toward the mech, capturing it midair. Using the net like a gliding rope, he swings across the lava terrain, landing safely on the other side. Just as the mech explodes in the air, Chanma grins triumphantly, noting that he only lost 200 HP during the stage. The system congratulates him on clearing the physique stage, awarding him an overall rating of A++ as 2 more doors appear. Back at the main entrance, the portal changes to a horrifying shade of red, startling Ing, who has never seen such a color before. Turning to Quan, Ing asks who this person is, but Quan simply shakes her head, admitting she knows little except that the individual is level 29. Hearing this, Ing is completely stunned, her mouth dropping open in shock. She suggests reporting this monstrous individual to the higher-ups, pointing out that his performance likely qualifies him for the 5th Chi rank. Quan disagrees, fearing that if they report Chanma, someone might snatch him away, declaring she won't let him slip through her fingers. Looking concerned, Ing warns that if the higher-ups discover Chanma later, the consequences will be severe. Quan, however, asserts that she is willing to do whatever it takes. Realizing that Quan is impossible to reason with, Ing turns to leave, declaring she will pretend she saw nothing. Meanwhile, Chanma arrives at a massive library, which serves as his final test. The system explains that the library is a maze with only one exit, requiring Chanma to use his spirit power to navigate and escape. From an aerial perspective, the maze appears incredibly complex and intricate. Having never used his spirit power properly before, Chanma begins to panic, knowing his spirit is essentially a blank slate. Despite this, he twists his mouth into a grin, confident he has a way to bypass the challenge entirely. Equipping the phantom clock, he activates its invisibility effect and starts laughing as he realizes he can pass through solid walls. Chanma explains that the invisibility effect of the phantom clock has a bug, allowing it to disregard terrain like these rows of bookshelves. Exploiting this broken ability, he navigates the maze with ease, reaching the exit effortlessly. The system rewards him with another A++ rating and grants him loads of experience, promoting him to Chi rank 5 as he levels up to 30. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, Chanma notes that all he needs now is the Yin-Yang Holy Silk to prepare for his class change. The system congratulates him on reaching level 30 and activates a second awakening special mission to clear an intermediate grade secret realm with an SSS rank, advancing to the Soulbinder class. In the lobby, the gathered candidates are shocked to learn Chanma earned an A+ A++ rating, a level of achievement they didn't know existed. Kwon, however, orders the guards to lock up all candidates who haven't started their tests yet. The candidates shout in protest, calling it unfair that they are being detained without a chance to compete. Kwon's reasoning is to ensure no one outside learns about Chanma, wanting to keep him a secret. She instructs the guards to offer the detained candidates 100 gold each as a bribe to ensure their silence. Shortly after, Chanma casually steps out of the portal. Seeing him, Kwon approaches, clapping her hands and congratulating him on his remarkable performance. With a sly laugh, Chanma modestly claims he just got lucky, while inwardly wondering why Kwon's attitude toward him has shifted so suddenly. Spotting Chanma's new badge, Kwon realizes he has officially achieved Chi rank 5. Turning away, Kwon instructs Chanma to follow her, declaring they will now be colleagues. While Chanma finds Kwon's behavior suspicious, he decides to follow her to uncover her intentions. Handing over Chanma the official clothes designated for a Chi rank assassin, Kwon informs him that if he wants to accept assassination missions, he must visit the Basement 2's mission hall. Feeling slightly uneasy with Kwon leaning so close, Chanma nervously ruffles his hair and assures her that he understands. Standing up decisively, Chanma announces that he will take his leave, but Kwon grabs his hand and tells him to wait. She explains that there is something else she needs his help with and promises to share a highly confidential piece of information if he vows not to tell anyone. With a confident tone, Chanma reassures Kwon that her secret is safe with him. Kwon reveals that she accidentally discovered a mysterious cave that houses an ancient altar, which appears to have been untouched and undiscovered until now. Hearing her words, Chanma speculates that Kwon might have been unable to activate the altar herself due to a lack of strength or ability. Acting surprised, Chanma questions if it truly is a hidden altar, and Kwon confirms it while adding that the altar is guarded by a demonic beast she couldn't defeat. Recalling details from his past life, Chanma concludes that Kwon must be referring to the altar hidden behind the waterfall at the drifting cloud stream. Although Kwon didn't mention it, Chanma knows the demonic beast guarding the altar is level 40, realizing that Kwon prioritizes her goals over others' safety. Choosing to go along with her plan for now, Chanma thanks Kwon for trusting him with this information and agrees to help her. Smiling brightly, Kwon grabs Chanma's hand and pulls him along, insisting they head out to the location immediately. After traveling for several hours, the duo finally arrives at the drifting cloud stream. Kwon points toward the waterfall, explaining that the ancient altar is behind it, and instructs Chanma to go in and defeat the beast while she keeps watch outside. Pretending to look uneasy, Chanma hesitates and expresses doubt about his ability to defeat the monster, asking if Kwon knows its exact level so he can be better prepared. Resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder, Kwon admits she hasn't gone far into the cave and doesn't know the monster's exact level, but insists it isn't very strong. To further ease his nerves, Kwon offers Chanma her life-saving tool, pulling out an oval-shaped gem and handing it to him in case of an emergency. Accepting the gem with a smile, Chanma declares that he will do his best to complete the mission and not let her down. With that, he leaps toward the waterfall, disappearing behind it as Kwon watches with a sly smirk, believing she has successfully tricked him. A moment later, Chanma emerges on the other side of the waterfall, surveying his surroundings. Grinning to himself, he notes that the azure pearl Kwon gave him is an incredibly valuable item and silently declares it as his own. Reaching into his belongings, Chanma retrieves the leper mask he acquired earlier and puts it on, transforming into a member of the gnome race. Recalling his knowledge of the altar's guardian, Chanma is confident he can defeat the level 40 rock rat, but he doesn't want to. Suddenly, the massive rock rat reveals itself, its sharp claws glinting ominously as it eyes Chanma with suspicion. Speaking calmly, Chanma addresses the rock rat and claims that he, as a leper gnome, is a fellow creature of the apocalypse continent. As the rock rat backs off a little, Chanma asks if it's been trapped here with no food. Surprisingly, the rock rat nods enthusiastically, confirming its hunger. In response, Chanma summons an assortment of meat dishes and offers them to the rock rat. Unable to resist, the rock rat dives into the food, its eyes sparkling with joy. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chanma announces that he will explore the area while the rock rat is preoccupied. After a brief search, Chanma finally reaches the altar, eager to test its power. Placing his hand on the altar, he prepares to unlock its potential and hopes to gain access to a second awakening skill. The system promptly offers him a choice of skills, including Tombstone, Outrage Break, Black Hole, and others. Without hesitation, he selects the Murderous Wave skill, and the altar begins glowing brightly, imbuing him with the new power moments later. The Murderous Wave skill lets Chanma release continuous energy waves for significant damage, and he plans to make it passive after upgrading his system. Meanwhile, outside the waterfall, Kwon grows anxious, worrying that Chanma might have failed. Despite her concerns, she convinces herself that Chanma couldn't have been defeated since she hasn't heard any cries for help. Back Back in the cave, Chanma asks the rock rat if it maintains the seal outside the waterfall, and the rat nods in confirmation. Chanma then casually mentions that he noticed the altar's energy seemed to have vanished while he was exploring. Alarmed by this revelation, the rock rat roars furiously and charges toward the altar to investigate. Hearing the distant roar, Quan assumes Chanma must be engaged in battle with the Guardian. Concluding that Chanma is holding his own, she lets out a sigh of relief. Realizing the altar's power is depleted, the rock rat begins crying, and Chanma suggests they stick together until the altar regains its energy. Chanma also warns the rock rat that there's an awakened human at level 45 waiting outside, which could pose a serious threat. Both of them exchange despondent looks, realizing the dire situation they are in. However, Chanma quickly devises a plan and whispers it into the rock rat's ear. Following the plan, Chanma, still in his gnome form, sprints out of the waterfall, shouting for help as the rock rat pretends to chase him hungrily. Quan watches in surprise as the gnome and the rock rat flee the area, seemingly paying her no attention. Realizing that the entrance seal to the waterfall has been lifted, Quan dashes forward and jumps through the cascading water to enter the cave. Observing her actions from afar, Chanma instructs the rock rat to return and reactivate the seal to trap Quan inside. Upon reaching the altar, Quan finds it already depleted. Her anger intensifies as she recalls spending an entire year preparing to claim the altar's power, now stolen by someone else. Reflecting on the gnome she saw earlier being chased by the rock rat, she wonders if it might have been the culprit. Resigned to the fact that the altar is now useless, Quan decides to leave the cave and cut her losses. Approaching the waterfall to exit, she is thrown back violently when the reactivated seal blocks her path. Dazed and shocked, Quan stares at the seal, utterly baffled by its sudden reappearance. The grim realization dawns on her that she is now trapped in the cave with no means of escape. Resolving to end her misery, Quan pulls out a knife, vowing revenge against whoever sealed her in. After respawning outside the waterfall, Chanma sits with the rock rat, watching it happily devour the food he provided. Standing up, Chanma grins mischievously, claiming he'll perform a magic trick, and removes the mask to reveal his human form, startling the rock rat. Drawing his sword, Chanma playfully asks the frightened rat if it's intimidated by him. Declaring he'll spare the rat if it cooperates, Chanma issues an ultimatum in exchange for its survival. Mounted atop the rock rat, Chanma gleefully rides it like a horse, galloping away from the drifting cloud stream. Despite its fear, the rat accelerates at Chanma's promise of an abundant feast waiting at the end of their journey. Spurred by the mention of food, the rock rat sprints at an incredible speed, racing through the terrain. Reflecting on his knowledge, Chanma recalls that reaching level 30 on the Apocalypse continent unlocks the beast taming skill, which helped him tame the rat. Chanma is headed for the Spider Canyon, aiming to defeat the level 40 wild boss, the Flaming Spider Girl, and obtain the Yin Yang Holy Silk. On the way, the duo zips past a group of awakeners who marvel at the sight of a level 30 riding the formidable rock rat. Hours later, Chanma reaches Spider Canyon and dismounts. He instructs the rat to wait as the narrow paths ahead are impassable for it, and the rat obediently nod. Hearing the sounds of a fierce battle, Chanma realizes someone is already fighting within the chasm. Peering below, he spots a young man battling the Flaming Spider Girl, barely holding his ground against the formidable boss. Recognizing the challenger as only level 29, Chanma notes the reckless determination driving the futile fight. Leaping from the cliff, Chanma soars downward, intending to assist in defeating the Spider Girl. As the Spider Girl unleashes a fiery rage, her massive flames threaten to engulf the weary challenger, who braces for the inevitable. The flames surge outward, consuming everything in their path as the young man resigns himself to defeat. At the last moment, Chanma intercepts the deadly attack, shielding the challenger from harm. The young man, initially stunned by Chanma's sudden appearance, breaks into a broad smile upon recognizing him. Curious, Chanma inquires how the man knows him, prompting the challenger to introduce himself as Ming Chao, who recalls seeing Chanma in Thunder City. Ming Chao reminisces about following Chanma as he farmed resources in Thunder City, scavenging leftover materials with his group. Grinning, Ming Chao explains that his group of college students managed to gather enough resources to pay for their tuition fees. Suggesting they catch up later, Chanma charges directly at the Spider Girl, initiating a rapid offensive. Circling the Spider Girl, Chanma unleashes a barrage of attacks using his diverse skills and techniques with precision. Ming Chao watches in awe, overwhelmed by Chanma's combat prowess and flawless execution. As Chanma draws a dagger, Ming Chao assumes he's demonstrating advanced rogue techniques for him to learn. Launching himself high into the air, Chanma descends in a calculated strike as the Spider Girl surrounds herself with fiery defenses. Evading the flames with ease, Chanma drives his blade into the Spider Girl, delivering a devastating blow. Observing Chanma's mastery, Ming Chao begins to wonder if Chanma is secretly a rogue expert rather than a vagrant. Seizing Seizing the Spider-Girl's brief moment of vulnerability, Chanma activates Dazzle Mark Suppression, directing concentrated energy at her. The attack lands a critical blow, dealing over 12,000 damage. Marveling at the overwhelming force, Ming Chao struggles to process the sheer gap in their abilities. Examining the scattered remnants of the Spider-Girl, Chanma locates the yin-yang holy silk he sought. Overjoyed by his success, he pockets the rare item and turns his attention to Ming Chao. Running toward him excitedly, Ming Chao waves his arms like an over-enthusiastic fanboy. Ming Chao gushes over Chanma's exceptional skills and asks if he would consider taking him on as a disciple. Smirking, Chanma tells Ming Chao he'll decide after hearing more about him and his abilities. Ming Chao reveals his class as Rogue and his SS-ranked talent, Battle Awareness, which enhances his dodging precision during dangerous encounters. Chanma acknowledges Ming Chao's rapid progress, impressed by how he reached level 29 so quickly after entering university. Ming Chao gives Chanma a Spirit Pearl, explaining it grants 100% additional experience and significantly boosted his leveling speed. Tossing the pearl back, Chanma advises Ming Chao to find him again after achieving his second awakening if he still wishes to become his disciple. Walking casually with his hands in his pockets, Chanma arrives back at Oracle University. Almost immediately after arriving, a staff member approaches him and asks if he is Chanma. Chanma asks the staff member why he needs to know, prompting the man to explain that President Zhang has requested to see him. Chanma makes his way to the president's office, and as he opens the door, President Zhang invites him to take a seat. Once Chanma is seated, President Zhang introduces himself as the president of the capital's Management Association. Following the introduction, an awkward silence falls between them. Feeling the weight of President Zhang's unwavering gaze, Chanma grows skeptical and wonders what exactly the president wants from him. Breaking the silence, he directly asks President Zhang if there's anything specific he wishes to discuss. Presenting a small box to Chanma, President Zhang explains it's from Elder Qin, to be used after his second awakening upon reaching level 30. As Chanma attempts to open the box, he finds it sealed with mystical powers and deduces that it will unlock only after his second awakening. Bowing respectfully, Chanma requests President Zhang to convey his gratitude to Elder Qin on his behalf. Later that day, Chanma heads to Oracle University's second awakening classroom, accompanied by Director Lei. Before stepping into the secret realm, Chanma asks Director Lei if it would be possible to forbid the live broadcast of his awakening exam. Director Lei, who had been planning to gather all teachers and students for a collective lesson, agrees to Chanma's request not to broadcast the exam. He then inquires whether Chanma has chosen an assistant, as none seems to be present. With a casual smile, Chanma declares that he plans to undertake the second awakening exam entirely on his own. With that, Chanma confidently enters the secret realm, leaving Director Lei stunned. Concerned, Director Lei rushes to Principal Ling and informs him that Chanma has just entered the secret realm for his second awakening exam alone. Busy tending to a bush plant, Principal Ling responds nonchalantly, commenting that such behavior is typical of Chanma. Director Lei further points out that Chanma requested his exam not be broadcasted to anyone, including the teachers. After a brief pause, Principal Ling remarks that Chanma must have his reasons for making such a request and that it is acceptable. At that moment, Ruoshi enters the room carrying medicine for Principal Ling. Upon seeing Ruoshi, Director Lei compliments her beauty, causing her face to flush red. Turning to leave, Director Lei excuses himself, saying he won't interrupt the conversation between grandfather and granddaughter. Reaching for his medicine, Principal Ling tells Ruoshi that the person he wanted to introduce to her has returned. Startled by this news, Ruoshi's hand trembles, spilling some of the medicine from the glass. Gulping down the remaining medicine, Principal Ling insists that Ruoshi meet the person he has chosen and talk to him. Turning his back to Ruoshi, he silences her protests, firmly stating she needs only to meet the person once and nothing more. Meanwhile, Chanma is striding through a vast and desolate desert, riding on the rock rat's back. He notes that the secret realm for his awakening is a desert city and feels relieved that there is no live broadcast, allowing him to go all out. Consuming a fruit of ability, he increases all his attribute points by 5, and consuming another one boosts them by an additional 10. After consuming both fruits, Chanma feels a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, readying him to become the legendary Soulbinder. He reassures the rat that this will be the last time it has to accompany him and promises to release it after the exam. Moments later, a massive horde of monsters begins chasing Chanma and the rat, launching relentless attacks at them. Suddenly, Chanma becomes afflicted with a shadow curse, force, leaving him weakened, electrified, and burning. Spotting a large rock nearby, Chanma shouts at the rat to leap onto it immediately. Obeying Chanma's command, the rat makes a tremendous jump, landing safely on top of the tall rock. Chanma then instructs the rat to leap from the rock to the massive wall a few meters away. Once again, the rat leaps with great strength, landing on the wall with a loud thud. As they gain distance from the pursuing monsters, the creatures abruptly turn around and retreat. Drinking an elixir of life, Chanma begins to recover his HP, noting that he chose this map because of its exploitable bugs, including one that causes monsters to lose aggro if he reaches the wall. While recovering, the cooldown for his purification skill ends, clearing all debuffs from his body. Determined to achieve an SSS rank evaluation, he decides to clear the small mobs and complete the 100 kills mission simultaneously. Looking down at the desert, he spots the first boss ahead and tells the rat to remain where it is. The boss is a massive skeletal creature with large horns and blazing eyes, radiating an intimidating aura. Chanma leaps from the wall and lands amidst countless scarabs crawling across the sand. Knowing the scarabs won't attack unless provoked, Chanma realizes he must eliminate them to achieve an SSS rank evaluation. He pulls out an explosive device, planning to wipe out all the scarabs in one massive strike. Over the next few minutes, he meticulously places explosives across the desert, spacing them a few feet apart. As the boss begins to approach the scarabs, Chanma quickly retreats to a safe distance. Hiding behind a large rock, Chanma places his thumb on the remote, ready to detonate the explosives. A series of massive explosions shake the desert, unleashing tremendous firepower and engulfing the area in a storm of fire and sand. The resulting explosions create a sandstorm that blankets the region, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Standing safely on the large rock, Chanma opens his umbrella weapon, deflecting the raining sand particles while the system confirms the boss has been eliminated. Chanma walks toward the boss's lifeless body, surrounded by the slowly settling dust and smoke of the desert sand. From the defeated boss, Chanma finds the Guardian's sword, a one-handed weapon boasting impressive damage and stat bonuses. Admiring the sword, Chanma exclaims with excitement that its base damage and attack speed surpasses thousand-bladed umbrella. He recalls the legendary weapon of the desert city, Ancestor's Glory, which was split long ago into two fake legendary weapons. The sword in Chanma's hand is one of those halves, while the other half, the Retaliator's blade, is yet to be found. Though Ancestor's Glory can only be wielded temporarily and stays in the secret realm, Chanma is determined to obtain it and use its power to conquer upcoming challenges. Once finished with the area, Chanma mounts his rat companion and eventually arrives outside what appears to be a fortified base. Gesturing toward the base, Chanma instructs the rat to lure out all the monsters and return quickly. Following the command, the rat leaps over the base's wall and lands on the other side, grabbing the attention of the monsters within. Like an unstoppable swarm, the monsters pour out of their tents, chasing after Chanma and the rat with unrelenting fury. Among the commotion, a level 36 elite boss known as the Sand Devil Executioner emerges, locking eyes with Chanma as he charges toward him. Without hesitation, Chanma grabs the boss's arm with both hands and hurls him away with tremendous force, sending him flying. As Chanma dismounts the rat, a group of humans imprisoned in nearby cells cry out, begging him to set them free. Swinging his sword in a wide arc, Chanma shatters the chains and releases the 5 captives, earning their heartfelt gratitude. Seeing his prisoners liberated, the enraged boss raises his massive blade and vows to destroy them all. Among the freed captives, a terrified healer nervously asks what they should do, only to find her allies equally shaken. The warrior steps forward, summoning his sword, and confidently declares that since they are all level 40, they can win if they fight together. Turning to Chanma, the warrior asks for his assistance, and Chanma agrees to step in if necessary. Encouraged by Chanma's assurance, the warrior faces the monsters with renewed determination, prepared to fight. The battle erupts fiercely as the mage and archer unleash a barrage of attacks on the charging monsters. Observing the chaos from a distance, Chanma creates a small fireball above his finger and smirks, deciding not to intervene yet. The situation becomes desperate as the humans struggle against the overwhelming numbers of monsters surrounding them. With brutal force, the boss grabs the tank by the throat and slams him violently into the ground. Desperately, the warrior turns back to Chanma, pleading for his help, but Chanma remains silent, waiting for at least 3 of them to fall before acting. The tide turns grim as only the warrior and one other remain standing, both kneeling in defeat as the monsters close in. The boss lunges at the warrior, who resigns to his fate, too demoralized to defend himself. In a flash, Chanma leaps into action, thrusting his spear deep into the boss's abdomen, stopping the attack. He then hurls the fireball at the remaining monsters, watching as it bounces between them, eliminating them one by one. The warrior, relieved but grief-stricken over the loss of his comrades, thanks thanks Chanma for his intervention. Suddenly, Chanma points his spear at the warrior's throat, accusing him of preparing a stealth attack with a hidden dagger. Shocked, the warrior asks how Chanma could have possibly known about his plan. Chanma activates the dazzle mark suppression, unleashing a barrage of void spheres that bombard the warrior. As the defeated warrior collapses, Chanma remarks that he has cleared this desert countless times in his past life and knows the truth. He reveals that the 5 captives were not adventurers but traitors to humanity who had been captured while fleeing from their own kind. To his delight, the Retaliator's blade, the other piece of Ancestor's glory, materializes as a reward for defeating the warrior. Grasping the blade, Chanma initiates the merging process, placing it atop the Guardian sword he had obtained earlier. With a brilliant surge of energy, the legendary Ancestor's glory takes its full and magnificent form before Chanma's eyes. Wielding the legendary sword with both hands, Chanma gives it a swing, marveling at its unmatched attributes and destructive potential. An hour later, he arrives at Hilltop Lake, the Ancestor's glory resting on his shoulder as he surveys a group of level 39 monsters nearby. He remarks that these are the last obstacles standing between him and the final boss. Ready to test his new weapon's might, Chanma plants his foot firmly on the ground, preparing to confront the monsters. With feral cries, the monsters charge toward him, their intent to destroy. In one swift motion, Chanma swings the Ancestor's glory, releasing a devastating energy blade that cleaves the monsters in half. Gazing at the carnage he caused, Chanma concludes that this weapon's terrifying power is truly overwhelming. Just then, he notices bubbles forming on the surface of a nearby puddle, immediately recognizing the arrival of the final boss. The water begins to boil and then evaporates rapidly, filling the air with thick vapor that obscures the surroundings. Emerging from the vapor, the level 49-headed serpent reveals itself, its massive form looming over Chanma. Locking eyes with the serpent, Chanma boldly claims he has previously defeated the leader of the 9-headed serpent tribe and considers this foe insignificant in comparison. Enraged by Chanma's mocking words, the 9-headed serpent curses and sends all its heads hurtling toward him to bite him. As one of the heads swoops past him, Chanma swiftly steps aside, raises the Ancestor's glory, and spins mid-air, severing the head cleanly. The serpent shrieks in agony and notices that Chanma wields the legendary Ancestor's glory, which only intensifies its fearsome rage. Activating the murderous wave skill, Chanma dashes forward at high speed, leaping into the air directly above the serpent's main head. With the sword poised behind him, Chanma hurtles downward like a lightning bolt, slicing through the serpent's many heads in a fluid motion. As only one final head remains, Chanma swings the blade in a sweeping arc and cleanly decapitates it in one final strike. Looking slightly winded from maintaining the murderous wave for so long, Chanma takes a deep breath to recover his stamina. With the serpent defeated, Chanma officially clears the secret realm, setting a new record for the shortest completion time and earning an SSS rank evaluation. This victory also marks the successful completion of Chanma's second awakening mission, advancing him to the Soulbinder class, which unlocks second awakenings for all classes. The transformation system upgrades to level 5, granting Chanma 2 additional transformation slots to utilize. All of Chanma's passive skills automatically advance to level 5, further enhancing his combat prowess. Intrigued by the Soulbinder class, Chanma wonders if it will allow him to become proficient in all second awakening classes simultaneously. Reflecting on his rapid progress, he speculates that if he continues at this rate, he will eventually master all 5th awakening classes as well. Pointing a finger skyward, Chanma exclaims with excitement that he eagerly anticipates the future evolution of the Soulbinder class. Meanwhile, at Oracle University, preparations are in full swing under Director Lei's supervision, with flowers, medals, and a welcome squad ready for Chanma's return from the secret realm. A news van from the capital's top broadcasting station pulls up, and reporters busy themselves setting up equipment while commenting on the extravagance of the occasion for just one student. Emerging from the van, Li Yueshan, the capital TV station's star host, appears, visibly unimpressed by her assignment. She remarks that she was planning to cover a more significant event but was instead sent here for what she considers a trivial graduation, deeming it a waste of her time. Instructing her crew to prepare quickly, Yueshan decides that since they are already present, they might as well do the job properly. Once the live broadcast begins, Yueshan starts her coverage by introducing Oracle University and its accomplishments. The live audience seems disinterested in the overhyped graduation, flooding the comments section with negative feedback. Choosing to ignore the criticism, Yueshan continues with the broadcast, although she personally finds the event dull. Suddenly, several sleek vehicles pull up near the venue, drawing the attention of both the reporters and the audience. The unexpected arrival sparks curiosity, with viewers questioning why representatives from other prestigious universities are at Oracle University. University. Stepping out of the cars, officials from Blue Sky University and Magic Spirit University greet each other, confirming they are both there for Chanma's graduation ceremony. The sight of high-ranking officials attending a single student ceremony leaves both Yueshan and the audience puzzled. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Cloud Hegemon University, the faculty watches the live broadcast on a large screen with great interest. Principal Wu Shuiqing questions the motives behind Oracle University's grand display for one student. Director Zhou Sui explains that Oracle University is leveraging Chanma's achievements, including his title as this year's provincial champion, to restore their prestige. Another professor points out that Chanma achieved exceptional results in the entrance exams and earned an SSS rank in his potential evaluation. Considering this, Shuiqing surmises that Oracle University intends to capitalize on Chanma's success to regain its former glory. After deliberation, Shuiqing instructs Director Sui to attend the ceremony as Cloud Hegemon University's representative to maintain diplomatic courtesy. Shuiqing adds that Sui should bring along a specific individual, a suggestion that brings a knowing smirk to both their faces. Back in the secret realm, Chanma prepares to leave but suddenly recalls the brocade box Elder Qin had sent him. Now able to open the box after his second awakening, Chanma peers inside as it emits a dazzling golden glow. Discovering an SS rank passive skill book inside, Chanma is pleasantly surprised and exclaims at his good fortune. Learning the skill, Chanma gains the passive ability Burst, which boosts his critical damage by 20%. Grinning with satisfaction, Chanma feels grateful to Elder Qin and resolves to thank him in person if they ever meet again. Allocating the 20 attribute points he earned, Chanma channels them all into spirit, ensuring better stamina for future challenging battles. Using one of his newly unlocked transformation slots, Chanma transforms the skill Murderous Wave into its passive form. He sighs in relief, acknowledging that the passive form of Murderous Wave is less taxing on his MP compared to its active form. For the remaining transformation slot, Chanma selects the skill Lilroy, which has a 10% chance to summon bats when wielding a spear. Transforming Lilroy into a passive skill, Chanma clenches his fist, recognizing its value in regenerating HP during intense battles. Checking his total battle power, Chanma is astounded to see it surpass 56,000, a leap of over 20,000 in a single day. As he approaches the portal to exit the secret realm, a massive bell at Oracle University rings loudly, signaling his achievement. Hearing the bell chime 9 times, Principal Ling realizes Chanma has set an unprecedented record with his second awakening. Ling explains to those nearby that the Oracle Bell, a relic from the university's founding, only rings for extraordinary accomplishments. As Ling departs, he reflects that the record Chanma has set today will likely remain unmatched by any student from any university. Emerging from the portal, Chanma is immediately greeted by the blinding flashes of dozens of cameras, their shutters clicking furiously. Shielding his eyes from the overwhelming lights, Chanma looks around in confusion, wondering if he has stumbled into some grand event. Seeing Chanma's arrival, the people gathered there erupt in cheers, enthusiastically offering their heartfelt congratulations. Watching the crowd treat Chanma like a deity, Yueshan and the live viewers are left stunned. Approaching Chanma, Yueshan greets him and congratulates him on successfully graduating. Wang Keifu also steps forward to congratulate Chanma, explaining that he is representing Principal Fei, who couldn't attend due to an important meeting. Hearing that Principal Fei, a fourth awakening powerhouse, intended to attend Chanma's graduation, the crowd is completely shocked. Meanwhile, at Country Xia's main broadcast station, the live graduation ceremony of Chanma is being aired. Seeing the live broadcast hit a record-breaking 5 million viewers, the station president curses in anger, lamenting how they allowed Capital TV to secure the broadcast rights. Back at Oracle University, Principal Ling joins the celebration and Director Lei shouts to silence the chattering crowd. As the crowd falls quiet, Principal Ling begins his speech, congratulating Chanma for setting another historical record and revealing that the Oracle Bell rang 9 times. The live viewers, unfamiliar with the Oracle Bell, flood the chat with curious comments and questions about it. Trembling upon hearing about the bell, Wang Keifu exclaims that he had thought the Oracle Bell was merely a legend but now knows it's real. Holding a microphone, Yueshan makes her way toward the teachers, closely followed by the cameraman, and asks about the Oracle Bell. Facing the camera, Director Lei explains that the Oracle Bell possesses magical abilities to gauge a student's potential and rings accordingly. accordingly. He further elaborates that the number of rings indicates both the speed of record-breaking achievements and the greatness of the student's potential, with higher rings signifying greater ability. Since Chanma caused the bell to ring 9 times, Yueshan asks Director Lei if that means Chanma's potential exceeds that of a fourth awakening powerhouse. Seeing live viewers dismiss the oracle bell as fake, Director Lei angrily snaps at them, firmly stating that he is not lying. Looking up at Chanma on the stage, Yuesheng asks him about his evaluation and the time he took to clear the secret realm. Chanma responds that he received an SSS rank evaluation and estimates his clearing time was around 1 hour and a few minutes. Hearing this information directly from Chanma, the live viewers are torn between believing he is a prodigious powerhouse or dismissing it as a hoax. Meanwhile, Director Lei smirks subtly, eager for the doubters to be silenced when they witness Chanma's true strength. Clearing his throat, he asks Chanma where his helper is, noting that the person seems to be absent. Realizing that Director Lei wants him to showcase his abilities before the crowd, Chanma plays along and claims he cleared the secret realm entirely on his own. Hearing this bold statement, the viewers flood the chat with comments, calling Chanma a genius and praising his exceptional skills. Hua Ningyu, chosen to present Chanma with flowers, steps forward, holding a vibrant bouquet in her hands. With a determined yet eager expression, Hua Ningyu secretly vows to do whatever it takes to make Chanma hers. Meanwhile, Ruashi, looking distressed and reluctant, finishes her bath, dreading the blind date her grandfather has arranged for her. Toweling her hair, she angrily shouts that she doesn't want to meet the person and hopes they fail their awakening so the date will be cancelled. Just then, her phone buzzes with a notification, and upon checking it, she sees a live broadcast with over 10 million viewers. Her gaze lands on Chanma, the star of the broadcast, and she freezes in shock, completely stunned. Back at the graduation ceremony, the teachers gather on stage around Chanma, facing the excited crowd. Stepping forward, Director Lei addresses the crowd, emphasizing how remarkable Chanma's achievements are. He then invites Hua Ningyu to step onto the stage and present the flowers to Chanma. Watching Ningyu approach him on stage, Chanma feels a tinge of nervousness, recalling her past attempts to flirt with him. Chanma's face pales as his nerves get the better of him, making him uneasy about facing Ningyu directly. Meanwhile, Ningyu smirks confidently, plotting to confess her feelings to Chanma in front of millions of viewers. The boys in the crowd feel a mix of jealousy and admiration, lamenting that the beautiful Ningyu is giving Chanma the flowers instead of them. Handing the bouquet to Chanma, Ningyu congratulates him warmly, calling him the pride of Oracle University. Just as she is about to confess her feelings, Ruashi arrives on stage and calls out to Chanma, startling both him and Ningyu. Seeing Ruashi, Chanma looks bewildered and asks her what she is doing there. Without warning, Ruashi runs toward Chanma and embraces him tightly. With teary eyes, Ruashi asks Chanma why he didn't tell her he was at Oracle University and reveals that her grandfather set up a blind date for them. Ignoring the millions watching, Ruashi's dramatic entrance and actions horrify Principal Ling, who struggles to maintain decorum. However, the live viewers are thoroughly entertained, finding the incident hilarious and reminiscent of a drama show. Trying to maintain his image, Chanma whispers to Ruashi, urging her to act normal since the event is being broadcasted live. Realizing this, Ruashi abruptly pushes Chanma away, her face filled with embarrassment and horror. Representatives from other universities, baffled by the scene, turn to Principal Ling, seeking an explanation. Trying to regain control of the situation, Director Lei announces that the graduation ceremony has officially concluded. Hearing this, the crowd begins to disperse slowly, leaving the stage area. Once the crowd is gone, Chanma pats Ruashi's head gently and urges her to stop crying. However, Ruashi pushes him away, turns her back to him, and storms off, accusing Chanma of always bullying her. Chanma quickly follows after Ruashi, leaving Ningyu alone on the stage. Realizing that Ruashi is her competition, Ningyu accepts that she has no chance with Chanma and takes the loss to heart. Overwhelmed with grief, she collapses to the ground, fainting from anxiety. Shortly after the ceremony concludes, preparations for a press conference begin, with representatives from the top universities already gathered. Director Lei gestures toward a seat on the stage and instructs Chanma to take his place there. Watching Chanma, a student, walk to the stage among prominent university leaders surprises Yueshan. Turning to the cameraman, she instructs him to keep the camera focused on Chanma at all times. Seeing Chanma on spotlight, the principal of Cloud Hegemen University, Shueqing, realizes his potential and asks asks the director of recruitment why Chanma wasn't recruited earlier, to which a flustered Guandai admits his miscalculation. Adjusting his glasses, Principal Shuicheng casually asks Guandai what Principal Ling might be planning next. Guandai speculates that the celebrations are likely a strategy to help Oracle University reclaim its top position in country Xia. Principal Shuicheng agrees, mentioning that the student he sent with Zhou Siwei to Oracle University should arrive soon, and a sly smile appears as he anticipates the results. Back at the press conference, Principal Ling announces that Oracle University and Blue Sky University will be forming an official alliance. He further announces that Oracle University will establish a teacher improvement department and appoint Chanma as its director. The crowd is stunned by this revelation, questioning how a student who just achieved his second awakening could possibly lead such a department. At that moment, Zhou Siwei arrives at the press conference and comments that Oracle University seems extremely ambitious. He urges Principal Ling to explain how the teacher improvement department will impact the university's teaching methods. Director Lei, slightly surprised by Zhou Siwei's unexpected arrival, respectfully invites him to take a seat on the stage. Zhou Siwei strides to the stage, sits, and questions Principal Ling if it's true that a second awakening student like Chanma will lead the department. Principal Ling fixes Zhou Siwei with a cold gaze and asks if he has any advice to offer. Zhou Siwei then turns to Chanma and loudly questions what qualifications he has to take charge of such an important department. Chanma responds sternly, asking Zhou Siwei if he has a problem, and Zhou Siwei raises his voice, arguing it's absurd for a second awakening student to teach third awakening teachers. Addressing Principal Ling, Zhou Siwei accuses him of conducting experiments on students and treating the future of country Xia as a joke. Zhou Siwei's criticism fuels the audience's doubts, and many begin to believe that a student can't be qualified to teach teachers. Wang Keifu argues that Chanma has an exceptional teaching standard and has even received acknowledgement from several established teachers. Finally, Chanma speaks up and offers to undergo any tests the Cloud Hegemon University wishes to set for him if they are dissatisfied with his abilities. Hearing this, Zhou Siwei seizes the opportunity and points to his university's graduate, Qi Hong, proposing that Chanma prove himself in an arena fight. Zhou Siwei declares that if Chanma can defeat Qi Hong in combat, the Cloud Hegemon University will no longer oppose the new department. Some in the audience recognize Qi Hong as the second awakening Silvermoon, renowned for breaking numerous records and achieving level 40. Smirking, Zhou Siwei asks Chanma to decide whether he accepts the challenge. Both Chanma and Wang Keifu appear troubled, knowing that Qi Hong is 10 levels higher than Chanma, and refusal could mean the dissolution of the new department. To everyone's shock, Chanma calmly accepts the challenge, agreeing to fight Qi Hong in the arena. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, stunned that a level 30 student would dare to challenge a level 40 graduate. Principal Ling promptly announces that the fight will take place immediately and invites everyone to follow him to the fighting ring. Before the crowd can rise, Committee D enters the conference hall and questions Principal Ling's seriousness about the arena challenge. Principal Ling explains that it wasn't Oracle University's decision but a demand from Cloud Hegemon University. The audience whispers among themselves about Committee D, a representative of the Management Association HQ, and a level 65 Third Awakening Ranger. Zhou Siwei nervously stands, claiming the challenge was merely a test of Chanma's strength, to which Committee D agrees. Committee D states he represents the Management Association, conveying their support for Chanma and confidence in his leadership. Grateful for the support, Principal Ling assures Committee D that Oracle University will meet the Management Association's expectations. Chanma silently admires Elder Qin's insight and ability to predict the events unfolding and deftly neutralize Zhou Siwei's arguments in one move. As he leaves, Committee D remarks that the Management Association looks forward to witnessing Oracle University's accomplishments. After the event, the crowd concludes that the Management Association has taken Oracle University's side. Zhou Siwei, on the other hand, is left completely stunned by the Management Association's stance in favor of Chanma. Meanwhile, Yueshan feels his phone vibrate, and upon reading a message from his university's principal, he is instructed to form an alliance with Oracle University at all costs. He stands and boldly declares that from this moment onward, Magic Spirit University will join the alliance between Oracle University and Blue Sky University. The sudden announcement leaves the crowd utterly speechless. Following Yueshan's declaration, representatives from other universities raise their hands one by one and announce their intentions to join the alliance. Back at Cloud Hegemon University. The teachers in the conference room turn to Principal Shuiching, who slams his fist on the table in frustration. Guandai tries to reassure Principal Shuiching, pointing out that if Qianma loses the arena fight, everything will shift in their favor. Taking a deep breath, Principal Shuiching agrees, recognizing that their hopes hinge on Qi Hong's victory. At the press conference, Qianma faces Qi Hong and suggests they get the fight over with before dinner. Zhou Siwei, now somewhat regretful of his decisions, briefly considers changing his approach. However, he receives a message from his principal instructing him to ensure Qi Hong defeats Qianma at any cost. Clutching the microphone tightly, Zhou Siwei confidently declares that Cloud Hegemon University is ready for the fight, then steps forward, following Qianma with forced composure. The news of the arena battle between Qianma and Qi Hong spreads like wildfire, with even people on the streets beginning to discuss it. Meanwhile, at the capital TV station's broadcast office, the director shouts commands to the workers, instructing them to manage the servers that are on the verge of collapsing due to over 60 million viewers. The viewers hold their breath as Qianma and Qi Hong enter the arena, ready for their face-off, creating a tense atmosphere in the air. Staring at Qianma, Qi Hong grows worried that defeating him might complicate his future with the Management Association's backing. Pointing out that he is not someone who likes to bully juniors, Qi Hong suggests that Qianma step aside and send someone else to fight in his place. However, Qianma responds that he is exactly the opposite and enjoys challenging the weak, declaring that he will be the only one to fight Qi Hong. The crowd begins to laugh at Qianma's cheeky remarks. Qi Hong becomes enraged by being labeled weak, pointing out that he was merely trying to be polite and now declares he won't hold back. Director Lei announces the rules, stating that all weapons are permitted and that anyone knocked out or pushed out of the arena will lose the match. As the fight officially begins, Qi Hong makes the first move, using his stealth ability to become invisible. With a smirk, Qianma points out that he is also an expert in stealth and activates his own invisibility. Observing both fighters vanish, the crowd starts complaining, unsure of what to watch. However, the fight between Qianma and Qi Hong is so intense that it begins leaving craters in the ground. Within seconds, the entire arena starts crumbling apart, showcasing the immense strength of both fighters. People watch the destruction live, even though they can't see the fighters clearly. Principal Ling announces that the stealth fighting is becoming too monotonous, so he creates an energy barrier around the arena, making Qianma and Qi Hong visible to all viewers. After exchanging a few blows, Qi Hong looks visibly baffled as he realizes Qianma can keep up with his speed and strength. Holding a knife, Qianma acknowledges that Qi Hong is indeed remarkable but declares that the fight will now be one-sided. With that, he suddenly appears right behind Qi Hong, thrusting his spear forward, crashing to the ground, landing hard on his face. Qianma follows up with another attack, sending Qi Hong flying into the air. Gazing up with a smirk at Qi Hong still airborne, Qianma points out that the special effect from the stab prevents Qi Hong from remaining invisible. He is correct, because as Qi Hong lands, his stealth ability is deactivated, making him visible once more. Taking out an elixir of healing, Qi Hong drinks it to regenerate his HP. Fully healed, he declares he will take the fight seriously now and creates 5 clones of himself that surround him. The clones then charge towards Qianma from all sides simultaneously. Watching from the stands, Director Lei looks increasingly worried for Qianma's safety. However, Qianma remains unfazed, swinging his dagger behind him and managing to the real Qi Hong. He explains that he possesses a skill called acoustic location, which has already locked onto Qi Hong's real body, rendering the clones ineffective. Hearing this, Qi Hong bellows in disbelief, questioning how a level 30 Qianma is so formidable. Feeling enraged beyond measure, Qi Hong declares he will now use his most powerful move, regardless of the consequences, even if it means killing Qianma. With that, he enters Sonic Assault mode, enabling him to move at incredible speeds and attack with tenfold strength. The teachers recognize the skill Qi Hong is using and point out that he is indeed attempting to finish Qianma off. Zhou Siwei looks slightly concerned, worried that if Qi Hong cannot defeat Qianma with this move, everything will fall apart for them. Director Lei approaches Principal Ling and requests him to stop the match, fearing it might put Qianma at risk. Principal Ling shares similar concerns and contemplates ending the fight. Just as he moves to stop the fight, Qianma summons a shield and declares that he won't back down, resolutely continuing to face Qi Hong. Propelling himself toward Qianma, Chanma. Chi-hong leaps into the air with his fist raised, aiming a powerful lunge at Chanma. But Chanma swings the shield in front of him, blocking the punch and pushing Chi-hong back several paces. Seeing this, Zhou Siwei stands up in shock, baffled by Chanma's terrifyingly swift reactions. Chi-hong also looks stunned as his most powerful move is perfectly blocked by Chanma. Enraged, Chi-hong charges forward and begins throwing continuous attacks at Chanma, all of which Chanma successfully blocks. Observing such a tense fight, the spectators grow both nervous and excited, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Director Lei, previously worried, now smiles as he realizes Chanma is more than strong enough to withstand Chi-hong's most powerful skills. Meanwhile, Chi-hong appears exhausted, panting heavily and his body shaking from using his energy to the fullest during his previous skill. Remaining completely calm, Chanma declares that he has had enough fun and kicks Chi-hong, sending him flying off the stage. Dismounting from the stage, Chanma steps one foot onto Chi-hong's chest and presses it down with slight force. Witnessing his student being completely overpowered, Zhou Siwei shouts out and urges Chanma to stop going too far. With a smirk, Chanma challenges Zhou Siwei to send someone to fight if he still isn't convinced of his strength. And just like this, Chanma secures a decisive victory over Chi-hong. The crowd erupts in chatter, marveling at how Chanma managed to win despite being 10 levels lower than his opponent. Principal Ling looks completely satisfied, his face lighting up with relief and pride. Yuesheng and Wang Keifu rise to their feet, enthusiastically clapping and sharing a smile, clearly thrilled for Chanma. Yuesheng appears particularly pleased, internally congratulating himself for aligning with Oracle University at the right time. Meanwhile, a team of medical professionals rushes into the arena, carefully carrying Chi-hong on a stretcher toward the hospital. Watching Chi-hong being taken away, Zhou Siwei looks dejected, fully aware that difficult days lie ahead for him. Approaching Zhou Siwei, Chanma confidently asks if there are any other challenges and invites him to bring them forward now. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Zhou Siwei turns away from Chanma and walks off. The audience remains in awe, marveling that Oracle University has managed to defeat Cloud Hegemon University for the first time in decades. Simultaneously, universities that had yet to pledge loyalty to Oracle University hastily approach Principal Ling, begging to be accepted as allies. Seeing through their obvious opportunism, Principal Ling waves them off, saying they can discuss such matters later. Turning his attention down at Chanma, Principal Ling instructs him to meet in his office later to provide a proper explanation. Feeling a bit uneasy, Chanma nervously asks what kind of explanation he is expected to give. Just then, Yueshan and her team step forward, expressing their desire to interview Chanma about his victory. Politely declining, Chanma explains that Principal Ling has called for him and excuses himself to leave. Watching Chanma walk away from the opportunity for fame, Yueshan is left stunned, not expecting such an unusual reaction. However, millions of viewers perceive Chanma's actions differently, praising him as a legend for being indifferent to fame. Moments later, Chanma arrives at the principal's office, pushing the door open as he announces his presence. Stepping inside, Chanma notices Principal Ling seated with several others, waiting for him. Principal Ling immediately instructs Ruashi to prepare refreshments for the gathered professors. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ruashi walks past Chanma, giving a small humph and avoiding eye contact with him. As the door slams shut behind her, Chanma looks confused, wondering why Ruashi is acting so distant. The group takes their seats, beginning their conversation by showering Chanma with praise for his remarkable victory. Principal Ling asks Chanma about his plans after his second awakening, and Chanma confidently responds that he intends to establish a guild. Chanma assures that he will take care of the improvement department at the 3 universities before leaving. Wang Keifu points out that Chanma will only be able to establish a squad and must wait until level 35 to create a guild. Chanma explains that he already has 4 members in mind for his squad, and Wang Keifu says at least 5 are needed. Chanma reveals that, aside from himself, he plans to recruit Huang from Blue Sky University, and others might be from Cloud Hegemon University. Wang Keifu grins, pointing out that Huang is the top student of his university, and Chanma has already managed to recruit him. Chanma promises to help Blue Sky University nurture a talented group of Sword Master Awakeners in the future. Hearing this, Yuesheng eagerly interjects, offering his university's magic-type students for Chanma's guild if needed. Shifting focus, Chanma asks Principal Ling about the scale and strength of Oracle University's guilds, prompting Ling to admit they are only average. Resolving to take matters seriously, Chanma declares that changes must be made immediately and inquires about the current guild leader. Principal Ling hesitates, but Director Lei steps steps in, revealing that the guild leader is Vice Principal Fan Hanyu, a level 69 third awakened individual. Surprised by the leader's strength, Chanma wonders why Principal Ling displayed such reluctance moments earlier. Wang Keifu explains that while Vice Principal Fan is talented and the youngest in Oracle University's history, his temper is notoriously difficult. With a sigh, Principal Ling agrees to provide Chanma with a token to secure a meeting with Vice Principal Fan. Handing over the token, Principal Ling assures Chanma that Fan Hanyu will agree to speak with him as long as he presents the token. At that moment, Ruashi returns, carrying a large tray with 2 kettles and several cups. When serving Chanma, Ruashi's face flushes red, yet she stubbornly continues to avoid acknowledging his presence. Before the tea is finished, Principal Ling stands abruptly, declaring the meeting over and requesting the attendees to leave. The teachers file out of the office, leaving only Chanma and Ruashi behind in the quiet room. For a brief moment, the two remain silent before simultaneously turning to speak, only to awkwardly look away in embarrassment. Trying to sound composed, Chanma asks Ruashi to speak first. Blushing furiously, Ruashi admits she hadn't expected Chanma to attend the same university as her. Stammering slightly, she recalls how her grandfather, Principal Ling, had once tried to set them up on a blind date, prompting Chanma to tease her. Flustered by his teasing, Ruashi smacks him, playfully scolding him for making her more nervous. Meanwhile, outside the office, Principal Ling and the other men stand by the door, eavesdropping on Chanma and Ruashi's conversation. Director Lei and Wang Keifu exchange amused looks, noting how close Ruashi seems to be with Chanma based on her playful scolding. Suddenly, faint but inappropriate sounds emerge from the office, causing the group to look flustered and hurriedly disperse away, led by Principal Ling. A few days later, Chanma, Ruashi, and Principal Ling walk across Oracle University's grounds, discussing Chanma and Ruashi's departure to the Apocalypse continent. Chanma assures Principal Ling that he will take care of Ruashi and has arranged practical training for the Teacher Improvement Department during his absence. Pleased with Chanma's explanation, Principal Ling entrusts Ruashi to him, but warns him not to bully her or get her into trouble. He also warns Ruashi not to cause trouble for Chanma or engage in foolish antics during their journey. After his final round of nagging, Principal Ling gives the pair his blessing to leave. Chanma and Ruashi watch as Principal Ling walks back to his office, his steps slow and heavy with emotion. Ruashi's eyes brim with tears as she realizes she won't see her grandfather for a while, but Chanma suggests they set off without delay. After a long journey, they arrive outside Thunder City's walls, with Chanma yawning in exhaustion while Ruashi looks refreshed and brimming with excitement. At that moment, Chanma receives messages from Huang and Li Mingho, who have learned of his return. Happy to know they were waiting for him, Chanma replies and arranges to meet them at Thunder City Tavern in an hour. Observing Chanma sending messages, Ruashi curiously asks him who he's talking to. Taking Ruashi's hand, Chanma informs her that he will introduce her to 2 of his friends as they walk toward the city gate. After a few minutes, they reach Thunder City Tavern and sit at a large table, with Ruashi still wondering about the friends Chanma plans to introduce. Before long, Huang enters the tavern, holding a bottle of wine and looking slightly drunk, his cheeks flushed red. Upon noticing that Chanma is now level 30 and has completed his second awakening, Huang spills his drink in shock. Addressing Ruashi, Huang cheekily calls her his soon-to-be sister-in-law, causing Ruashi to choke on her drink in surprise. Just then, Mingho enters the tavern, quietly closing the door behind him. Having never met Mingho before, Huang asks who he is, prompting Chanma to make the introductions. Once everyone is gathered, Chanma explains that he has called them to discuss his plan to establish a squad and, eventually, a guild. Huang points out that one can only establish a guild after reaching level 35 and having at least 5 members, but Chanma clarifies that he doesn't plan to form the guild immediately, only to recruit them for now. Chanma also makes it clear that if they don't want to join him, they are free to forget about him. Raising his hand in the air, Huang loudly declares his intent to join Chanma's squad and even vows to give his life for the guild once it is formed. Grinning, Chanma teases Huang, asking if it won't be an issue since he is the pride of Blue Sky University. Slamming his wine bottle on the table, Huang shouts that he can do as he pleases and isn't a dog of Blue Sky University. Turning to Mingho, Chanma explains that his enmity with Cloud Hegemon University might create trouble for Mingho, given his affiliation with the institution. Mingho, however, pretends not to hear this, grabs a cup of wine, and downs downs it in one gulp, his cheeks tinged with red. Mingho confidently declares his official commitment to Chanma's squad. With the team assembled, Chanma decides to name their future guild Everlasting Peak, and the four of them stack their hands together to solidify their bond. Huang, now addressing Chanma as guild leader, asks what their first objective will be. Chanma announces that their next goal is Bloodfang Keep, prompting Mingho to ask what that is. Huang explains that Bloodfang Keep is a PvP arena for awakeners between levels 20 and 50 to fight for rewards and resources. Huang then questions why Chanma chose Bloodfang Keep over other dungeons, to which Chanma replies that he has 3 reasons: leveling up quickly, earning money, and helping Ruashi complete her second awakening for revenge. Ruashi elaborates that her revenge is against a merchant at Bloodfang Keep who deceived her, and she intends to settle the score. Putting an arm around Chanma, Huang teases that since the merchant bullied his soon-to-be sister-in-law, he'll gladly help her take revenge. Later that day, the four of them arrive outside Bloodfang Keep. Before entering, Chanma asks how much money everyone has, claiming that he might not have enough for the registration fees. Mingho admits he only has 500 gold coins, while Ruashi counts a mere 80 gold coins from her small pouch. Huang, however, pulls out a hefty bag of coins and grins, mockingly calling Chanma a poor guild leader. Smacking Huang on the head, Chanma confiscates the money and declares that it now belongs to the guild, with no refunds. After pooling their gold, Chanma determines they can only afford to register for the basic arena instead of the intermediate one. Agreeing on the basic arena, the four enter Bloodfang Keep, their faces lit with anticipation for what lies ahead. Inside the keep's lounge, they find the space bustling with hundreds of people. Ruashi angrily points out a merchant and identifies him as the one who scammed her of all her money. Recognizing the merchant as Wei Shen, Chanma recalls his previous life and Wei Shen's reputation as a level 96 self-proclaimed #1 of the Apocalypse continent. Chanma also remembers Wei Shen's habit of setting up stalls in crowded areas to scam newcomers and resolves to teach him a lesson. Approaching Wei Shen, Chanma inquires about the price of the elixir of invisibility. Examining the elixir, Chanma asks if it's authentic, and Wei Shen swears it's genuine, even promising to compensate Chanma tenfold if it proves fake. Pressing further, Chanma asks Wei Shen to confirm his promise, and Wei Shen confidently reaffirms that he will stay true to his word. Chanma inquires about the price of the elixir of invisibility, to which Wei Shen replies that it costs 80 gold per bottle. When Chanma suggests the price is too high, Wei Shen explains that the elixir is top tier and expensive, but offers to lower the price to 75 gold. Just then, Ruashi, Huang, and Mingho arrive behind Chanma and question if buying the elixir is a wise decision, reminding him they lack the money to waste on such items. Hearing their concerns, Wei Shen lowers the price again and declares 70 gold per bottle as his final offer. Acting delighted by the price reduction, Chanma orders 4 bottles, surprising Ruashi and Huang, who are unaware of his hidden intentions. Upon receiving the 4 bottles, Chanma quickly identifies that 3 are fake, while only 1 is genuine. Feigning ignorance, he expresses concern that some of the elixirs might be counterfeit. Wei Shen confidently reassures him, stating he never cheats anyone and promises a 10-fold compensation if any flaws are found in his potions. Rising from his seat, Chanma claims he is still unconvinced and offers 1 bottle to Wei Shen, urging him to drink it and prove its authenticity. Wei Shen, momentarily startled, maintains his composure and argues that the elixir is too valuable to waste in such a manner. Matching Chanma's stance, Wei Shen offers to drink 1 bottle, but only if Chanma agrees to pay for it. Onlookers grow curious and begin gathering around to see what will happen next. Wei Shen confidently grabs the marked genuine bottle from Chanma's hand, preparing to demonstrate its effects. Certain that the potion will render him invisible, he drinks the elixir in 1 gulp. Tossing the empty bottle aside, Wei Shen boldly declares the potion real, convinced he has turned invisible. To his shock, the crowd yells that he is still visible, accusing him of peddling fake elixirs. Bewildered, Wei Shen struggles to understand why he hasn't disappeared, even though he drank the genuine elixir. Chanma reveals that he swapped the real and fake bottles, leaving Wei Shen to unknowingly consume a fake one. Huang, Ruashi, and Mingho realized Chanma's true aim was to expose Wei Shen's scam, not to purchase the elixirs. Suddenly, Mingho shouts a warning, alerting everyone that Wei Shen is attempting to flee. However, Wei Shen has already made considerable distance before anyone can act. Huang clenches his fists in frustration over Wei Shen's escape, while Mingho questions Chanma's sudden disappearance. A loud explosion shakes the area, capturing everyone's attention. As the dust clears, Wei Shen is seen lying on the ground, with Chanma standing victoriously nearby. Realizing escape is futile, Wei Shen surrenders and declares he has nothing to offer except his life. Chanma coldly agrees to take Wei Shen's life as payment. Shocked by Chanma's response, Wei Shen nervously asks if he is truly serious. Chanma summons a contract scroll, handing it to Wei Shen, and orders him to sign it. Wei Shen opens the scroll and exclaims in disbelief that it's a contract, only for Chanma to demand he sign it without complaint. Resigned to his fate, Wei Shen imprints the contract with his flaming palm, sealing the agreement. Handing the signed contract back to Chanma, Wei Shen timidly asks for food, claiming he is starving. Chanma throws a pouch containing 200 gold coins at Wei Shen, instructing him to register for duels and win 10 consecutive matches before returning. Huang and Mingho, skeptical of Wei Shen's abilities, question Chanma's confidence in his success. Chanma offers no response and simply turns away. Watching Chanma from afar, Wei Shen begins to wonder if Chanma has already seen through all of his tricks. Chanma orders Ruoshi, Huang, and Mingho to join Wei Shen in registering for duels and to secure multiple consecutive victories. He warns his team that failure to win as instructed will result in a vegetarian meal, while success will earn them a grand feast. Without further delay, Chanma commands the group to proceed with the registration and not waste his time. Acknowledging Chanma's authority, the group agrees to fight and win the matches as directed. Wei Shen hesitantly asks Chanma how many consecutive victories he intends to achieve himself, only to learn Chanma won't be participating. Chanma explains that, as team leader, he will remain in the stands, cheering them on. Wei Shen attempts to protest, but Huang silences him by dragging him away with an arm around his neck. Watching his team leave, Chanma privately reflects that they likely won't achieve the required wins, and will end up eating a vegetarian meal. Meanwhile, in the intermediate arena of Bloodfang Keep, two fighters are locked in a fierce battle, with one on the verge of defeat. Spectators comment that the dominant fighter is Yongsheng, who has already achieved 15 consecutive victories. Arriving at the betting lobby, Chanma requests assistance from a woman to place a bet on contestant Kaicheng. The woman advises Chanma against betting on Kaicheng, pointing out that he is about to lose, but Chanma confidently places 700 gold coins on him to win. Accepting the bet, the woman hands Chanma his tokens, which can be redeemed for gold if Kaicheng wins. A man overhearing the bet shouts the news to the crowd, stirring curiosity about Chanma's bold gamble. Despite the commotion, Chanma grins slyly, appearing certain of the outcome. Moments later, Kaicheng lands a decisive blow, defeating Yongsheng and breaking his winning streak. Those who bet against Kaicheng grow enraged over the unexpected turn of events. Chanma, however, happily collects tokens now worth 1,470 gold coins. The woman from earlier asks if Chanma wishes to cash out his winnings. Chanma surprises her by stating he will bet everything on contestant 8827, leaving her startled. With unwavering confidence, Chanma confirms his decision, leaving everyone intrigued. If you like this story, then you might also like the next story where MC can automatically max skills. Check it out.